Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Brand taken down. Benhaim out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
1v1. Meanwhile, hits the shot at the violet too.
But legends stand in their way.
Could Proper possibly kill them all? Rookie of the Year, MVP! Dude, that's not reasonable. That's not human.
We see the nano play. Alpha Yi is going for a full team kill.
I have no power.
Oh, but what he doesn't have is ground beneath his feet. He kills as soon as he respawn. Backbone!
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. We are on the final day of the first ever Overwatch League Pro-Am West. My name is Zoe Schmidt and with me are Danny Axolotl Lim and joining us once again are Rosemary Necro Kelly. Danny just learned that axolotls are real animals. To give you context.
Yeah. I didn't even know those kind of creatures existed in this world.
And now you're in love
surprised. With them. And they actually, they're still alive.
Yes, they're still alive. They're not dinosaurs.
Okay, they're nice things.
Good.
Where do I find one? Where do I find this axolotl?
I'll get back to you on that. I actually don't know where they if they're close by or not. Probably not. Anyway, yeah, today he learned, and we have so many more things to learn today as the day progresses. So we've got some teams that have some spicy runs. That's right. So 2 teams, in fact, have not lost a single match yet in our Pro-Am tournament. And that's Houston Outlaws and the Florida Mayhem. So I want to know who is going to keep their run going and who will falter. Because someone has to lose eventually, right? No, actually, one team might not lose at all. Anyway, let's discuss the teams which are still undefeated as of right now. Houston Outlaws. They had a tough quarterfinals match, but they came out ahead and did end up in the semifinals. How come they're still undefeated, though?
Because they got the best players on every role. Even before the Pro-Am, we were talking about how great this team's gonna be, and they continue to impress us. Even yesterday, you know, they played it really close, but at the end of the day, was Houston Outlaws just taking the win. And you know, we're seeing Fearless, of course. You know, we know how great of a Winston player he is, and he's such a great tank. And also, we saw a little bit of Gargoyle as well being subbed in, and he was a great diva for the team. Pelican as well, you know, he's someone that we didn't really talk a lot about as Tracer, but he improved so much that he's playing a huge role in the Houston Outlaws, definitely as well. And Violet, another great DPS, not DPS, sorry, support player, very versatile. He could play Lucio, he could play Kiriko, just anything that he plays, he just plays it on such a high level. I just love the Houston Outlaws.
Honestly,
sometimes he is a
like
DPS.
No, honestly, no. Remember the time he did play DPS one time? He was on Cassidy once. Remember, long time ago.
True.
Yeah. There you go. I wasn't lying.
No wrong.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's been great. It's been really great to watch Houston Outlaws play, because I think another thing that stands out, not just their individual skill as players, but it's also their team coordination. And something that they've been able to showcase really well over the past few weeks is just how they're able to control space with their dive. They're able to force the other team into some really awkward scenarios where they're kind of fighting on Houston Outlaws' turf. It's on their own terms. So they're really, really great at setting the pace that way too.
Absolutely. And while Houston were sweating, though, during a quarterfinals match against the San Francisco Shock, Florida, on the other side, they breezed not just through their group stages, but also through their quarterfinals match against the London Spitfire, who didn't really offer up much resistance there.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, because I think there's so many, myself included, just big fans of the London Spitfire. But Florida Mayhem, they might have made it look easy, but they earned every single win that they were able to grab throughout the qualifiers and throughout the bracket so far. And we even got a chance to talk to RuPaul, Danny. You were asking them about kind of like their dive and how flawless they really make this look.
Yeah, I mean, I remember RuPaul saying that, you know, they do consider themselves as one of the best dive, teams in the Pro-Am tournament currently, and I think so as well. You know, they are playing that really aggressive dive style, you know, with someone being the tank in their front line. And, you know, I think going forward, I think we're going to see more of that definitely today as well.
Absolutely. And now if you're watching and just tuning in and you have no idea what these teams were up to for the past 3 weeks, well, don't you worry about a thing. I'm going to catch you up to speed. Here is our Pro-Am format. We had 20 teams at the start of it all. 20 Western teams, 7 from the EMEA and NA contender scene, and 13 OWL teams. 5 teams in each of those groups where they played a round robin best of 3 to determine the top 2 teams of each group, which then advanced into our single elimination bracket, which we started yesterday with our quarterfinals. Now, what's it all for, you asking? Of course, it's all about the money. $100,000 are on the line overall, and this is how the prize pool is split. $50,000 to first, $20,000 to the second, and $10K for the third and fourth place. Of course, with the top 2 contenders teams earning some extra cash as well. Saints and Twisted Minds both walked away with $5,000 at the end of their run in the group stage. So once again, congratulations to them. Now for the team still in the running, everything is still up for grabs. It was an exciting quarterfinal yesterday, as I mentioned already several times, and just 4 teams remain, as you can see in your bracket. And you know what? Looking at those matchups, I know everyone in chat absolutely loves to backseat coach just as much as we do. So I want to ask my trusted analysts to give me some keys to victory for our teams in the semifinals, looking at Toronto Defiant and Florida Mayhem first here. Who has to do what and why in order to get the W?
All right. I think I'm going to start first. I think the keys to victory for both of these teams is sort of the same, but on different spectrums, I guess. I think it's going to be the Winston dive. For Florida Mayhem, of course, you know, we've just talked about, you know, they do like to play that aggressive Winston dive composition. And I do feel like they're going to be sort of leaning heavily into that sort of play style throughout the match against the Toronto Defiant, you know, because like we said, RuPaul did say that, you know, he was confident enough to say that, you know, they are the best Winston dive competition in the Pro-Am tournament. And looking at the Toronto side, however, I think they could use that to their advantage where, you know, we even saw Toronto Defiant going up against Boston Uprising, another team that really likes to lean into that Winston dive competition. And, you know, whether it was slowing down the tempo by switching to a different, I guess, composition to counter it, or just, you know, whatever color or flavor that they had, Toronto was able to sort of fight off against Boston. So I think if they use that sort of same strategy to Florida Mayhem, I think Toronto could definitely take the win for that.
Yeah, I got to agree with Danny there. I think there's a lot of tricks that we could see Toronto Defiant pull out of their bag. We saw a little bit of that Kalush Diva dive yesterday, and we just got some really nice clips there of the Reinhardt and Symmetra coming out there from Hydron. So I feel like if Toronto can use that power of friendship, maybe be able to pull something a little bit spicy, they will be able to get a win. But Florida Mayhem are not going to make it easy, and that's going to be a really hard-fought match for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing I just want to see is I want to see Mayhem getting punished for playing as aggressive as they do, right? They can't keep getting away with it. Surely people know.
True.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how you guys think, but I do feel like Florida Mayhem hasn't really been tested yet, right? Like, no, I think this match is their like true test. You know, is that aggressive style really going to work against the Toronto Defiant is the big question for Florida Mayhem.
It shouldn't work against any of the top teams. I don't want to say they lucked out, like Danny, as you mentioned previous times as well, like not to take anything away from their victories, but they definitely had the quote-unquote easier run through the group stages and through the quarterfinals. So let's see if the Toronto Defiant can make him sweat a little bit. Now, if we're looking at our second semifinals match between the Houston Outlaws and the NA Gladiators, Gladiators who toppled one of the Pro-Am favorite teams in the Atlanta Reign yesterday in our last match of the day. They sent them home. What do you want to see from those two teams?
All right. I think for Houston, definitely, I want to see more of Fearless. Like, okay,
That's good.
I know yesterday we saw, I think first half of the match we saw Fearless, and then he got subbed out for Gargoyle playing that diva. And not to take anything away from Gargoyle, he was a pretty good diva, you know, and he provided a lot for the team, and it did work out. But unfortunately, they did lose both of those maps when Gargoyle played, you know. So I just want to see more Fearless because, you know, when you have a tank player just like Fearless, who is so good on, you know, Winston and, you know, for being so famous for being such a great tank player, why not use him more often, right? Of course, if the situation calls for them to play, I guess, Gargoyle for Diva or Sigma, whatever it is, then, you know, sub him in. But then I think I just want to see more Fearless playtime.
Yeah, I mean, Dive is just so strong in the meta right now, and if you've got a great Winston, you may as well rely on it and try to get as many dubs as possible. But I feel like in some ways then that could potentially be Houston Outlaws' downfall. The Gladiators yesterday had identified just how strong and how much cohesion Lip Sombra provided to the Atlanta Reign, and they capitalized upon that to be able to find a way to take them down and meet the Houston Outlaws here now. So if they can find a way maybe to force a map or something where Gargoyle might be better slotted there, maybe a different type of tank versus tank in the front line, that might be a great way for Gladiators to grab a success here too.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I mean, we talked to Dante yesterday in the post-game interview, and he did say, as you just said, that they identified Lip to be, you know, the biggest threat on the team, and they did make their strategy just around taking him out and around playing against the Sombra. So I have to say, though, if they're going up against the Houston Outlaws, they're not just playing against the Fearless, right? They're playing against insanely deadly backline as well, and of course, not to mention the DPS players. So there's a lot of moving pieces they have to deal with, and I'll be shook if they manage in the same fashion as they did yesterday. But, you know, I'm happy to be surprised. But if the matches yesterday were any indicator of what we can expect to see today, I think it's just that we are in for a treat. And speaking of treats, I am sure by now everyone watching is aware that our wonderful Calling All Heroes program is making a return again in 2023. We will have the Challenger series and the Speaker series, which we discussed at great length already on broadcast like 2 weeks ago. But if you want to learn more about the program and everything there is to come, head on over to our website, callingallheroes.gg. There you can find out how to, for example, register for the next tournament, which is coming up very soon. Also, you should make sure to join the Calling All Heroes community on Discord. We would love to see you there and for you to support that program. Now, so much exciting stuff to look forward to this year. For now, I do want to start with the most immediate, though, and that is, of course, our first semi-final match. And we'll break it all down for you after this break. Don't go anywhere. And would you look at that? This is a trophy up for grabs. Cue epic music. Cue epic music.
Can David topple Goliath? This is the Overwatch League. I'm Mr. X.
Yeah, that's almost. That sounds exactly like the song, Danny. I love it.
You nailed it. I think
Thank
that's
you.
the most perfect Mr. X impression I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm.
You should
I've
take
been
his job.
practicing. I've been
Honestly.
practicing.
10-10. No notes. Welcome back, everyone. This is Watchpoint, as you can tell, and we've got a preview of our first semi-final match in just a little bit. But first, I want to take a quick look at a crowd favorite. That's right, something is making a return, and it is our fan art gallery. It's back and it's better than ever. This year, the gallery will actually provide you with a more flexible viewing experience, featuring new tools to highlight work from specific events, as well as tournaments, and my favorite thing, enhanced full-scale views of all the arts in our gallery. So don't be shy, share your art celebrating the players, teams, casters, heroes, anything you can think of which is somewhat related to the Overwatch League and Overwatch, and your work might be featured on social media and on broadcasts, such as these. Roll the arts.
Whoa.
Wow, that's actually dope. Look at those
Holy
details.
crap.
Beautiful.
I'm so jealous. There's so many talented people in this
talented.
world.
I know. And I'm just.
Is this?
Wait, what's the
Wow.
question, Danny?
No, is this hand drawn as well? I can't.
It's hand-drawn digital art.
Ah.
Oh,
What is this? Whoa.
It's the Toronto Defiant.
Toronto.
This is amazing. I love it. See, and
It's
here's
so
where the
cool.
full-scale view is going to come in real clutch, because you can really go in deep
Yeah.
on those bigger pieces, which just don't translate as well, obviously, on them little screens. But wow,
That's crazy.
this is just beautiful. I am as happy as can be seeing so much art. So make sure to submit yours as well. Now we have, of course, some semi-final matches up in just a little bit, and we want to take a look at the schedule so you see exactly what is coming your way. We're going to start things off with the first one, Toronto Defiant and the Florida Mayhem. Those are the two first teams we need to discuss heading into their semi-finals match. Starting with the Toronto Defiant, definitely a team we talked about. It feels like we're beating a dead horse here, but they have so much synergy, pre-existing synergy already.
Yeah, not only that, they also, I mean, they got the spice as well. You know, remember the interview we had with Hydron yesterday? You know, they definitely like to have fun. They're super confident, and you know, they have the skills to back it up as well. I was super impressed. You know, they were playing not only the Winston dive. I was really amazed by the Ryan Symmetra comp at the very end on Legion as well. So they got a lot of different looks prepared for the Florida Mayhem, I feel like.
Yeah, and I mean, their play must have garnered a lot of new fans, and if it's not the play, it's the spice they're bringing in the interview. So if you too are a Toronto Defiant fan and you want to, you know, wave their flag in-game and out of game, make sure to grab your Toronto Defiant support bundle, which is on sale right now. Grab it until April 11th. It will feature, of course, not just the Kiriko, Baptiste, and Anna skin. It also has a team weapon charm, which is very, very nice. Make sure to grab yours now, and I can't wait to see those in my games. Now we're looking at the opposition here. Florida Mayhem still undefeated, not been truly tested, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely haven't been tested yet, but we do know what they are really good at. That Winston dive is pretty clean for the Florida Mayhem. And not only that, you know, we've during the Pro-Am group stages as well, we've seen them, you know, sometimes using that Ramatra brawl as well. So Winston dive isn't the only thing they're gonna run, but I mean, I'm really curious to see how they're gonna play against the Toronto Defiant.
I think it'll be really telling to watch where are they targeting. Is it going to be the back line? Is it going to be trying to take out a DPS? Florida Mayhem put a ton of pressure onto London Spitfire by catching a lot of players that are isolated, maybe a little bit out of position, and putting a ton of emphasis on Hadi, knowing that he is such a linchpin of like keeping everybody together on the team. So gotta watch out. I think Toronto is one of those teams that they operate really well under pressure, and so maybe they might be able to stand up to the Florida Mayhem here, or the pressure just might be too much.
Yeah.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's get that game on its merry way. But first, we do want to take a look at our prediction for this match. I am not gonna lie, I'm not awfully confident in my prediction. I did go with the Florida Mayhem because on paper, I just think that's the easy pick, the obvious pick.
Even with the scores. Okay.
But
Wow.
I do think that Toronto Defiant, they've surprised me like time and time again in this tournament with a lot of great individual skill, so much synergy, so much cohesion, and I think that can go a long way against a team of juggernauts such as the Florida Mayhem. So I think it's going to be a tight one, but I do have the Florida Mayhem coming out on top. What about you, Danny?
I also believe it's going to be a very tight match. It could go either way, but I went with the Toronto Defiant because they just impressed me time and time again throughout the Pro-Am tournament. Even the match yesterday, you know, just so many different looks and so much confidence in their game. I just have to go with the Toronto Defiant.
The tiebreaker, I guess. That's a lot of pressure, but I also went with Toronto Defiant. I'm in agreement with both of you that this is going to be an incredibly close match between these two teams, and it's one of those that's really hard to pick, but I'm not about to get burned by underestimating Toronto again, so I've got to go with the Toronto boys and see what they can get done today.
I'm definitely very excited to see this very match happening because, quite frankly, it was in my head, it was a coin toss, right? I could have just tossed a coin there because both teams have shown us a lot of great skill. But, yeah, Mayhem still undefeated. Not been tested.
True.
It's honestly, it's just so hard. It's so hard. Make sure to let us know who you're picking for this very game. Hit us up over on social media. We'd love to hear your prediction, your scores, and feel free to drag us with ours once we're wrong, which does happen occasionally. I'll tell you that. Now, something else which is very exciting, of course, rather than just the first match, it's also the casting duo we have coming up for you. We once more going to get them back, so please share the love in chat for Kenobi and Rich Red for all the action. Yeah.
It is a pleasure to be here once again alongside you, Kenobi. We can already see with those predictions that there's some expectations of us getting another Game 5 here out the gate. So we got our running shoes on. We got our running shoes on.
How are we even going to follow up yesterday? How are we going to follow up yesterday? Also, one more thing is, I know Danny's like a One Piece fan, and he's betting on the power of friendship. So, like, I respect you, Danny. I see you. I know what you're thinking right now, that this power of friendship Toronto Defiant team is going to be able to topple the Mayhem, who have looked so crisp, so clean. Their dives look immaculate. But I think the desk brought up a really good point, and this is something we saw with Atlanta yesterday, is that Atlanta wasn't really tested in their group stages. The Mayhem haven't really been tested either. So this is probably the first time that they're going to be playing against a team that is up to snuff with what we've seen from them so far. And it is a team in the Toronto Defiant that has some ideas already about what the Mayhem are playing. We have Hydron, who used to be on that team. A lot of these players already know each other. So there is some ins and outs that I think the Toronto Defiant team has against what the Mayhem are going to be bringing, that very quick, very high-tempo style of dive.
And even with interviewing Hydron, there is a lot of respect to the previous team. Didn't say anything negative about this squad, knowing what they have.
Hydron never says anything negative.
Yeah. Like, I mean, well, we had some bird poopy comments, but, you know, that's something completely different and out of context as we're going to be entering into this first one, though. Ilios is the map that we are going to unveil our first semifinals for today and see who can get that first round.
And it's interesting, we're already seeing kind of a difference from the Florida Mayhem. This is something that we've seen from them before with someone was on the Winston, but now they're on the Diva instead. So we're having a bit of a mirror matchup. The biggest difference is that Merit is going to be on that Ashe, so a little bit more of that long-range potential and pressure that can be put onto Speedily on the ground, or in the air, while Hydron is going to be a little bit more on the ground trying to poke and prod with that Tracer.
Yeah, and we had this yesterday, and it really came to great success, especially with the utility of Bob when it came up and was online near that control point initially. A lot of fire being sprayed onto the aerial position in the back. Can't really allow Defiant to get into a advantageous position. Checkmate going to draw back. Nice pickup from Merit, instantly eliminating Speedily. This should allow at least a time for a res to get them back online if they really haven't been able to do so earlier. And actually, this is going to be Mayhem just managing to take it regardless, and they're not going to use it.
Yeah, and Merit has been uncontested so far, really, and it's because of the fact that they've opted in for Hydron being on this Tracer. While Hydron's getting a lot of value, they do end up getting taken down because they've just been shooting the tank, trying to just juggle that point, and now you have Merit with all of these sightlines for free, and I wonder, do we see some switches coming in from the Toronto Defiant, not only just in heroes, but how they're going to approach, because the scariest thing about Ashe is that she can do so much when Toronto Defiant are coming into the fights because of Dynamite, because of that long range. They're also being pocketed sometimes by Chorong, so Toronto Defiant have to figure out, or Florida Mayhem have to figure out a way to get over towards that Ashe.
And now, as you do see them draw back for the moment, some contention underneath from Defiant, still just continuing to pummel Toronto from this high ground angle. Merit free to do whatever they please, still being pressured back. Finally does get eliminated. Pulse Bomb eaten on the return as Checkmate leans into this with that boost, giving the extra damage. Speedily really can't get the same type of tempo and value that's coming out from Checkmate, and they're unable to swap this back as it's still 52% and climbing.
They are going to demech Kalush. Can Kalush stay alive, though, through this? Checkmate's actually found 2 out of the back of it. The res comes in onto Ultraviolet, but is that going to be enough, Rich?
No, I'm not sure if it will be. You've got the duplicate holstered for now, but will be committed, bringing that Tracer action right into the face of Hydron to counteract it, but the damage is absolutely running over any capacity to heal through, and Toronto Defiant have been able to take this fight. There's still some contention, though, potentially with Bob going to be thrown onto the point and actually just continue to gain percentage for free.
It's doing a lot, and actually Merit is on high ground completely for free right now. They finally will take out that Bob, and it looks like Toronto Defiant might be able to finally swap this one over, but Mayhem doesn't want to give it up right yet.
Nope, they're just going to guarantee that they get as close to 99 as possible. They have gained a substantial lead in this, can now look to have a decent amount of time to regain composure and come back in with more.
I think now you got to reset. If you're the Florida Mayhem, you're at that 87%, basically last fight territory for them. They did use a lot to get it towards that last fight territory, so they won't have any type of ultimate economy going into this next fight, but maybe you can get out something like the Nano, like the duplicate from Speedily. It's about them potentially poking and prodding their way in. If Merit can find a pick or put some pressure down, and then they can win from an ultimate disadvantage or force those ultimates out.
And you can see how far back Speedily's playing, continuing to maintain that same high ground angle that was there previously from Mayhem. Duplicate, though, available for when necessary, as it's mainly just the stickies going to be thrown out onto the opposing high ground, denying accessibility to sight lines. Aggression forward. Nano comes through. Both going to see if they can get anything with the focusing beam. Pulse Bomb into the corner. Hydron stepping up for the moment to eliminate one. And this is still going to be Toronto, despite that double grenade landing.
Yeah, and that was also a nano boost onto Checkmate as well, and Checkmate found no value because of that Pulse Bomb coming in from Hydron, so Toronto Defiant is able to keep that duplicate for this next fight. Bob will be available, though, from Merit to make this one a little bit more of an uneven fight, but with that duplicate from Speedily, he's going to get that extra life and extra security available to him if the fight devolves into one of these.
Bob, as we've seen before, tucked into the corner, diving forward with someone, rounding that corner. Kalush can't get topped up. They're demeched, and there's even a pickup by 2. Ooh. Bob doing some work. That Butler is here to stay, and that will be Florida Mayhem able to swap this over and in prime position to take this round 1.
I mean, Kalush just got completely melted by the Bob and by the rest of the team. That means that there's nothing really to cover that Bob, and it was doing so much damage, and now it's desperation for Toronto Defiant, and they can't even find to get anyone on. That's going to be the Florida Mayhem taking this first round.
Yep, unfortunate, not able to get Hydron there fast enough. The timing was just perfect for Florida Mayhem to be able to take this extremely dominant play, and Toronto Defiant now going to look for the second round to see if they can make some adjustments and adapt going onto this map of ruins to make it to a third.
Seeing a lot of wholesale swaps right now onto something else. I mean, I think the Diva was really good on that map in particular because you have a lot of those vertical plays that you want to be, or those vertical geometries that you want to play around, as we're going to be seeing what the Bob is doing here. I'm interested to see how this happens. I mean, oh, it was just behind him. Yeah. Bob just 360'd and just hit Hydron, and then was like, all right, that's it. I've done my job.
360 arm no scope. That's what it's going to be.
That's unlucky if you're Hydron. You're just like 1 pixel away from not being in there. But as we go into this map, we do see the Winston coming out, and interestingly enough, we're going to be seeing Hydron and Merit both on the Widowmaker, so this Widowmaker battle is going to be incredibly important, and we saw yesterday how good Hydron was on that Widowmaker, beating one of the best hits games we've ever seen in Burgering a lot of the time, so Merit has a lot to work with in terms of playing against someone that's incredibly adept at Widowmaker.
Well, and Merit still did quite a stellar job as well on on this map yesterday. So I would love to see if, as you said, it can match up against Hydron. Now looking to reposition up top, eludes the damage from down under from Speedily, so they get some more opportunity for a shot. That one doesn't land. Hydron still just steadily moving out to find the better end of that exchange, but all the while, as we focused on the Widows, it's all about the Tracer down below with someone also eliminating Speedily.
Yeah, Checkmate was able to kill both of the supports in that fight, and I think this is something that the Florida Mayhem do so well, is play around Checkmate specifically. His ability to get those one shot or those one clips onto the back line, force out so much pressure along with someone, that also gives space to Merit to be able to work a little bit better, because if they're not checking Checkmate, that means Merit has that ability to just go mano-a-mano against Hydron and get that space.
Now, looking to see if there's anyone flanking onto Merit, being very careful and cautious to not be overwhelmed, to lose that value that can be brought with the Widowmaker in the back, but Speedily going to be in the fray alongside with Kaluja waiting for this dive. The pulse bomb comes in though, it denies OG, and now that's an opportunity for once again Mayhem to throttle forward and take advantage.
And now Florida Mayhem, I mean, they have everything is really for them at this point. They have every sightline working well for them. They're going quickly. Speedily does get Checkmate at the start, or at the back end of that fight, but one of the things about the Florida Mayhem that they're doing so well is they're just going aggressive, right? They're not standing on ceremony and letting this Widowmaker 1v1 happen because they are a little bit worried about Hydron. They are the ones who are going first a lot of times. They're the ones who are putting the tempo onto Toronto Defiant, which is something Defiant usually does to other teams.
And now, with Ultimate online, Nano Boost giving someone more room to work with. And the Primal Rage going to be pocketed for the time being. Hydron in the sights. That is a lot of chase down onto Hydron, just making their life a nightmare as Kaluj counters to get rid of Merit. So they attempt to do the same in this reflection. And now the sound barrier active by Churong for Mayhem to keep this once again near that high level of percentage. Even if they do lose this, they're in a prime position to cycle back and do as they did before. Hydron eliminating someone gives a window of opportunity, and now Toronto Defiant can gain a foothold on this point.
And I also really like the patience from Ultraviolet here, not using this Kitsune Rush, because there are moments in that fight where you could be like, maybe just to secure it, I want to use Kitsune Rush to basically guarantee fully that we win this fight. But now, since they're able to keep this, Florida Mayhem have nothing to work with besides potentially a Pulse Bomb. So now Toronto Defiant can cycle those ultimates and make up some of this percentage, because that's their way back into this, because it's basically last fight territory for the Florida Mayhem if they win one.
And Hydron, if they hit a shot here, it's going to be so helpful for the long run. Couple of bodies onto someone for now until they're topped up. Just patience is a virtue for Hydron. You can see just constantly looking for angles with Merit adjusting onto the Somber in the back, close to Ultraviolet. And now diving forward, looks for to potentially drop the pulse bomb, but no, Kaluja and Hydron actually get two instantly on that entry.
Yeah, that was really well played from OG specifically. He booped the Tracer out of the way and then was able to get that Kaluja jumping directly onto it, and they were able to take down that Tracer. Brilliantly peeled from OG on that Lucio, and Toronto Defiant win that fight with just the Kitsune Rush. So now again, because of the fact that they have to respect the Widowmaker now because there's no one to counteract it, Florida Mayhem are moving a little bit slower in a lot of these fights, so now the percentage continues to tick up more for the Toronto Defiant.
Kalush had to bubble, leaps out. Oh, but a pulse bomb comes in as they were focusing Kalush. That gives the numbers advantage once again to Toronto Defiant. They're going to just wait this out. They know they get one last engagement on this, and they need Rupal.
Yeah, they need also Checkmate as well to hit something with this Pulse Bomb, but it's so hard because who do you hit in a scenario like this? You can try and get OG, but with Ultraviolet on this Kiriko, you have the Suzu that you have to be worried about wherever this Pulse Bomb comes from, and Hydron is in no man's land. Actually gets before the grapple comes through, but the TP from Ultraviolet is there to keep him alive.
What a big assist from the rest of the squad. The synergy, that camaraderie that we talked about after a long of seeing them now join together as one. Kaluj with that Primal Rage up top, dislodging and dismantling Mayhem's positioning, but they're still withstanding it. The sound barrier comes in, it clips all 5 members in this narrow corridor along that catwalk. Someone feeling confident to push them back, and now only need 10% more.
I mean, that was a great pounce from the Florida Mayhem. After the TP came out from Ultraviolet, the rest of the team just went on to the back line, and Toronto Defiant have to make desperate swaps here to try and get to the point.
Oh, nice boop to knock OG away. Can anyone touch? They will come up short, denying that reconnect. Florida Mayhem now, again, out the gates, looking strong.
Florida Mayhem looked really strong. I mean, this is a team that I think that when we look at the Florida Mayhem and talk about them as like kind of, they haven't been tested really that much. They went through the group stage pretty easily, also against London pretty easily yesterday. I think that when you look at this team and like the pieces that they have, specifically on Checkmate and Someone, I think Someone is probably, I think Lemon said this yesterday, role start at least like predictive, right? I think there's the way that this guy is playing and now is like bringing other things to their hero pool instead of things just like the Winston, right? We know how good their Winston is, comes from a very long line of main tanks from Team CC and Chinese contenders, your Fearlesses, your Gagas, your Someones. But now that he's bringing in these other things like a Diva, right? We haven't seen that sometimes. We've seen a Sigma from him as well. And I think that Someone is really strutting their stuff now in this Pro-Am and is going to be a force to be reckoned with going through the rest of this bracket if Mayhem make it there, and also throughout the rest of the Overwatch League season.
Well, and even with the statistics that we looked at going into even just before yesterday, and it's probably still within the realm of being first in a number of categories across all of the tanks that play on this Winston, and I'm really excited to see how it's continued to impact outside of just that specifically Winston role. But as we complete this first map, we've got many more ahead of us as we're going to go to a brief break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to see if it's going to be Mayhem continuing this victory. We are back, friends. As we can take a look at the players, we can already see that there's a little bit of pressure being forced onto Toronto Defiant as we have this first map already going in the way of Florida Mayhem, who, as we've talked about on the desk, they've not really felt, too much of a challenge over the course of this. And when we look historically, we do actually see that there's only one map they've ever lost, but we want to get into the sub first before we talk a little bit more about that detail, which is going to be OG coming out and Surmajed coming in, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of standard for what the Toronto Defiant have done in the past, like bringing in Surmajed to play maybe that double flex support role. One of the interesting things that I'm going to be looking for is, do we see more Brig? Because yesterday, Brig kind of like came onto the scene randomly. I think that maybe there are people who are thinking, maybe it's something that can be kind of Lucio-esque in terms of that AoE healing. You also have that boot potential still that like Lucio brings to the table. So I wonder if that's something that we do see at any point throughout the rest of the day today. As we go into this match, the Mayhem are going to be on the defensive end here, sticking with Chorong and RuPaul as their backline. And looks like someone's going to be on the Sigma. This is something that someone I think is like started to really bring to the forefront in terms of their hero pool. I talked about this a little bit at the end of the last map, where it's like someone in all aspects when he was coming into the league was like basically just like a Winston player, but now like he's had time to grow. Now he's brought the Sigma to the table. It looked really good yesterday as well. So I think that when I look at the Florida Mayhem and how they play through the tip of the spear, that is someone, it just gives so much room for Merit, for Checkmate to do their thing. And Toronto Defiant have to find a way to really stifle someone if they want to be able to get to that backline.
And as we do see Speedily bring out this Echo play again, we've seen on multiple occasions, specifically with this map, the value that can be brought with Speedily. And actually, after they see the composition, they're going to look to adjust themselves with both Kaluj and Surmajed, even Hydron as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Speedily, when we talked to Hydron, I remember talking to Hydron at Hugh, and he's like, yeah, Speedily is like the best Echo in the world. And that's like when like Leave was in his prime, when Fleta was in his prime. They have so much confidence in Speedily on this Echo, and he has just an insane mastery of the hero. Same with Kaluj on Sigma, so this matchup between Kaluj and someone going to be even more important as the stun comes in already.
Yep, Grecian forcing Kaluj back for the moment, but recovers quite easily, looking for re-entry as the kinetic grasp mitigates a lot of that incoming fire. Surmajed gets caught out to the left side. Unfortunately, Ultraviolet can't keep them topped up, and Florida make quick work of this.
Yeah, I mean, Merit actually is able to find 2 kills out of kind of nothing in there, and that was because of someone getting that stun early onto Kaluj, because of the fact that Kaluj wasn't able to put up that shield and hold those angles that you sometimes want to do with something like a Sigma. So Merit gets 2 easy kills there, and Florida Mayhem continue this defense as Toronto Defiant will have to start moving forward again. One of the things that Toronto Defiant's composition has, though, is a little bit of an rage advantage, right? You have a Hanzo, you have a Zenyatta, you also have an Anna, so those are things that the Florida Mayhem have to respect, and they can't just get caught out on ceremony.
And Merit sticking up top with the high ground, still looking to get some decent shots in from a distance, but watchful eye on the Hydron to make sure that they are not going to get picked up with a log that can come from across map. Looking to take a side angle to potentially catch Hydron off guard. Can't quite do so, as this attention is once again being deviated. You can see Hydron swapping back. They're being overwhelmed, tucked into a corner. They can't sustain through it. And again, this is that bandwidth we talked about where it can just be so much for anyone to really handle the way that Florida plays.
Oh, and they nanoed Speed. They're trying to get something to happen.
Oh, wow.
Actually, he manages to find one, and the Duke comes in from Speedily onto the Sigma. They don't get the ultimate, but they do get the reset.
Yep. Now playing a little bit more aggressively, forcing them back down towards the docks. 2 ticks acquired, minute 40 seconds. There's a potential recontest here. Tech goes up top for Chorong to compete against Speedily, but that focusing beam's gonna just send them back to the spawn, as this contention is really hoping that they can get a few more onto the point. But unfortunately, they're not gonna be able to do it for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, and that was all Speedily with that nano, was able to kill both of the supports in that engagement, and once the supports are gone from the Florida Mayhem's composition, the fight is essentially over in these scenarios, and the Toronto Defiant will be able to start moving forward now into second. 3.5 minutes about in their time bank. They do have to be wary of Checkmate coming in with this Pulse Bomb off the back end. There is a Transcendence from Surmajed, so he gets that extra life a little bit to be able to sustain himself, but if you're trading Pulse Bomb for Transcendence, that's a trade you'll take any day if you're the Florida Mayhem.
And Checkmate in the wings. Oh, Merit's just actually gonna get a pick outright. At this point, now they can just play towards this high ground again, rounding the corner, chipping away at Speedily, and there's Chorong to dive in from up top on the tank.
I mean, Merit has no fear. This is a matchup, especially with how Hydron has been playing. The fact that Merit is getting these picks onto Hydron in just these raw 1v1 situations is insane, because one of the things that Hydron has is that ability to one-shot, where Merit has to hit 1 or 2 shots to secure those kills, but Merit has no fear whatsoever. And I think one of the things when you're playing against this team of Toronto Defiant, you have to match their confidence.
And unseen, checkmate in the back. Finally being recognized. Ultraviolet getting pressured, but is really, really great in withholding that lamp to make sure that they have it for later on to utilize further down the line. But regardless of that attack, there's aggression elsewhere through the small room to get picked up. The Flux doesn't land onto anybody. At least Ultraviolet's still able to pump out some damage to keep this payload moving, and Kaluj is going to round the corner to chase.
Yeah, that Matrix is huge because it gives space as well. So now Mayhem have to back up, and Toronto Defiant can take all of this space, which at this point in the map is going to be so good for Majid and Ultraviolet. They can basically stand in the back line and really pump out that damage along with Speedily. So the spam potential is really good for the Defiant, but actually they want to go and try and brawl.
Yep, they've clustered into the Nexus. The Flux is active. Someone maneuvering out the doorway to protect themselves from any incoming fire. Accretion lands onto Kaluj, who is dangerously low, but great recovery from both Ultraviolet and Sir Majed as someone still presses forward, gets stunned, found at the back, the Discord Orb, making it extremely challenging to withstand that free-firing Hydron in the back line. But it's still 1 minute and 40. The fight's not over. They press on. Churong with the rally, giving some extra protection necessary to keep this going. And again, just running the clock at this halfway marker.
And that felt like it was just a hint too over-aggressive from the Florida Mayhem there. They played way too close to the sun. Chorong was just a hint behind on that rally charge, and that let someone end up going down. Toronto Defiant finish off the rest of the fight, and basically for nothing. I mean, they use a duplicate, but that's essentially it. And Mayhem, are they even going to try and contest here?
It's gonna be desperate. Kaluj does get on top in time, and this maneuver around the back, rotating with the Deadeye, ensuring that it will zone multiple members away and deny the viability of that amplification matrix through the doorway, because they can't being risked getting hit and contested, and that's going to be a checkpoint reached into the final stretch.
And one of the things that you're seeing a lot of the time with how the Toronto Defiant are playing this, and Speedy in particular, he's saving his focusing beam for when someone is getting taken down low, and is using that Grasp, because Grasp isn't able to negate that damage, so they can just instantly kill him. And if Florida Mayhem don't have the cooldowns to save someone, he instantly dies.
And losing someone continues to see a domino effect here. Holding this corner is going to be vital, with someone playing close to the doorway. Churong also sticking alongside to give that extra protection, especially if things get dicey up close for the inspirational healing. Kaluj getting stunned. Transcendence is there, though, guaranteeing they can work through this initial damage. Flux onto 2, knocking them into the back after they remove the immortality field from RuPaul, and chasing even further. The kinetic grasp blocked. Now in return, you have this amazing attempt by Kaluj to withstand and just survive. The supports are carrying at the moment, as Florida Mayhem is now starting to thread the needle, and they can't seem to get a foothold here.
I mean, Checkmate is trying their best, but honestly, Kaluj right now is taking over this game in terms of the Sigma matchup. Like the shield usage, the increasing usage, everything is just making someone's life completely miserable to play with right now. And Florida Mayhem have to get back onto this cart. A minute left for the Toronto Defiant. Sombra EMP is gonna be here relatively soon for Checkmate. They need to find a way to get it.
Only 15%. It can be acquired quite quickly. Amplification Matrix Ultraviolet very low, but gets popped up quick enough with the healing orb, so you don't see this quick execution by Checkmate. Now, approaching the EMP, they need to regroup with the front line. There's someone Flux active on the front side, but counteracted by Speedily, but they lose it so quickly. Florida Mayhem in these last few meters are now going to be able to withstand the push from Toronto Defiant and deny them at 40 seconds.
They're able to hold as well, and they managed to keep their EMP and the amplification matrix in their back pocket. Toronto Defiant have nothing to work with. They have to win this completely in the neutral, and going up against an EMP, it's almost impossible. There has to be some sort of miracle that the Toronto Defiant pull out of a hat here to be able to cap this point.
And now with the last minute adjustment, Hydron gonna look for those crispy picks. Logs will be flying. We will see if somebody's ready. And ending up in the wood chipper with Checkmate leading in. That is all 5. Kaluj popped from the moment they've been hit. There's no way they can get back as a full 5, and now you will see an attempt to try and touch, but there is no one close enough. The overtime is going to just vanish, and that will be a denial of a completion here. But the good thing is at least you get as close as humanly possible, and you feel pretty confident about something as you match up against Mayhem.
Win condition is set though now for Mayhem. They just have to complete this map, and it's interesting watching these two teams play in kind of like a situation that both of these teams were not really used to in terms of like seeing them like more of the high tempo style. This is much more like pokey and stuff like this, and it's still, there is that aggression that we're still seeing from them, like where it is the Mayhem still like going aggressive, putting the pedal to the metal at times, sometimes to their own dismay, it would seem like, especially when they had that little enclosed area at second where they kind of just went in that aggressive. But there is still that aggression and high tempo style that I think is still benefiting the Mayhem extremely when they play.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Toronto is able to adapt and realize those overextensions that are coming through from Florida Mayhem is really giving them a lot of headway. And it's one of those things since we transitioned away from the control map that you're having these longer stretches of fielding that you can work with down through streets phase, in those side rooms, finding the elevated positions like we saw initially defensively on that siege tank that was there. But now as we take the swap of sides, Mayhem on the attack looking to reach that golden box to make it a 2-0 and find themselves on a match point.
And I wonder if Florida Mayhem continue with the Sombra. I think it did end up getting a lot of value towards the back end, especially being able to hack out Kaluj and make that Sigma 1v1 much easier for someone in a lot of those matchups. But it looks like Kaluj is actually going to be sticking onto the D.Va, and one of the things the D.Va has is that ability to peel, right? If Checkmate is going to be still on this Sombra, Kaluj can be there to help out the backline if needed. Not only that, but help out Speedily too, because Speedily could potentially be a hack target. And I think Checkmate will see where they're going to be going with their hack priority, because that'll kind of dictate how the rest of the fight is going to be able to go.
And it's patience from Checkmate until all of that fire down the center choke near Statue is drawn away to this flanking angle. There is recognition though for Checkmate down below. They found them. They attempt to force out the translocate and gets them out of this positioning where now the flank and the maneuver from Florida is a little bit slightly disjointed for the moment, but they're going to try and tempo their way back into a better position.
It was good spy checking from Florida, but Checkmate should be back in this fight. And look, you can see him pinging Speedily. They want to go.
Yep, they get him to half. There is also some recovery, though, from the supports in the back line. Ultraviolet can't quite land the nade to cause disruption on the opposing side, but it saves Speedily. Now onto the point. One tick obtained. Hydron recovers, eliminating that Baptiste. So it's only Churong that remains, keeping this team going and needs to be close in proximity. But Hydron sees them in the darkness under the awning, forces them away. Can't give the assistance to someone who we've said before, if you can deny that, but someone in them still continue to hold on to this.
And respawns are way too close for Florida Mayhem. I think Toronto have to give this one up, especially with that boop. There's no way that they're going to be able to contest here. And Florida Mayhem win this first fight, as Toronto Defiant need to just get out of dodge right here. And this is a hefty time bank that the Florida Mayhem are going to have to work with here. Coming up towards some key ultimates as well. EMP going to be that big one, but Toronto Defiant just a little bit ahead in terms of that ultimate charge. So this could be a good place for the Toronto Defiant to, you know, create a defense here, because they're going to be able to juggle this high ground with that D.Va in their back pocket.
And you can see Checkmate just slightly maneuvering out of the bottom left of the screen, waiting for another entry. Hydron sticking close though, maneuvering between the doorway. A couple of taps to dwindle the health value, looking to force out the recall early so they don't have that as an escape option. Now Crosshairs onto the supports, but doesn't want to risk going into the small room. Back to the payload and just falls back to this. It's just a constant maneuvering to find the most opportune space to take advantage of Mayhem, but they're not giving an open free space to do so.
Yeah, Checkmate goes down, was actually slept by Ultraviolet and assassinated by Speedily, so that's a pick that they get for absolutely free right now. Merit, though, takes down Speedily. Merit has been popping off.
Yeah.
This is not something that we saw a ton of in the group stage, but here, looks like they're playing incredible.
And look at the ultimate economy that Florida Mayhem are looking to lean into this. They've only forced out so far the Flux. You have now counteraction with both Ultraviolet and Sir Majet committing into this. Churong with that rally giving some extra reinforcement. RuPaul holding on to this amplification matrix because it's not an opportune time to do so, and Kaluj has to fall back again. There's been so much committed into this. Toronto Defiant still maintaining 2 to see if they desperately need to throw it into this, but this payload has been slowly but surely moving forward until an elimination comes out onto Merit. They're getting the health values low. Churong, by the skin of their teeth, survives because the assistance in the back, the immortality field no longer available, and that leaves them vulnerable.
Yeah, that was a huge anti-nade from Ultraviolet to start things off during that fight, getting into that back line, splashboarding it onto the rest of the team, and they were able to take down Merit. Checkmate has had a little bit of a hard time, as we're going to see the sleep dart replay here. I wonder how Checkmate ends up, like, falling here. Does he just...
What?
That That's nuts. That's absolutely disgusting from Ultraviolet. And also the sticky bombs next to the body instead of on it to make sure that the Sombra doesn't translocate out. Mwah, chef's kiss. Beautifully played.
Reaction times are on point today for moments like that. We need to see that continue to elevate from Toronto Defiant. Hack, though, comes in. Checkmate wants revenge, but there is assistance by Surmagen in the back, just looking to force back Checkmate. They get the elimination, and it's actually worth it to go back into this. They've not lost anything up front. Toronto Defiant are weathering the storm with 2 minutes and 20 to go.
And I think Checkmate needs to stop just going in by themselves into that backline. Majid and Ultraviolet have proven now that you have to respect their incoming damage. You cannot be as greedy as Checkmate has been. He's had this EMP for what feels like 2 minutes. They need to find a way to go in as a unit and dive into that backline with the EMP next.
Nice suppression for the moment. Ultraviolet hits a 3-player nade again, just buying more time. Hesitancy on entry. Ultraviolet now with a clean sightline, goes in for the nano, but Hydron gets instantly shut down. The rocket boosters are there from someone. EMP active, but Speedily still nanoed, playing back for the moment until they can recompose themselves to go back in. Focusing beam not up just yet as they drop down below to recover, since this payload is approaching this next checkpoint. The rally is active. The Kitsune rush alongside to counteract it in these final moments. But the Deadeye, you hear it in the back. Merit looking for an angle, forcing back Toronto Defiant to give just enough space for this final meter, as the Ant Matrix should be able to turn it on its head. The bash up front gets the extra damage to take down before the remake can even come through. Just over 60 seconds, and you have Florida Mayhem entering this final stretch with 2 minutes and 40 and a team kill.
Dude, I don't know how the supports of the Mayhem kept them alive. Chorong was so close to not being able to get that rally, but they were able to survive through the nano-boosted damage from that Echo, and then the ultimates from the Florida Mayhem supports completely turned that fight on its head. Now you see someone actually going back over to the Sigma. I love this decision because there was a self-destruct in their back pocket, but now they know they just want to match what Toronto Defiant is having. I think this is a great macro understanding of giving up a Diva Bomb for just a better matchup in the neutral.
Hydron can't quite land it to remove Checkmate from the equation. Still sticking close to the squad for the moment, hasn't deviated away from the group as it's sustainability for now. Florida now drawing back. They don't want to play too aggressively, but they actually managed to overwhelm Speedily because Speedily pressed too far forward. The damage is runneth over and they can't keep into the duplicate.
The duplicate gets no value right there. Florida Mayhem, their health bars are a little bit low. Someone getting low as well. Focusing beam potentially could be an option here, especially with that Discord. It could do a lot of damage, but he's healed back up. Majid as well. Immortality field is forced out. That's big.
Yep, they need to be extremely careful how this next few seconds will go from Mayhem playing forward. Ultraviolet does have the amplification matrix coming up shortly. Nice stun onto Kaluge. They get the hack, but the healers are keeping them topped up, and they commit it to sustain. And Hydron finds a big log onto Merit, right between the eyes, ripping the skull off the body. And now with only a minute and 15 seconds, there is going to be one last opportunity for Mayhem.
But Mayhem have so many ultimates to work with here, Rich. A treasure trove for them. Gravitic Flux is going to be available. EMP is going to be a big one as well, and that amplification matrix to create space. Toronto Defiant, though, have things to counter. Transcendence is very soon for Majid. Hydron's going to be able to use that Dragon Strike to counter out that Ant Matrix. This is possibly defendable by the Defiant here.
Checkmate looking for the best position. Dragon Strike comes out to cause division. Patience, landing to 3. Kaluge is the target, and they do get the shutdown. The whip shot comes in. Oh, and they push it, and you're going to have Florida Mayhem able to take this right out from underneath Toronto Defiant.
Checkmate EMP'd Kaluge out of Gravitic Flux. That was a perfectly placed EMP from Checkmate there as the Mayhem take a 2-0 lead, and it looks like it's just another day at the office for the Mayhem. They are looking crisp. They're looking clean. Everything seems to be working well for them. A well-oiled machine. Merit, I think, has really been a revelation. Yesterday and today, that map in particular, I think he was like 22 and like 4, something like incredible like that. Like, he has been on one and putting so much pressure onto Speedily in particular, because we know how good Speedily is, but if you're matching it on the other side with a really competent hit scan like Merit has been playing, like, that is something that is going to negate a lot of the value of what Speedily can bring to the table. This sleep was also very nuts by Ultraviolet.
The slow-mo, just taking a nap on the job, but as we can see, through perseverance and just perfect macro play. You touched on it too when it came to the tail end of it, understanding those really key adjustments that are necessary, sacrificing some things to gain the greater outcome. And now that we do see that it's on a match point, Florida Mayhem is ready to just take this third one, but there's a lot for Toronto Defiant to come back into this. They just have to take this moment to be able to breathe, build their morale, and come back with even more attacks. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back after this break. Welcome back as we're here to look at the miraculous play that is from Merit. We've seen on several occasions so far. It might even be the one to talk about for MVP as they want to work their way through their opponents to get even closer to that amazing Pro-Am award. As we take a look at the squads, Kenobi, no subs coming out in for this next map, but things are looking a little difficult to turn around here for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, but I mean, if there is a team that kind of can like reset themselves and with the coaching staff that they have, make this into a series, I think it is the Toronto Defiant. But the Mayhem, it feels like they're on another level. And one of the things that is really making them so much better than I think they were in like even the group stages where they were playing incredible is Merit's kind of ascension, right, in the playoffs. Because, I mean, remember last year on Sojourn, one of the statistically best Sojourns we had in the Overwatch League, but beyond like that, there wasn't like any other heroes that Merit was like particularly great at. It was a lot of just Sojourn. And the questions were like, when we move off of a Sojourn meta, is Merit going to be that same player? So far in this playoffs, he has been. He's been incredible so far, really stepping up to the plate where a lot of the time in the group stages, it was checkmate, it was someone. Now Merit kind of coming in as that third player really gives a secondary valve of pressure for the Mayhem to work with.
And in addition to not only just elevating their independent play, going outside of that comfort from what we've seen, it's also just the way that there is so much space and opportunity being granted to Merit from everyone else on the team. And all by those actions that they're each independently taking only further give that option for Merit to basically be able to perform at this level.
As we see the Mayhem coming in on the defensive end this time, Toronto Defiant sticking to their tried and true with the double flex support look, gonna be bringing in Speedily again. And Speedily, the thing about this support line that we have to talk about is that Speedily doesn't necessarily have like a true pocket, right? Yes, you have Kiriko that can kind of just shoot the Ofuda at there, and also Ultraviolet, who's very good at Ana, but with the pressure Merit has been putting down, they have to be really on their toes to make sure Speedily stays alive, as Merit's actually gonna be on the Widowmaker here, so that long-range potential is something that the Toronto Defiant have to respect.
And as the payload rounds this corner, nearing that open courtyard, there's a lot of angles to be taken on this flanking area. Hydron needs to be extremely careful, though, to see how they're going to be counteracted, potentially either by checkmate or Merit. Finding a shot just like that! And just shutting down Hydron, left vulnerable, and now going to play even more aggressively.
Yeah, and I mean, that without Hydron here in this fight, there's no way that Toronto Defiant can move forward because they've lost that ability to kind of poke and prod with that Mosquito on the side. And Merit, I mean, he's not really contested at all. Like, he's so far back in a lot of these scenarios because Toronto Defiant simply just can't get to him.
No, not at all. And Merit still planted at the moment, up top, uncontested. Once again, keeping a watchful eye for the flanking. As there is Hydron playing once again aggressively. The mine actually lands and causes some chip damage and still continues to play so far back.
Oh, and he's looking for a shot here. Oh, Majed and Speedily are so lucky those shots did not land.
Yep, they are grateful for that as we all took a brief moment of breath. And then we're able to exhale calmly shortly after, as Majed up top sticks close. There is quite a bit of distance gained here, though, because of how far back Florida Mayhem has been playing. They need to be extremely cognizant about how they play underneath this archway now. Someone leaning in, going toe-to-toe with Kaluja. Speedily gets the nano. Is there value that can be gained with it? But Merit opts for massive value with vision onto every one of the Toronto Defiant and continues to hold that archway in the back. Someone cleans up onto Speedily, and this is going to be a castle wall defense by Florida Mayhem, and somehow Toronto Defiant's gonna have to crack it.
Oh, Toronto Defiant need to get out. Nice pulse bomb from Hydron, but an even better immortality field from RuPaul there keeps them alive. Toronto Defiant still poking around this. Tsunaris is used on the high ground just to take it away.
Yeah, and seeing if they can maintain, but in the wings, Merit's gonna look for some shots, can't quite find a clean angle, gets a body, but not the takedown onto Speedily as the duplicate comes through. There's Hydron getting picked up again. It's just every time you step out of line and you are visible to Merit, they will 9 times out of 10 be able to land it, and continues to just put free damage. Can they get it before the rematch? The shot just goes wide.
I mean, no one's looking at Merit. Merit has just been uncontested this entire time. I don't even know if Merit's taken that much damage, really. Like, this has been a moment where Toronto Defiant are trying to just brute force their way in on the low ground and win the 4v5, but Florida Mayhem are playing around it so perfectly that it's so hard for Toronto Defiant to break that wall, and they only have a minute left, and they just have a nano boost. They use so much to try and win that and switch up their composition that now Florida Mayhem are sitting pretty here looking for that full hold.
And with these adjustments, oh my, yeah, remember how you talked about elevating gameplay and stepping away from the Sojourn? Yeah, this is it. This is it, Kenobi.
Oh, and Hydron just gets blown up as well. 40 seconds left for the Toronto Defiant. It feels like their chances of going forward in this bracket are slipping away a little bit right now. This is last fight territory. It's got to be off the back of Hydron with the Pulse Bomb, or this Nano has to get an insane amount of value.
And look at Speedily. They can't freely move out into the open airspace due to the ability that you've seen from Merit on multiple occasions. And the second that they press out, even if they don't get the immediate shot, you're going to take a number of bodies waiting patiently for that as they transition up to the high ground. The Infrasight available. Merit has full knowledge regardless of where they are. Ultraviolet waiting to use the nano boost. The dive in from Kalush. Little bit of separation. Can't quite get the healing onto him. Merit shuts him down. They can't chase it to get the nano onto Kalush. Everyone is getting picked. This is unbelievable play by Merit. The hit scan action is on point today.
I mean, that was an incredible defense. I really don't know if Merit took damage. I'm genuinely wondering.
Yeah.
I mean, his crit accuracy right now is 24%, which is like pretty good in terms of just Widowmaker in general, like getting those shots. It's 1 in every 4 shots. Like Merit's been, and to be fair to like the rest of the team, Merit didn't really get contested at all. Like Merit played PvE essentially, right? He's in Callum Dune or whatever a dungeon is in WoW, and he's just like fighting creeps. Like he didn't really have to do much except just sit there in the back and fire into the willing heads, I guess, of the Toronto Defiant.
And we have some additional stats for you, friends. Noah going to tell us that we have 0 deaths for Florida Mayhem on that defense. That is absolutely disgusting as we take the swamp of sides to see if Florida Mayhem can continue. But before we talk a little bit about what their comp is, we can take a look at that 2K replay from Merit on fire right now.
I mean, this also feels a little bit disjointed because like Kalush is like going into the high ground, then drops and can't get healed. Ultraviolet's there, and it's just, I mean, they were trying so hard to get to Merit that it fell apart a little bit at the end, and they looked a little bit frazzled on the Toronto Defiant side. I do want to shout out, while Merit's been playing really well, the supports from Chorong and RuPaul have actually been insane as well. Immortality fields are perfectly timed. The whip shots from Chorong being able to keep that Inspire proc going, like they didn't die, and that's indicative of how good the supports have been playing for the Florida Mayhem, and now they have an easy avenue to get into that final.
Well-oiled machine as they maneuver out for a hot moment and decide that there is a better outcome that can be played with the adjustments onto the D.Va and to the Cassidy to try and take this map.
Oh, and I like the decision here as well, because if you are playing against this like very heavy dive style that Toronto Defiant is playing, Widowmaker, especially on the offense, is going to have a lot of trouble. So putting Merit on that Cassidy offers you a little bit more survivability in these enclosed areas.
Hydron attempting with the Sombra play to bring value in the composition down below. Nice high ground advantage from Mayhem. They've completely removed Defiant on the defense. Little challenging here. The Suzu manages to get Kalush out of there. Beautiful timing by Majed. But this Immortality field has been spent by RuPaul, keeping them going. This aggression just continues to force them away, and they're making space for this payload to maneuver out into the courtyard just within the first 60 seconds.
I mean, they're just brute forcing their way in, and there's nothing really Kalush can do, because if the D.Va's in front of him just shooting him, he's taking so much damage, and there needs to be so many cooldowns committed just to keep him alive, and then Florida Mayhem can continue to just dive and dive with the pressure that they have that's constant.
Dire moments now for Toronto Defiant. Their continuation onto the grand finals is in these last few moments. 2 minutes and 30 to make it happen defensively. Hydron out in the open has been spy checked. They are removed from the equation for the time being. Ultraviolet with this nano could look to commit onto Kalush when in critical mass. As they lean into it, generating the primal rage, that's going to get the first elimination onto Florida Mayhem. And now they're able to snowball with this as the primal rage unleashed. The raging fists from Kalush now knocking so many away. And they're able to hold the line with just over 2 meters.
And Toronto Defiant are going to need to string together a couple more fights like that. Mayhem do have 4 ultimates coming into this, so it does look a little bit scary, but the biggest thing is that Hydron has the EMP, which is the great equalizer in terms of ultimates, because he can get onto that backline, potentially insta-kill someone. The biggest problem, though, is that Rally's on the other side, so if Chorong is able to get that Rally ticking beforehand, there might not be enough incoming damage to be able to get any of the members of the Florida Mayhem down.
And we've been able to see how substantial that few extra seconds can be to give protectiveness for your team. Hydron threading the needle has been sought out, getting some decent damage, but does have to force the translocate. Now, that buys a few seconds. Minute 25, speedily out in the open. The shield is committed. They had to protect them before they were able to be overrun. But now the EMP lands onto 2. Churong at least got the rally out, so there is still an accumulation of armor, but 2 are down. Stick on both ends. Ultraviolet eliminated, so it's all onto the Kiriko play. The Kitsune rush is being holstered, not wanting to commit it just yet until they absolutely need to, which this is the moment with 60 seconds now to deny this completion from Florida Mayhem.
What a clutch there from Speed, and a huge anti to start things off from Ultraviolet onto Merit. The anti comes in, Speed gets that kill, and then Speed sticks Chorong as well, so the rally gets absolutely no value, and the Mayhem would look like to be an easy, route to that grand final is now being stalled a little bit. Toronto Defiant don't have anything to work with though, and Checkmate has switched on over to that Reaper just to make Kaluja's life even more miserable than it feels like it has been.
And we'll see if that adjustment lays Toronto Defiant to rest, ending their progression throughout this bracket phase. Hacked is active onto Merit, having the Deadeye looking to zone back Toronto Defiant, but waiting until there is an opening to do so and gain maximum value just under 2 meters. Toronto Defiant has to contest and commit into this. The Nano Boost is active once again with Kaluj diving into the back. The Heinun going to be blocked for the moment by the shield, but there's far too much damage, and they actually overwhelm Kaluj. They're unable to get to the Primal Rage in time. Speedily, once again, needs to find a clutch pulse bomb, but goes awry. It's left in the wayside. They're unable to survive into this, and Florida Mayhem, another 3-0, continues to move on and find themselves now in the grand finals.
This team, man, this team is not to be trifled with. We talked about how, this was going to be like the first test that the Mayhem had, and Mayhem aced it. Full A+. They did not skip a singular beat against a very, very good Toronto Defiant team. Let's not stand on ceremony. This Mayhem team, though, looks like they're firing on all cylinders throughout the entirety of this Pro-Am. First in their group, coming through, beating London 3-0, beating Toronto Defiant 3-0. And if I'm on the other side of the bracket, I'm a bit worried about having to face the Florida Mayhem in the grand finals.
Yep, because at this point now you're questioning, what is the kryptonite? Is there anything that can actually weaken this team? Again, accumulatively, over every map they've played, they've lost 1. That's it in that group stage before
to the shock,
entering
by
into
the
this.
way.
Yeah, to the shock on King's Row. That was the only thing that they have shown somewhat of weakness here, and it's absolutely stellar to see what they've been able to do, and again, find themselves in the grand final. So hats off to them, but you can't go without acknowledging a lot of what Toronto Defiant has been able to get to this point. As we are now entering with the player of the match, we have confirmation that it's going to be Merit. And why are we're not surprised, Kenobi?
I don't think
why
it
would
could
we
have been
not
anyone
be?
else. I don't think it could have been anyone else. I mean, the way that they were able to just have Merit specifically just be a focus onto Speedily, like Speedily is so good at Echo, but again, without that true pocket, it's hard to make it work, especially when someone like Merit is playing to the level that they were specifically in this matchup. I mean, some of these Widow shots as well didn't die at all. Merit looks like they are a great centerpiece of this team. When there were questions going into it, all of them have been answered, I feel like.
Yeah, it's just wonderful performance all around from Merit, and no question, as we mentioned, as we take a look at the stats here to see the outcome. Again, cross the board contribution, eliminations, deaths, just under 5 per 10. There is a lot of consequences that come through overarching across the board, but when we at least talk about specifically Rialto, they were, as you mentioned, playing a PvE game, it felt like, just with free sightlines down the shooting range.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we look at this Florida Mayhem team, it was nice to see them play kind of a stylistic difference to what they were used to. Like, we see a lot of that Winston play, but someone didn't play like a ton of Winston. It was a lot of Diva. There was some Sigma involved. So it's nice to see that the Florida Mayhem can swap around their stylistic of compositions and still kind of keep that high tempo-ness in all of it, right? They still have that same ability to just, like, on the drop of a dime, instantly dive onto someone, get those kills, but they can also play a little bit more patient. They can play play a pokey style. So the fact that this Mayhem team, like you mentioned, doesn't seem like it has any kryptonite is very scary going into the Overwatch League proper and when we go into the grand finals.
And with that completion here for this series, we still have one more semifinals match ahead. We're also going to be able to have a moment to talk with the Desk because they were looking for map 5ers, a lot more competitive. It's a 3-0, friends. We didn't expect any of that, and I'm curious to see what they're going to say, so don't go anywhere because I'm just waiting what the outcome of that conversation is going to be.
Now you gotta make sure to gear up on all your favorite OWL gear before opening weekend. The revamped 2023 team jerseys are here, so head on over to our store. You just got a quick glimpse on one of them, and there is a lot of great new looks for all of our teams. So make sure to grab yours right now before the season starts, since you wanna rock up in style, right? I do. Gonna cop them all. That's right. That's right. Now, Danny, Necro, we talked a lot about testing the Mayhem here and there and yada, yada, yada. All right, that was a test. Danny, have they passed?
That was definitely a test. Yeah, and the final verdict is Florida Mayhem is really good. They are sort of unstoppable. I think if you're the Glads in Houston, I think you guys better gear up because it's going to be a crazy match. They are looking fantastic. Like, you know, we were saying that, you know, they're an aggressive dive sort of team, but, you know, that's not only their forte. They got so much more, and we've seen that time and time again when they went up against the Toronto Defiant. Like, I don't know, just everyone on their team, of course, someone, we talked a lot about someone, even their backlines, like Chorong and Rupal did so much for the team, and we can't forget about their DPS lineup, right? Merit on whether it was the Cassidy or at the very end when he switched over to Widow, he made so much impact, and checkmate on that Tracer was just too much for the Toronto Defiant.
Necra, I want to pick your brain here, looking at the compositions we saw there from the Mayhem. I think a lot of teams would think, okay, if we can shut down their dive, if we can bring them to a map, such as they did on Blizzard World with Toronto, then maybe we can shut them down. But then Mayhem rocks up looking very confident in the Sigma comp. They're also on Rialto, like busted at the Diva comp. Not even a problem.
Yeah, so we actually got a chance to see... Did you feel like they were as good on dive, on those other comps as they were on dive? I'm looking back at some of the notes that I have from the qualifiers because I feel like that's really where we started to see a little bit maybe of Florida Mayhem trying to break out of the mold of what we know of them. And they played a little bit of Ramatra Brawl here and there. We didn't maybe see a little bit of Doom or the Sigma, but it really wasn't until this particular match where, you know, we've been memeing about it a lot. Yes, testing the Mayhem, like, are they going to play like a really good team finally that really pushes them to their limits? And I think when we were all looking at that, we were talking about, you know, is there a team that already stands out as being just like a cream of the crop, excellent? Toronto Defiant fits that bill, and it's just honestly super excellent and like very pleasantly surprising to see just how good Florida Mayhem really are leading into the start of the season, because their dive, we've already known, looks great. Someone's Winston last season was amazing, but even looking back at historically how the Mayhem have played around him as a tank, you've got great Junker Queen, like super aggressive Junker Queen that we saw come out from the Florida Mayhem. The Ramatra Brawl has looked good. Sigma has been amazing. All of the above. I'm scared now. If I were any team in the Overwatch League, I would be incredibly scared. I don't know what Albert's cooking up with the Florida Mayhem right now, but whatever he's feeding them, keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
Cooking. Oh, yeah,
whatever diet they're on, it is working well. Now, of course, we did sing a lot of praise to the main tanks in those matches, but behind every great main tank is a great support line, and we got one half of the support line standing by for winners interview. So, Danny, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. All right, let's do a quick mic check. Hi, Chorong, can you hear me? 초록 선수 들리시나요?
Yep, 잘 들립니다.
All right, Chorong says he could definitely hear me. Great, all right, let's just start off this interview by asking this specific match. Because this was the semifinals and, of course, single elimination match. How did you guys prepare for your semifinals match against the Toronto Defiant? 자, 오늘 인터뷰 시작을 일단 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 당연히 오늘 경기가 준결승전이기도 하고 또 굉장히 잘하는 팀 중에 하나인 토론토와의 경기였는데 생각보다 굉장히 쉽게 승리를 이루시게 되셨습니다. 어떻게 좀 준비를 하셨나요?
저희가 남들이 안 하는 조합을 먼저 선보여서 되게 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요. 카운터를 되게 쉽게 칠 수 있었다.
Alright, I think the key to our victory was definitely using a comp that a lot of people haven't seen. It's a unique comp that only Florida Mayhem have been using, and I think it was because of that it was sort of easier for us to counter the Toronto Defiant. I want to follow up quickly on that. So when you say, you know, it's a unique comp for Florida Mayhem, what do you mean? What was specifically what was so, I guess, new in terms of the composition? 자, 방금 말씀하신 대로 총 선수가 어떻게 보면 이제 플로리다만의 좀 어떻게 좀 유니크한 아니면 좀 이제 한 번도 보여지지 않은 조합이라고 말씀을 하셨는데 그거에 대해서 조금만 좀 디테일을 주실 수 있을까 여쭤봐도 될까요?
디테일을 브리기테가 남들은 지금 약간 성능이 좀 밸류가 많이 안 좋다 생각하고 많이들 안 하는데 어떻게 할지 연구를 해서 그 게임에서 보여주는 것 같습니다.
I think the big part when I say that, you know, it's sort of a newer comp for the Florida Mayhem is the Brig that we've been playing. You know, people sort of say that right now in the current meta, Brig isn't, you know, doesn't provide a lot and it doesn't have a lot of value. But we really took the time to study on what Brig could bring to a competition, and I think we utilized that very well for our success. All right, thank you for answering that question, Chorong. All right, I'm gonna move on to my last question, Chorong. Of course, I do feel like, well, not feel like, sorry. You know, throughout the whole Pro-Am tournament, you guys have been just fantastic. You guys have been winning every single match, and I think I've heard that you guys only dropped one map total throughout the whole Pro-Am, and that was against the San Francisco show. So I want to ask you, what makes Florida Mayhem so good in the Pro-Am tournament? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 초롱 선수, 이번 토너먼트에서 제가 또 기억상으로 센쇼에게 맵 하나를 패배를 한 거 말고는 단 한 맵도 지지 않고 전승을 한 지금 플로리다 메이햄 팀인데요. 지금 현 프로엠 토너먼트에서 이렇게 잘할 수 있는 비결이 있다면 뭐일까요?
저는 생각외로 외국인들과 같이 꾸려지면은 되게 소통이 원활하다? 제가 생각하기에는 한국인이 다 모여있다기보다는 믹스로 해버리면은 되게 저는 더 편하다? 소통이 더 잘 되는 것 같아요.
Okay. 알겠습니다. 자, all right. So Chorong says that, you know, I think one of the keys to our victories, or why we're so dominant in Pro-Am, is because we're a mixed roster. Contrary to what a lot of people believe, I personally think, or Chorong says that he personally believes that it's easier for him to sort of communicate and feel a lot easier to play games when it's a mixed roster compared to a full Korean roster. That's a very interesting take. Chorong, thank you so much for the time and thank you so much for the interview, and we will be seeing you in the finals. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 초롱 선수 감사드리면서 결승전에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Chorong. Congratulations to Chorong and, of course, the entirety of the Florida Mayhem. A well-deserved victory. What a run so far they've had in our Pro-Am tournament, dropping only one map at the very beginning of the Pro-Am group stages against San Francisco Shock, as Rich Rat and Kenobi already talked about at the very end of this match. Also, Danny, I love the answer there at the end. We're a mixed roster. That gives them strength. That I love that. It's usually we only hear the opposite of that. So this is great to hear. I love that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's interesting that like he thinks that he feels more comfortable, you know, in a mixed roster. I think that's a very fresh take on like sort of that comms issue kind of thing.
It really is. And now let's take a look at our schedule with the first semifinal match in the books. We have one more coming up for you. LA Gladiators going up against the Houston Outlaws. Liz said it yesterday in her video. We're going to see some bird-on-bird action, or violence, I believe is what she said. Not action, just violence. And I'm here for it. I mean, Pelican and friends will go up against the Gladiators. This is going to be a good one, guys.
This is, I mean, Houston Outlaws. I've talked about this team so much, but I mean, there's always to talk about this team. Like I've said all throughout the tournament, they're just all around such a great team. You know, they got so many great players on every role, and even, you know, when situations in a less favorable situations, they're able to turn that fight around. Just, you know, whether it's mechanics plus their coordination as well. So I think that's what makes Houston Outlaws right now so good.
I know, but looking at the Los Angeles Gladiators, I feel like they took the entire Pro-Am by storm yesterday, taking down the behemoths of the Atlanta Reign, and we're going to see them start off with a roster for this match that comes to no surprise, always liking to try to slot Funny Astro in at the very beginning to be able to play that Lucio, but it was really the DPS lineup that shined yesterday. Kevster and Kai just playing on such another level. And I think it was really nice to be able to see them get the opportunity to be able to do that based on the space that Dante was creating, and of course the support that both Babel, Lastro, and Funny Astro were giving in the backline.
Yeah, speaking of supports, this is the last chance to pick up your team support bundle. Here you're going to see the Gladiator support bundle. You can get Kiriko, Anna, and Baptiste, and of course also a weapon charm in your favorite team skin. Do so before April 11th. Looking good in purple. Also, I love the storylines coming into this. It's always fun to see players going up against either former teammates or just the former teams. We love to, like, you know, paint it like an absolute grudge match. Most of the times the players couldn't care less. But Dante did mention it yesterday in his post-game interview. He said it would be fun to go up against the Outlaws here. So, yeah, I am excited for this one. It is now time to take a look at our predictions to see who we got for the match. I believe if I remember all of our brackets correct, which are already in shambles and, like, on fire.
What brackets?
All of us, what was that? Brackets. I think all of us had the Outlaws making it all the way through, so I'm gonna ride it out, you know, and I think they're still gonna be a safe pick. Currently undefeated, not that that means anything, but still, I think they've just shown us a lot of versatility and just individual skill on such a high level. I have a lot of faith in that team. I do not think that's going to be a close one either. I made it a 3-1. But I am open to be pleasantly surprised, of course, by the Gladiators. Danny, what you got for us?
After watching Gladiators, I was like, damn, do I go for the Gladiators? Because Kevster Kai looked so good, but I also went with the Houston Outlaws, but I think it's going to be a closer one. I don't think it's going to be a beatdown from any sides. And the main reason why I went with Houston Outlaws was because Shu, after the match, the post interview, he said he wants to write easy on the in-game chat, so I want to see Shu writing that.
I do too. I really want to see that happen now. So I too have the Houston Outlaws winning out this match. I'm going to stick to my original prediction that I put through for the fantasy bracket. Also made it a close one, but you know what? I gotta give some credit to the Gladiators here, since we've already given so much credit to the Outlaws. The Gladiators did play a lot of Brigitte yesterday, and I wonder if there is a way that ends up throwing a wrench into Houston's plans, because it definitely just did to Toronto. So I can't wait to see if that's something else that the Gladiators pull out, and I know they've got some other tricks up there.
Yeah, they might. So, and there's once again only one way to find out, and that is, of course, by getting the game on its merry way. And you know what? We have a great duo to bring you all the action, because it seems like they're the opposite of a caster curse. They just somehow make every match they cast go to map number 5. So maybe we're in for a treat again as we're sending it over to Rich Rat and Kenobi.
Yeah, thank you for that one. At this point, we weren't able to do so for the first series, but hopefully we can do it for this one, because yesterday you and I, Kenobi, were able to go to 10 maps with at least these series specifically for these two, and now we're entering to see them battle against one another and could be seeing another map 5. And I'm pretty joyful at how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, we'll put some of our caster cursing ether and aura into the universe to try and get this one to 5, so don't you worry. I mean, this is interesting in a matchup because we do have that storyline about the fact that Dante is playing against their old team, but also Gladiators, by all accounts, it felt like, really shouldn't have been here. Obviously, the Scrimbuck stock exchange completely shattered yesterday. Everyone thought this was a very easy Atlanta win, but Gladiators really came to play yesterday, and off the back of Kepster and Kai, but also I think Dante deserves a lot of credit in terms of how he was able to play. A lot of questions came in about their ability to play Winston, about their ability to be a solo tank, and while maybe the mechanics aren't there to match up against someone like yesterday we saw like on Donghack or Hawk, the brain is still there, but this is an entirely different beast. Dante is playing against the greatest Winston of all time right now in Fearless, and this matchup is unlike anything that the Gladiators have seen yet. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup to look at, and we already see Pelican out on their signature Echo. We saw this in our previous series, where on the other end, the Casty was able to get a lot of value against the Echo in the air, so Kai is going to be looking to put that pressure onto the Echo.
Yeah, and I'm also really looking forward to seeing how that matchup for Dante to Fearless is going to be, just because when you're looking at it in the faces, you can see Kai getting happy up on the high ground, and Glad's out the gate saying, we are here to stay, and we're going to prove everyone wrong.
I mean, I wonder if they even thought that that was a possibility, that Happy could die there, but one click from Kai, which is something that we saw yesterday. There are times where this DPS duo will just win fights outright by just their raw mechanical skill. A nice ante from Babel comes in to stop Houston Outlaws from growing aggressively again, and Fearless is already getting extremely low.
Yeah, heavily punished now. The barrier is gone. There's no jump just yet, waiting for it to come off a cooldown as Pelican is nearby. resetting to look for a flanking angle, forcing Glads just outside of the point. Contest available as you've got Pelican taking this flanking angle. Dante gets hit by the Bionade, but they're still able to work through and persevere underneath that archway.
Now, Kai is able to take down Happy again, and Pelican at this point, like, just isn't getting as much pressure as I think they would like. Kai has been doing so much in terms of just that ability to continuously put out that pressure, right? Pelican, a lot of it comes from that burst. Yes, you have some spam, but it's a lot about that burst combo, and you can see Fearless, whenever they're entering into these fights, they're already half health because the DPS are just doing so much work. Look at him again. He has to jump out.
Yeah, it's always on a defensive mentality, leading in now finally to try and take two, but the nade does land. Nano isn't going to amplify just enough, as you do have both Happy and Pelican sweeping in to give the extra necessary damage to take down two.
And that's kind of when you just have to take on the chin if you're the Gladiators there. That was a nanoed monkey. Yes, you could have committed some sort of ultimates to kind of win that one back, and Kevster did throw out Pulse Bomb, but it's not too bad of a macro loss for them because now they can come in with their own nano boost. They will have to deal with quite a bit from the Houston Outlaws side. The rally is going to make it a little bit difficult for Dante to get a lot of value with this primal because of that healing, but one of the things you can do is juggle the Brigitte potentially away from the rest of the team, and then Kevster and Kai can pounce.
Pulse Bomb does stick, managing to get Astro. Fearless also follows through. Outlaw's going to make quick work of this second engage, and the Nano Boost really didn't give much value to Kai in the long run.
Yeah, and Dante also Primal Rage during this fight. So when we talked about kind of coming back into this from a macro perspective, Houston Outlaws use a lot, but also the Glads did as well. So now we're much more in the neutral. Pelican's got a duplicate too, so that's going to make it even harder for the Gladiators to enter here. They do have a sound barrier to tempo out, but because of the fact that Pelican's got a dupe, well, if Happy's dead, that makes this way harder than it is. So Gladiators now have an advantage to go forward.
And it's like deja vu from the initial fight when you had Kai take down Happy again. That's going to lean into this very favorable, playing close to that pillar. You even have that nade potentially going to draw them back to not be clipped by it, and they can get even closer to this 99.
And now this Hainu's going to get a lot of value right here where it is because you can just zone off members, and Pelican might have to just use dupe, but a nade comes in huge from Babel, and the flank is going to work perfectly for the Glads.
Yep, great synergy allowing them to take this, and things get really dire right now because of how forward you're going to have Glads play.
And look at how, I love how aggressive they're being too. They're trying to get these picks off the back end. Dante goes a little bit too aggressive though. That's flying way too close to the sun. Icarus style right there. And now Houston Outlaws can aggress.
Yep, and it gives them a chance to swap this back, but still at a 90+%, ultimates are going to come back online for Gladiators, and there's a lot of tension and pressure on the shoulders of the Outlaws to take this as they reach the overtime. Babel goes down, and that's going to lean heavily as they only look to commit this duplicate for now. They actually have the Nano as well onto Fearless, and they're struggling to get these final pickups until both Dante and Kai go back to spawn.
But it's totally fine for them because if the Houston Outlaws in this next fight, they do have a Brigitte rally to work with. The thing about it is that the scariest part is that Kevster's coming in with Pulse Bomb. If Kevster can somehow find Violet during that rally, the fight completely ends for the Houston Outlaws. So that's something you got to be looking out for. And with Gladiators, they can also aggress and take a lot of space with Nano Dante going forward.
Happy looking to try and get the better end first before Kevster can do so. What a shutdown onto Babel. The Nano Boost still able to be active for this engagement to lean in for this final fight as they are just approaching the 99. Happy on the outskirts though, dashing rapidly through the architecture. They need to get back to contest. They keep it into the overtime, but Glads are going to look for one last regroup to see if they can turn this back over with this lead in from Fearless too.
And I don't even know if they have the damage. I mean, the high noon is here from Kai trying to just zone, but actually doesn't manage to find anything. They do find the backline. She was taken down by Mega Grenade.
Oh, you have now the return with the Primal Rage. A sleep attempted, but instantly broken. Glad's going to be reduced to nothing as Outlaws in this initial round. Well, actually, Funny Astro and Kevster are holding on to this. They're looking to swap it back, and Outlaws at this point are going to be the ones that have to scramble, and they don't take it. What just happened?
Astro's insane. Astro is absolutely insane. The fact that he booped in Fearless while he was in Primal into the pit and just won that fight completely for the Glads. Glads, without that, no way they win. There's absolutely no way, but somehow, some way, which is how the Glads have gotten to this point, when the fights are devolved, when they kind of can just go mano-y-mano, as you'll see with this boop right here. I mean, this wins them the round. 100% wins them the round right here.
The timing, the angle, just perfection as they will be knocked into their doom. The darkness overwhelms them, and that allows a first round victory as we enter into the second.
I mean, this is the thing about this Gladiators team, right, that I was talking about, where it's like when you get into these like very devolved, chaotic fights, the mechanical skill of the Gladiators is so good, especially with all of their players, that they can just mechanically win fights like that. Kai and Kevster did it yesterday. Dante has sometimes done it. Now we're seeing Funny Astro on their patented Lucio win a fight just off the virtue of their mechanical skill. As we go into this map, Happy is getting pressured out here, which is what I like, actually. Dante taking the space away off the high ground, so that way Happy can't just stand on Ceremony and free fire into the team.
Yeah, because we've seen what this Ashe play can do on the high ground, just free farming, and they eliminate Happy because Kai gets some follow-up, and Dante continues to divert between these two high ground balconies, completely taking control of the space.
Dude, look at the movement from Dante. Dante's just jumping everywhere, and this is something that the Outlaws aren't really used to, because the Outlaws are usually the ones who are always moving first, being the aggressors, but the Gladiators are kind of fighting them on their own territory, and it's working for a little bit, but unfortunately, eventually, the DPS of the Houston Outlaws put that to bed.
Yep, not going to commit the Primal. They've gained a decent percentage. There's rotation now from Outlaws, as it will be an opportunity for Glads to stabilize and come back in and see what they can do with this now that they've got quite a bit of ultimates going to be online soon.
Dante has Primal extremely fast here.
Yeah.
I don't think that's something that the Outlaws might necessarily know is going to be happening, so you can get incredibly aggressive if you're Dante in this scenario. Houston Outlaws, though, coming up towards two key support ultimates that are going to be very impactful, bringing in that nano and also the rally to potentially negate the incoming damage from the LA Gladiators.
Dante had to force it, was so low on this Winston play, and because they have that saving grace, that aggression, as you mentioned, continues to pursue down below, but a sleep hits them, while Babel underneath continues to keep this team flowing. And you've got Dante now with the nano boost afterwards. Kevster finds a pulse bomb onto Happy in the wings, and that will be a chance now for Gladiators to focus up, cycle back, and get to the point, swapping it away. The juggle continues, though, from Fearless, and Kai doesn't have a parachute on the way down. They might have given it over for a moment, but Houston keeps it going.
That's classic Fearless right there. I don't think Kai touched the ground until he was literally off the map. That was an insane juggle from Fearless. Lot committed, though, by the Outlaws to win that fight. They are taking up that percentage a little bit higher than the LA Gladiators right here, but there is going to be that rally for Funny Astro. So there is going to be a point at this fight where there is going to be that rally armor ticking up. It's going to be on Happy here to try and get this Bob and be able to make this a 6v5 to match some of the sustainability Gladiators going to have.
Yep. Nice whip shot, denying Dante's entry, where there's been much success prior. Fearless gets at least one, even exchange though 1-for-1 with Happy gone. They don't really have Bob to contribute into this and have to wait until they can regroup, but Fearless still being very aware of the positioning to keep this contested, as you do have both supports rotate from Gladiators onto it, surrounding Fearless, jumping up top, and now with Pelican attempting a pulse bomb, it goes wide. They don't get the numbers advantage here, and this is becoming challenging as both Anna's eliminated. Happy with Bob gives the extra assistance, and they're climbing still with percentage.
Yeah, and Gladiators have to get out of dodge because they're going to get one singular last fight here. Kevster's going to have the Pulse Bomb available to them, and Nano is going to be available for Dante as well as the Primal Rage. So the sustainability is there from the Gladiators to try and reel this one back, but Outlaws are in such a good position right now. They have to be careful of where Happy is.
Overtime triggered. Happy on the cross side from the Lighthouse. Different angle that they're taking with the coverage from Fearless. Now with Kevster looking to swap it back. They look to bamboozle Outlaws for the moment. Fearless is nano boosted but slept, so it won't get any value. They take this back. Violet's been pulsed, and Glad's in a good spot.
Yeah, Glad's though, I mean, the thing about this is they commit two ultimates. They actually layer the nano on top of the Primal Rage because Dante was 1 health, and I think that there was just a little bit of miscommunication, so probably wanting that one back coming into this next fight as Houston Outlaws will return. Happy is going on to the Cassidy themselves to offer just a little bit more of that brawl potential against the Winston because Dante has kind of just sat in the face of the supports right now, and they can't really do anything unless they have any of their cooldowns to like sleep or whip shot away.
Kai in the back, looking for that Deadeye opportunity when they move out to zone them away. The first initial jump from Fearless. Big Bionate onto Funny Astro. There is a quick Peacemaker fan the hammer onto that to see if they can get any value onto it, but Dante's eliminated. Pulse Bomb comes in. Pelican doing work right now on this Tracer play to swap it back. It's going to be extremely difficult to get back to even contest this. No one is here to touch it. The numbers are far too few in between, and this will be Outlaws able to take this second round and bring it into a third.
And that fight was all off the back of Shu hitting that huge anti-nade onto Funny Astro, so that Babel had to commit the nade of his own to heal up Funny Astro and didn't have it to heal up Dante, and that's exactly when the Houston Outlaws pounced onto Dante, took them down, and once the tank is gone in these scenarios, it's basically a done deal, especially if you have a 5v4 advantage, as we have a 1-1 score here on submaps. Maybe we have, Rich, done our thing and we've put map 5 Ether into the world, you know, maybe we're doing it.
Oogity boogity. Oogity boogity. Just let's make it happen.
That's not our call. Please, no, can we?
It's not our call. I don't know. It could be. But we're gonna talk
5 like 3 times in the mirror. You know, like
we could. It's like Beetlejuice. But we're gonna look at the replay though as we banter amongst it with Pelican. Just again, cleaning up on this Tracer, getting so much value here towards the tail end of this to swap it back, leading it back into their favor, and not feeling uncomfortable at all. But back to our conversation, I really do think that we should say it 3 times. I'm pretty sure that that's the go-to.
Okay, map 5, map 5,
map 5,
map 5,
map 5. I have to say it again, map 5. Now I did it.
We
Okay.
got it.
We got it.
You're welcome, chat. Anyway,
Yes.
as we see Houston Outlaws go into this map in particular, you see Pelican is back on that Tracer, which is, I think, much better than what we saw from Happy specifically. So this dive is much more standard to what the Houston Outlaws is used to running here, where you have this fighter pilot formation of Pelican, Happy, and Fearless to just go on one of the backline members.
Looking to see what their maneuverability is. As fighter pilots with Pelican rounding the ramp, has to force the recall, needs to allow them to play a little bit more defensively here since they have no ability to get out outside of the dashes, but with a mega pack near, it gives them a chance to recontest onto this point, but it's Gladiators still managing to work their way through this, keep composure, and take the fight.
And this is one of the things that if you can do against the Houston Outlaws, you can win a lot of these matchups. If you can just weather the storm. Babel spent that entire fight under like 75 health, but the peel was there. It was perfectly played. The cooldown management was perfect as well. The bubble from Dante to keep them alive. Also, the nade was perfectly placed from Babel. The boost from Funny Astro. If you can weather the storm of the initial dive from the Outlaws, you can just go back in and recontest, because a lot of what the Outlaws do is just go in once and kill someone. But if they can't do that, the mid fight is where the Gladiators can survive a lot more.
And we've seen that consistently from them, their ability to just maintain so much mental focus through those intense actions is so critical and vital to their success. As the nano boost now comes out from Babel, you've got the pulse bomb onto 2. Pelican comes way too close for comfort, says, "Are you okay, Fearless? Are you okay?" And then falls alongside them.
Minesweeper. But Pelican's like, "No, is this a 3? Is just a 1?" Oh, and then he just ends up going.
Yo,
down
I
to
was
that
so
pulse
good
bomb.
at that game, by the way.
I was so bad. I don't even know how it works still. I just saw a TikTok once that said 3 and 1. So anyways.
All right. As we now look to the next engagement, 50+% here for Glads, wanting to close out this map of control. Happy in the wings, looks for the hack, diving with Fearless. Their health values are very low, and you even have the Primal Rage committed into this, and slept, but is broken to dive away to restructure how they want to enter back into this, and Glads are actually pretty happy about this, and they get both supports.
Yeah, and I mean, that was actually really well played. Pelican is going to take down Kai, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Fearless is so low, and the supports just aren't here for the Outlaws. Gladiators played that so perfectly well. Again, the peel that they give to Funny Astro is impeccable, because Funny Astro doesn't die. He can come back in and tempo beat, and now Houston Outlaws, looking at the end here. Oh, Happy, you can't do that against Kai! You know you can't do that against Kai!
You can see the facial reaction. Yeah, you just see Happy and Cam just like, "Oh, come on, really? You should know that."
I mean, he doesn't have EMP now. He doesn't have EMP.
5%. The time is dwindling. Someone's got to touch. They get onto it, but Pelican has lost the recall again, only being even more vulnerable. The dive in the back with the nano from Fearless. They are on a desperate lifeline to keep this in their favor. There is an EMP that does clip 1. Dante couldn't get that Primal Rage out, so there is a massive opportunity of return on this, and you have Houston Outlaws by the skin of their teeth able to swap it back.
Yeah, very lucky that they were still able to kind of juggle that point and keep it so that Happy could come back with that EMP. But Gladiators, I mean, they're totally fine taking that fight, right? Houston used 3 ultimates. Both their support ultimates are out. Nano's going to be available for Babel that he can just throw onto Kai or Dante and just get them to brute force their way onto this point, because it's last fight territory for them.
There's a great opportunity with the ultimate economy for Gladiators. A couple in sight. Pelican really being the only one actually that is able to contribute something if they can get it in time. Hack onto Dante, forces out the Primal Rage the second that it dissipates.
Oh, he found Happy.
Yep, knocking him away. You not in this fight, Happy. It's not gonna feel happy. It's gonna feel really, really sad as Kevster gets 2. Fearless and Violet gone. Gladiator is able to come back in this despite the attempts from Outlaws, and they will strip away this map 1, and Kevster just wants to put salt in the wound.
They love the C9s. I mean, yesterday we saw Kevster hit C9 or type C9 during an overtime fight in map 5. Insanity from Kevster right there. But hey, if you're playing as well as he is, you know, do whatever you want at that point. I think that the Gladiators, I think now we can kind of cement this as a little bit of a Cinderella run for them, right? Like, I think that in true March Madness fashion, not regardless if they even get to like the grand finals and win this series, the fact that they were able to beat Atlanta, the fact that they're playing close to Houston, one of the best teams that we have. I mean, there was a lot of talk about this Gladiators team and the Scrimbucks and everything about it, but when you've got a collection of players who are this talented and now they seem to be clicking on all cylinders, like even what we talked about on Ilios, the fact that like Babel could stay alive against a dive of Happy, Pelican, and Fearless is insanity to me. That just proves how cohesive this unit is and how much they seem to trust in each other.
Yeah, and what Kevster's been able to do over the course of this to continue elevating the team, and even here moments like those have really changed the outcome, the tempo, control, the stride of these fights, and I cannot wait to see how this next map is going to unfold with them. But as we've completed this first one, again, hoping, we're knocking on wood, we're saying our little chant, we're looking for more maps to go just past these initial 3, and I think these two teams are going to be willing to give us that. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we'll be back with the next map in just a moment.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. That is it.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
That sign just looks so glorious, Kenobi, as we're back here. I know, it really is. As we're back now to continue moving forward, we know what the next map is going to be, and we've got some adjustments coming in to see if we can have some different outcomes here. We've already, I think, been a little bit surprised at the fact that map 1 goes in favor of Gladiators, but, you know, we're going to take a look at some adjustments that they want to actually have going into this next one of Blizzard World.
Yeah, Lastro coming in makes sense, but Yaki is someone we haven't seen since the group stages, and coming in for Kai, who, it's interesting to me because Kai has been playing so well, but as we're going to be going on to Blizzard World, this opens up an opportunity for Yaki to play in Echo if it's something that they want to, you know, try out, opt in for. Yaki's Tracer is also something that we've kind of only seen from him so far when he's been in the lineup. So for the Gladiators, feels like they have something ready and planned for Blizzard World. And I mean, I'm not shocked Houston Outlaws are on this map because you have one of the best backlines in the league in Shu and Violet, and if they can play those long range, you know, your Anas and your Zens, even the Brigitte has kind of looked really good from Violet. This feels like a map that's perfectly made for them.
Yeah. And we'll be able to see if they make it a 1-to-1 score or Gladiators are able to outmatch them with these adjustments in the roster to see if they can lean into those alternative strengths. And just like you specifically mentioned with the adjustment of Kai, because they have been playing so well. And Yaki, now we get them on the main stage here towards this bracket segment of this remaining day for the Pro-Am. And we're going to actually have Outlaws on the attack first with Glads on the defense.
Okay, this is just a troll. Yeah, okay.
Kevster, we get you, Kevster. We get you, Kevster. You just having a good old time. I was also going to say, maybe Kevster just has, like, a deck on the side that automatically types in C9. Like, they don't even have to, like, push enter.
No, he's got enough APM. He's got enough APM to do it.
That's true. That's true.
He's got enough APM to be able to do it in match chat whenever they would like to be doing it. But interestingly enough, Yaki's going to be on the Sombra, so it feels like this is Gladiators throwing down a little bit of a gauntlet, like to Houston Outlaws, saying like, hey, if you want to play this very aggressive, high-tempo style with the Sombra and the Tracer like we've known them to do on this map, then we're going to try and match it the best that we can here, as Yaki already poking and looking for some information. We do have Violet on the Brigitte again, so not opting in for the Zenyatta on the offensive side, bringing in that Brig to be able to get those whip shots and help out Pelican a little bit in that 1v1.
Yeah, versus the Zen or other options to help increase the damage. There is a nice hack into the back, though, onto Shu. Easy translocate out here from Yaki to regroup with the squad, as Dante looks to play off-center for the moment until regrouping with the team. Happy looking for an angle to get a couple of decent shots, just eludes the nade before getting delve onto, so it's not as optimal for this engagement from Glads. Yaki being very dangerously low, gets 2 and actually gets out scot-free here.
Everyone's getting out scot-free. I mean, look at the health bars of the LA Gladiators during that fight. And, I mean, the counter dive was so well played from them. Houston Outlaws, they saw that Yaki had translocated away, and they're like, okay, we're going to try and dive onto that high ground and see if we can do anything. But Gladiators had reset quickly enough to where Yaki could get into that backline, and Dante's dive was perfect onto Shu, and they just get that kill. So Gladiators playing this defense already off at a perfect start. Kevster close towards that pulse bomb, and Lastro's almost got a nano.
And you can see this wide angle from Pelican getting sought out, though Kevster keeping so much awareness to where they're at. There's a double take here for Dante, 2 to end the board, as once again Los Angeles Gladiators able to really throttle against Outlaws, and Outlaws are having a problem getting through this.
This is so strange, because when we looked at Houston and like what the success was like they were going first all the time, right? They're playing aggressive. They're the ones who are setting the tempo. Glads right now are currently have full control of this tempo right now. They are not letting go. They're the ones who are moving first, and now Houston Outlaws have to walk into an EMP, and it's going to be very hard for them to set up and stage this dive because Yaki's going to have all that information.
Oh, detection. Just passing by silently as Yaki with the EMP looks to take advantage of the 3 in the back. Maneuverability with that fearless positioning up top for an opportunity to dive in onto this. Dante does have the primal now, though, was able to get enough chip damage out so that they have it available for this engagement as the EMP hits onto Shu. Nano is activated. Violet gives enough coverage here in the back line to support and prevent them from getting the shutdown, but Dante, with that primal rage as generated, finds value elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, they try their best to weather the storm of the EMP, but the healers just aren't there for the rest of the team. Dante does get anti here, though. Can he survive? He manages to get out 100 health.
Yep. Nice recovery here from the supports, topping him up, eludes the pulse bomb. Now the Kitsune rush is going to give much more value on the defense for Glads as they dive into the back. The pulse bomb going to put insult to injury, but as they aggress forward, Outlaws able to hold strong. They break the shields, and now we're looking to play to the point.
Yeah, Outlaw, I mean, the Gladiators saw red there, especially with how Violet was a little bit too over-aggressive, and the Pulse Bomb almost hit. Actually, Nano onto Babel. Okay, this is a bit of an interesting decision, I think, right now.
Yeah, a little bit. As they look for another entry.
Stall.
They do. They're getting it just before completion. 3% is all that remains. A couple of decent shots. Yaki gets Violet. Are they going to pull this off? They've gotten to Pelican low. The recall is gone. And Babel is like, hi, friend. Come right back into my hitbox.
I'm sorry, Lastro. I'll never doubt you again. Do whatever you want on I mean, he nanos Babel to, I guess, keep him alive during that fight. And Kepster was able to juggle enough to where they could get back onto the point. Lastro hits the fattest nade onto the backline of the Outlaws. And a fight that looked like completely in favor of the Outlaws is doomed, and there's only 30 seconds left. They got to get someone to the point, actually, Rich. 9.
They've got to jump into this, and it's going to leave them so vulnerable because they'll have to commit so many cooldowns to at least just get it into contention. Dante low, big pickup though. Lastro and Babel withstanding a lot of that frontline pressure. The nano boost for Fearless getting the extra damage, but not going to get near the Primal Rage fast enough, and there is now only a few that remain for Gladiators, and it is going to be Outlaws with the last few moments able to clutch this out and transition into the streets phase.
Dante died with Primal.
Yep.
Oh, it's heartbreaking for the LA Gladiators. They played that defense so incredibly well, and now as we go to second, this might be an opportunity where Houston Outlaws can finally like take a little bit more space, right? They can play a little bit more freeform. It's a lot more open in this area, but they're walking into a lot of key ultimates from the Gladiators, so they might be able to just stifle the entirety of the push from the Outlaws right here, right now.
Yaki, just hum the elevator song until the moment arises. Da-na-na-na-na. Now, with a pickup onto Happy, just making quick work of this. Now following forward onto the rest, and Outlaws are going to say, all right, let's not just yet jump and dive into this as it's electrocuting one another. Hack comes in as well onto Fearless, having to force them back for the moment so they can recover. But the spawn advantage is in favor of Outlaws, and they are going to commit the rally. Big sleep onto Dante and forces out the Primal since they weren't able to use it on that initial defense.
Kitsune Rush is available though from Babel. He can use it to try and stall a little bit here, but Shu is actually down.
Nanoed as well onto Dante while still in Primal. They've slept. Fearless, you are left alone with nowhere to go. Cage the animal and send them back.
I mean, if you were to take the nameplates off right now of both of these teams and tell me, like, guess who's who? I would think that the Houston Outlaws, or the Gladiators were the Houston Outlaws. Like, they're playing the exact game that Houston is known for playing, but it feels like they're playing it better.
They've really elevated themselves, and it's in these moments when stakes continue to rise that they're able to play with this magnitude. Now as they draw back, they give space. Unfortunately, Lastro goes down because Fearless gets the better end of it. And they're going to buy some more space to rotate around this cafe, and will look for these last 40 seconds to reach this completion.
Fearless has the Primal available to him as well as the Namo. Just stomps directly onto Babel, and we'll probably find Yaki at the end of this.
I don't need to jump. I'm just going to right click. No worries. That's fine. I'll charge it up. Bye. They're going to even force them back. They're going to guarantee this. They need to look for one more contest on this, but it's not going to be clean unless they finally get the recovery with Dante. Now going to look to dive in onto this. The EMP is available. Harassment from Fearless. Gets Lastro again on the backside. Suzu keeps Dante alive, but Happy's right there the second that it goes away. And that's going to be another checkpoint reached.
Yeah, Fearless is starting to take over this game right now, giving it a lot more freedom at these moments. He's really finding the backline and dodge. I mean, the fact that he's able to dodge a lot of these cooldowns, specifically from that backline, is pretty impeccable. And with the Gladiators sticking onto this composition of the Ana and of the Kiriko, they only really have the Sleep Dart as a way to stop Fearless from going in. They don't have a to be able to whip shot as well. They don't have a Lucio to stifle that dive, and Fearless is just taking that advantage wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and Lastro continues to get blasted by Fearless every time they jump into that, and even that most recent one we saw, the assistance from Pelican. Pelican has like 1 HP, finally goes down, but Bell gets the pickup, and now Kevster is able to retaliate, so they hold this, they stem the bleeding, and only have 50 seconds to go.
but there is that big ultimate from Happy, the EMP coming into this next fight, as well as the rally armor to be able to help them sustain through. But Gladiators, in their own right, have both their support ultimates available to them, so this is going to be a fight where the sustainability is kind of matched here, but Gladiators can cause a lot of disruption with the Primal Rage coming in from Fearless.
And we'll keep a watchful eye. And the positioning that's coming through from Happy, they lead with the rally early enough to give the armor. The hack didn't come in fast enough, so Babel was able to swift step out. Primal from Dante eliminates Shu, so they need to commit this EMP, but two are hit by that grenade, and it allows Fearless to be shut down. The hopes that Outlaw had with that EMP were just completely shut and thrown into the dirt. The defensive prowess of Gladiators is absolutely on point to not allow Outlaws a clean completion on this final point.
I mean, Violet's able to take down Kepster, and they're stalling right here. Fearless is close towards Primal Rage. If he can stay alive and get nanoed, this might be a moment where Houston can recontest.
Yeah, they're going to have now Dante forced back. The Swift Step is gone. You need to be careful for Outlaws since they've spent a lot of cooldowns to sustain through that. There is a respawn advantage for Gladiators as well. The further this pushes back, Dante is eliminated. Gladiators have to let this go for the moment. They've lost too much and they need to recover.
Yeah, and look at this. They can take so much space for themselves because they know they have such a macro advantage. They just have to be worried about Yaki's EMP here. That's going to be the biggest thing that can stifle Houston from capping this map, because if everything else goes to plan, they should be able to.
Nano onto Fearless, harassing the back, EMP active, looking to take them down.
Big
Slept
sleep
onto Fearless. That gives a window, a chance.
Oh,
they're
no!
off the point and they can't get it. Kepster! C9. We're never gonna get old. I'm sorry. I know that there are people who are gonna get mad at us for this, but it's just so true. Like, we even have a replay of this. Prod just knows. Like, we're going to show this to you.
The sleep from Lastro was sick, though. That was really important to that, and I think that they were thinking that they could probably get someone back on, especially with Primal Rage, but that was unfortunate to say the least for the Outlaws, because they had everything in their back pocket to be able to win that.
Yeah, and again, we wanted to be respectful to your ears as well and not go too over the top with that, because, you know, we have to be respectful and not blaring that into the mic for all of you, so you're welcome. As we're switching sides now, and we can take a quick look while they are prepping for their defense, and we get a clean shot. Yeah, we can take a brief moment.
I'm wondering what happens here. Pelican goes in, they're juggling.
I think it's a dash
Fearless
off.
Isn't there.
Yeah, it's a dash
off. He
off.
just dashes off,
yeah,
and dashes too far, and they can't get back on. I think they're thinking, like, I mean, maybe they're thinking that, like, Fearless can get back in time and it's not going to go down as much as they thought it would, because that was, like, instantly, whereas as soon as Pelican and no one's there, it just instantly vanished.
Well, it's also, I think, a little bit of potential miscommunication with Pelican and Violet. They were both there kind of stutter-stepping of who's going to be the one to stick onto it. And at that point, Pelican made the decision for the dash, and Violet was just too far. But with the swap of sides, again, the mark has been set. Glads know exactly where they need to be to take this map. As on the defensive side, Happy's going to be here to look for an early pickup onto Kepster, but is just going to translocate, because that got a little dicey.
That one was close. He got a haircut. Happy got a haircut right there. Kepster was not playing in that moment. That could have been disastrous, but the Gladiators swap back up their composition. Bring Lastro onto the Brigitte this time. Actually, no, swapping back over. Okay, well, which one, Lastro? Come on, let's figure it out here. Going to the Brig, going to be their choice right now, which is, again, the thing about the Brigitte that works so well now that we're seeing is in these brawl situations, it works well for Inspires, but also you can use those boops to be able to negate the dives coming onto you from Fearless.
Yaki getting pressured quite a bit. Translocator not too far behind in case needing as a safety net. Rounding the corner now, entering stealth. There's a retreat, though, from Dante for the moment to attempt stability. Gaining those cooldowns back up for the barrier to harass the back line. Nice job. Kepster still putting in a lot of work to go down. And that is Gladiators able to overwhelm once again through this long run engagement, just perfectly keeping all the timing and their ability usage to the best of their ability.
And that was beautifully played from the entirety of Gladiators, but specifically the information they got from Yaki to focus down Pelican, because they know that Pelican does not have a true pocket, right? Kepster does because he has Brigitte, but Pelican, once he uses recall, it's really on the behest of the mechanical skill of Violet or Shu to try and keep him alive, but the entirety of Gladiators just dove onto them, took him down, and that fight was completely over before it even started. And now Gladiators, look at their ultimate economy. I mean, they can run through second point very easily with these ultimate rotations.
So much to work work with. Happy needs to get a great hack here, but unfortunately you're going to see Yaki do it first. Support eliminated. Dante hit at least by the nade, and both supports are not present. So that gives a massive opportunity for Outlaws to take advantage of this and deny any further progression as the rest of the staggers come through.
Yeah, Fearless is really trying right now to just like bring this game back to an even keel because he's really the one who's putting the pressure onto that backline. If, you know, Babel can't hit Sleep or if Lastro can't hit a whip shot, he does get a lot of value going into that backline, especially with Pelican in their back pocket. Is Happy now looking for that backline, has EMP available to them, but let's see what the Gladiators are going to do staging-wise. There's the hack.
Babel getting delve onto. There's the pulse bomb to guarantee it. They wanted to put a nail in the coffin to ensure that the supports are eliminated, buying even more time for them defensively to force back Glads.
Oh, and the Glads used and committed ultimates for that fight. They used a Nano and a Primal Rage, which is not something that they're gonna... I mean, it is something that they're gonna have in that next fight, especially because of the fact Houston have both of their support ultimates on lock and this EMP to work with. So Gladiators, they're a little bit stuck for the moment. The way that they can negate this EMP is Lastro getting towards this rally, but is he gonna be able to do it in time?
Nice hack again. Babel being the focus. And there you go, sending him away as there is 2 clipped by the EMP from Yaki, getting Violet extremely low, but it's still Outlaws able to hold. This doorway has been their anchoring point and just going to continue to reduce the clock.
And this is where we're seeing the Houston Outlaws really put their pressure onto Gladiators, because now Gladiators are the ones who are acting reactively. Before on the offense, Gladiators were the one pushing that tempo, but now Houston are finally saying, we're going to start going aggressive, and the Gladiators are crumbling a little bit. They're using ultimates when they really shouldn't be. Like, Pappy tried to bring that one, or Yaki tried to bring that one back, but there was no way they were going to win that fight.
Easy EMP onto 2. Clockwork right now from Houston Outlaws, just taking advantage every opportunity they can. Some subtle progression due to Dante playing forward, but they're easily going to be reduced in health value for Fearless to get the melee.
And now it's about kind of for LA Gladiators, like, how do we break this defense? Because it feels like the Houston Outlaws have control of everything. They're rotating their ultimates effectively here, and Gladiators, they are going to get at least one more ulti rotation, and they need to be able to keep some of them to like brute force their way in. They can maybe make some economy pushes as well, get out the Nano, get out a Pulse Bomb as well, so then you have a little bit of an advantage to really just push forward, because you're not creating any space.
Rally active. Pulse Bomb comes through. There's enough coverage for Lastro, but not for Babel. Yaki down below has to translocate. They get out once again, and this is a chance now, though. Glad's able to get a decent amount of value with 2 so far. They've at least reduced the numbers, but Dante's going to get overwhelmed by Fearless and saying, I'm here, and I'm going to continue to check you, Dante.
Oh, Fearless is so good. He is hacked here. Will he be able to get out of dodge? Yes, he will. He lives with 104. I mean, really close there from him. He does commit the Primal Rage, and Houston commit a lot to that, and Gladiators won that fight by a really well-played counter dive from Dante onto that backline, so now they have that ultimate advantage I was talking about to go forward with.
Ooh, Yaki gets out of there. Not allowed to be slept for the moment. And this is still a really challenging area to be, specifically by the pylon terrace. Nice job. Beautifully done. Houston Outlaws again with now just over 60 seconds, looking to deny the Gladiators from getting any further underneath this archway. And they're in a perfect position to really do this, as they've already done multiple accounts before.
Yeah, Dante uses Primal Rage because I don't think they want to give up this position, but it doesn't find anything, and they have to retreat because their supports weren't there. So now Gladiators have given up this positioning. Yes, they have an EMP to work with, but on the other end, Happy's close to theirs as well, but Yaki's got to find some value. Oh, he gets the Translocator out.
Beautifully done. Hack onto Shu. Can they get the elimination? They managed to do so, trading 1-for-1, but there is a Kitsune rush from Outlaws that's going to amplify a lot here, playing towards this open space with the 3 avenues to maneuver through. Fearless now gets slept for the moment, buys a few seconds, but there's damage that comes in from a distance to shut down Babel. 30 seconds now remain for Glads.
That was actually a teleport Suzu from Violet to wake Fearless up in that scenario, and the stragglers are being taken down here. Yaki has to get out as well, and again, it's another fight where Gladiators use a lot and get nothing from it, and Houston win completely in the neutral. They're about to have 4 ultimates in their time bank, and Gladiators almost have nothing to work with, just the Nano boost.
Happy wants to end this now. An EMP could clutch this map, getting 2. Dante vaporized. And now you will only have 4 remaining for Gladiators to turn this around. Yaki left out in the open, cannot elude that hack. That will be Houston Outlaws managing to make this a 1-1 scoreline as they finish off the remaining few. Kepster with a nano boost. There's only a hope and a prayer as this overtime will wither away.
And that's going to be Houston Outlaws tying it up. I mean, they looked a little bit sketchy on their offense with how Gladiators were playing and off that first attack, but once they got into this open area and they could really set the tone in terms of their staging and the execution of their dives, they kind of just outclassed the Gladiators. And it was off the back a lot of what Fearless did. I think Fearless, again, kind of proving to everyone why he is the greatest Winston player to ever play this game, because of the fact he was getting into that backline, continuously making it a nightmare for Houston to work with. And there are some things that, like, the Gladiators had to, like, counteract the Winston, right? You had Sleep Dart, you had Whip Shot sometimes, but he was doing such a good job of avoiding those cooldowns and using his bubbles effectively that it was almost impossible to contain Fearless.
Well, and the other part, too, is the value that Happy was also bringing into this. It kind of feels like the early stages of what we had yesterday with Lip managing to, you know, continue to put Glads in a very uncomfortable position. But now it leans into the question of how we're going to have Glads, as they've already shown, their adaptability. That key word to show what this adjustment's going to look like going into the third map, and how they're able to take this next map advantage.
And I wonder where that adjustment comes from. Like, is it going to be them trying to focus down Fearless? Is it them trying to focus down Happy on the Sombra? Because we saw how good they were at dealing with Lip, who is the best Sombra that we've ever seen in Overwatch. So maybe they have an idea if Houston is going to continue to play this very aggressive style dive with the Sombra, the Tracer, and the Winston. They've kind of already dealt with that against Atlantis, so we'll have to see if Gladiators can make those adjustments on the fly like they did yesterday.
And we'll be able to see just after this break, so don't go anywhere, because we're curious to see who's going to take the lead.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Welcome back, friends. We're here to continue on. 1-1 is the score, and we've got some new updates for you as we do have an adjustment coming in here, and it's going to be Gargoyle stepping in to bring an alternative set of strengths to fight against Glads.
And Kai is also back in for Yaki, as we do know which map we're going to as well. It is going to be Havana, and I know some of the Houston fans are out there probably like, oh, it's Gargoyle yesterday, 2 maps and 2 losses, almost got reverse swept, but there's a big reason as to why Gargoyle is going to be in this, as we can look at the Winston stats on Blizzard World from both of these Winston players. As you can see, relatively similar between both of them, but it was Fearless getting a little bit more in terms of that final blows value, which is kind of what we were expected. But to be fair to Dante, this is like him keeping up, right? You don't expect, Dante potentially to be as like prolific as Fearless, who is, again, the greatest Winston player ever. But these stats on Dante's end are still pretty good stats in general for Winston play.
100%. And with what we've seen so far, the adjustment now, like we mentioned with Gargoyle specifically, talked a little bit about what we're going to see going into Ivana and the strengths that it does bring to the table on this. The Sigma is something you and I, on the break even was really starting to lean into to see what type of value and contribution it can be to the composition.
And I wonder as well, like what we see from the Gladiators perspective on this, because the Gladiators, when we look at them and like on this map, we saw them yesterday. Can Dante play the Sigma? It was mostly like more so of that diva style, right? That's really what we saw Dante playing when we saw Los Angeles Gladiators last time on a map like this. If they do opt in for the Sigma 1v1, I would be slightly worried just by the aspect of how good Gargoyle has proven themselves to be on this hero. But we know that Dante is extremely smart, and that doesn't really leave it all. Mechanics can, say whatever you want about that, but Dante has a good understanding of like pretty much every hero that he plays. So maybe they have some tricks up their sleeve to be able to help Dante in that matchup against Gargoyle.
And then outside of just, the tank discussion, I'm going to be keeping a watchful eye on Happy and Kai, just looking to match up against also with Kevster and Pelican, them mirroring this DPS lineup to see who's going to be able to get those initial shots and potentially get some easy strides into taking these fights before they start.
Happy going to be looking for that grapple shot to kind of catch them off guard. And that's really the thing about these Widow duels, is like catching people off guard, right? There is something to also be said about recon darts from Kevster and Pelican, giving more of that information to help out their Widowmakers. That's something to keep an eye on as well, because that really could change how these Widowmakers fight each other if they do have some sort of information by those recon darts.
Happy playing a little bit closer into the archway there among the columns. Grapple shot to find the angle, can't quite get it. Kevster gets the initial pickup, and Happy critically low and needs to be cognizant of how they peak remaining, because Kevster's going to continue to put out these logs.
Shu is in kind of the middle of the map. Very lucky he doesn't go down there, but actually this is a rotation from Gargoyle that's all the way to the back. He's actually almost able to take down Kevster, but the healing is there to keep him alive. And now this is great for Outlaws because they have control of high ground. Never mind, Happy is dead to Kevster.
Yep. Yeah, Kevster has been finding value with this Hanzo consistently and continuing to rotate around the back, looking for a couple of shots onto Violet. Can't quite get the elimination, though. Able to weather those shots, but Violet actually shuts down Kai with a great volley.
Waiting patiently, Violet able to take down Kai, so that means there's a little bit more freedom for Happy to be able to use those sightlines effectively, as Dante is getting chunked with the Discord and with the damage coming in from Violet.
Yeah, and now as there is an easy pickup with the accretion, Gargoyle plays far enough forward to gain the space. This is a massive value proposition to play even further. Dante is going to have a real hard time getting back quick enough to actually have a full 5 to compete against these last few meters.
Yeah, I don't know if they can stall. I mean, Kevster could potentially get like Dragon Strike or something to stall it, but I don't know if there's going to be a way back into this, and it looks like Glads will just give it back over, so we are going to be going into second from the Houston Outlaws. Violet really strutting their stuff on the Zenyatta as Kai gets a pick onto Pelican on the flank side, and this matchup between these snipers has been really interesting between the dynamic, again, between Kevster, between Pelican, and between Happy and Kai, because there has been some help with the recon darts giving that information over, while Happy hasn't really gotten that much value on the Widowmaker themselves. It's been a lot of Kevster just being the focal point.
As we see this payload slowly maneuver through, not yet out into the open space. Body shot lands the jump, denies the headshot as the Dragon Strike comes in from the right-hand side upon entry. Flux grabs one, Gargoyle's in it, but has the kinetic grasp to mitigate the fire for the moment. Gets a decent enough shield to withstand as Shu tops them up and looks for re-entry. Babel almost goes down, but Lastro sticking so close to give that extra support. And same thing with Dante. That shield covering them consistently, as this is a really interesting two-pronged positioning that's coming out from Gladiators with an angle that's not yet available to Kai, looking for the supports and shots coming in, but health values are so low, and a Dragon Strike is going to consume them in this small upper room.
And I mean, I think that the idea from the Gladiators there is sound to kind of like do that split, because they know Gargoyle is going to have Gravitic Flux, but just the incoming damage with the Dragon Strike following up against that Gravitic Flux, just too much for Babel to deal with. And Houston Outlaws are running through this secondary phase here. And again, I don't think the Gladiators are going to be able to touch, especially with how good the posturing has been from the Houston Outlaws right now. And even if they try, Transcendence is available for Violet to keep them alive.
And Gargoyle gets the... Oh, that's just an instant pickup onto Babel. Happy now, at least being punished, looking for a peek onto Kai, but down below towards the payload, you still see so much sustainability with the Transcendence from Violet. It allows them to reach these last couple of meters. Nobody can touch it. You are absolutely right. They are speed running this.
And I mean, I think that, again, when I was talking about earlier about this like matchup between Gargoyle and Dante, Gargoyle is really just like putting his foot down, and has like a really good understanding of like the mechanical usage of shield to create those sightlines for his teammates, where there's sometimes where Gladiators are just getting picks off the raw mechanical skill, but the Outlaws are just getting a lot of value by, look, this is Gargoyle really just pushing forward with Shu and giving him that cover to be aggressive. Gargoyle is playing this so effectively right now.
Yep, and if anybody steps out of line elsewhere, that's where Happy can find an angle. It's Shu just leading the charge alongside with the damage, making all of Gladiators uncomfortable, and we're reaching already this halfway point to the final stretch, and they are approaching these doorways already.
It's almost like he's got a sixth sense of like when to put the shield up, when to use accretion. Like he's covering a lot of the Houston Outlaws in terms of whenever they want to take these fights, and Dante just hasn't been able to match up as well as we would have liked.
Yeah, you can see that spray consistently being placed. You are not prepared. Happy is just waiting to find someone in the open crosshair. Shot goes wide, though, from Kai. Can't quite get Violet eliminated as that Discord Orb continues to be of value, but Kai finally gets one as Pelican plays a little bit more aggressively, but Shu takes the high ground with the Amplification Matrix. It's a Babel and Shu battle in the low ground, and Shu's just doing what they want.
I mean, Shu there just says, I don't care that you're my old team, I'm taking you out, and that's classic Shu right there, is Happy on a very long flank. Oh, recon dart, really well-placed recon dart there from Kevster getting that.
The intel is key, as with now 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that's all that remains, and Houston Outlaws only a few meters away, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that we usually talk about teams like, you're lucky if you finish, but there's still 2.5 minutes for Outlaws. Happy takes down Lastro's head.
Yep. Knocks it clean off. That Omnic ain't gonna live for long. Is there a second shot onto Babel? The shield gets some coverage, but they're still left vulnerable. Oh, Violet, you're a little low for this one. Dangerous plays and positioning, but Gargoyle's gonna rotate around, flanking Kevster. They've opened up the opportunity. Kai gets a wild shot with only a sliver of health, but the damage is still done. The Dragon's through the center. No one can touch the payload. And Houston Outlaws complete round one.
Quite convincing there from the Houston Outlaws. And I mean, again, it was like, it felt like there was never really a chance where, besides like a few of these like singular picks that happened in the neutral, Gargoyle was just pressing W with shield, and Gladiators had no answer to it. Not a single one. Like Gargoyle really as like the tip of the spear in this composition kind of just asserted his dominance, and this is like this is why Houston signed someone like this, right?
Yes.
Because you have Fearless, who is incredibly talented, right? We know how good they are, world champion, finals MVP, but you need someone to play these like especially on F4. Who's one of those players?
Yep, and we're gonna see just again. Yep, we're gonna try now and see if we can go to this replay at the moment with the Shu 2K. As we do have this high ground angle looking for a barrage of shots onto Kai, and we're even going to have that follow-up onto Babel. It's an Amp Matrix duel, and even with the assistance of Dante, they still can't manage.
Dude, the chain is actually griefing him so hard during that. I'm pretty sure there's so many shots that are just hitting that chain, and it's not able to really like get the kills that he wants because his cursor's like right on him, but the chain is right there blocking some of those.
And to digress a little bit back to what you were mentioning, specifically about Gargoyle, it was not a great demonstration yesterday, but moments like these are really what amplify the importance of having, like you said, this individual on the roster and what they contribute.
As we see, Gladiators coming out on the offensive side this time. Not many changes to them at the current moment, but we're going to be seeing on the defensive end staying the same as well. So it's again about that recon dart, the information that they can gather from both these teams, and also the grapple shots. A lot of the Widowmaker 1v1 comes down to the surprise factor. That's one of the biggest things. So any information you can gain about where that other Widowmaker is, that can really help you out in terms of that.
And Pelican holding this cross angle is really nice. You're having to constantly keep looking towards that right and left-hand side, pushing through this. Lastro underneath alongside Kevster, looking to work in tandem with one another as anyone pushes out into the open. Pelican rounding the corner, getting a couple of shots, but still can't quite eliminate Lastro down below, and they recover. They're making sure that they can hold both of these angles and deny this two-prong attack.
They also just have so much information, and you can't really poke this if you're Kevster right now because of the fact that Violet is just trained right on here with these right clicks. Kai does take down Happy, and Shu is down. That's all the healing lost for Houston Outlaws, and now might be a chance for Gladiators to go.
Yep, they're going to need to throttle onto this, taking as much advantage as they can. Kevster getting rid of their counterpart. Pelican eliminated. This will be a massive opening, a floodgate for distance to be gained. And it's in an interesting spot where they'll still get one last contest, but it's going to be very close to the checkpoint.
As the Gladiators keep moving forward, they will have Amp Matrix to work with, which is a big deal. Shu's not nearly close enough to theirs, so this is going to be an onslaught that I don't even know if the Houston Outlaws are going to be able to take, and if they want to take here. Yes, I mean, you can get Amp Matrix out, but is that really worth it?
Close encounter up front. Nice stun onto Dante for the moment. The Flux leading into this does rise for two, attempting to heal through it. The Immortality Field beautifully placed to guarantee that on the downward spiral, you do not have a respawn timer. But Violet in the back able to take down Lastro and looking for a couple of shots, but is punished. And while they divert attention away, that gives an opening for Pelican.
Gladiators do have a respawn advantage, though. That is something that we have to keep in mind. Violet's not here either, so the Transcendence is not going to be here in time for when Dante eventually does get this Gravitic Flux once the recontest comes in from the Glads.
Minute 30. A lot of things lining up here for Glads to secure this checkpoint. Not been as swift as we saw from the Outlaws, but they're still looking to capture it and maneuver in. Kai finding an angle, hits the tree. Can't quite get the second shot onto Shu, who does survive the amplification matrix and this reposition. It's crazy to see how they've been able to sustain through as Violet finally goes down.
Violet gets taken down here, and Pelican is down too, so that's a lot of long range that's lost. Kai does manage to survive through a shot from Happy, but this should be Gladiators taking control of first point and now starting to move through onto second here, with Babel again having a huge advantage when it comes towards that amplification matrix that's going to benefit them so much from walking through second. And the best part about it is that second is one of the best places to just kind of snowball, right? You win like one fight and you can get to third very easily.
Yeah, we saw it just when the sides were swapped. Dragon Strike comes through. A little bit of a separation for the team, but not too value gained, as there is a rotation back. Now Happy looking to take this interesting angle underneath the bridgeway. Well, we still have Shu on the high ground. And Dante just patiently waiting until they can charge back up on this to look for a defensive position to try and keep this payload moving.
Shu is by themselves here. You can see Dante's trying to poke them down and force them out of that area, but Kevster's actually taken down Pelican. That's a big deal because now they can't hold this anymore.
Yeah, there was such an aggressive angle that Houston was taking up top in the window, and it is going to be punished, though there is at least something of value gained as Happy takes a wide angle out the stairway towards the outskirts. Almost gets that shot on the volley for Lastro, but barely survives.
Oh, Transcendence is forced as well from Lastro to keep the rest of the teammates alive. Can they find any kills? They need to find Gargoyle here.
Yeah, they've got to get something out of this. Happy also just continuing to pull so much bandwidth away to the outside there. They can't seem to keep track of everything as Houston Outlaws continue to reduce this time bank.
this positioning is so good as well from the Outlaws because they're kind of in a position where Gladiators can't contest without just being shot from everywhere. But Bell goes down, so that's all the healing lost from this composition. Lastro trades one back onto Pelican, but look at Outlaws, they still just have control of this high ground.
They do, and the other part too is there's so many low health values. Gladiators for several seconds, Kai, Kevster, and Lastro all just floating at that 50% health range and could never get topped up.
And the thing about this composition, right, is if you, I mean, it kind of feels like four-headish, but if you aren't hitting these shots on the flanks, then it's totally a win for the Houston Outlaws because they have all the advantages when it comes to those sight lines. Gargoyle is just sitting pretty up here on that high ground, and Los Angeles Gladiators haven't really found a way in because they can't take down these side angles.
Once again, they step out into the sight line. Easy regroup down below, finding an alternative angle with Kevster just seeking somebody to eliminate, but can't quite find anybody. Shu is in the crosshairs looking to take him down, but again is able to jump out of the way for the final shot. Kevster needs to hit these, but unfortunately it's going to be Outlaws hitting the shots first. Transcendence active.
I mean, that's going to be a fight win. It's a complete fight win right now for the Houston Outlaws. And Gladiators, again, it's like, we talk about it, they need to hit these shots because they are getting this positioning, but if they can't figure out these picks, the angles are just so overwhelming for the Houston Outlaws here. And I love this aggression coming from them. They know they have 44 seconds to work with, so they can be as aggressive as they want. Even if they were to lose here, the cart's gonna be pushing in overtime at the very most.
And if you see Happy or Pelican get a staggered pick right now out the gate, this is gonna be disastrous. Dante is so low, but there is a great chance to shut down Shu. Amplification Matrix is still there, so for those within the angle, get the damage value boost. Oh, Lastro's got to survive. They're attempting to keep them going, but two are eliminated. Both supports are gone. 20 seconds. They're not going to be able to move as a unit through that doorway, and this is just falling apart for Los Angeles Gladiators.
I mean, Kai and Kevster are trying to make it happen, but Gargoyle is still alive and he's full health. If he can just secure these kills, it's going to be a win for Houston Outlaws, but he's struggling a bit. He needs to finish these members off.
He's chasing him down, round in the corner. The accretion doesn't land. The amplification is there. They've kept it into overtime. Now, Shu topping them up. They've bought some time, and they have the space. They're regrouping since it's slightly in favor of respawn advantage, and Dante's now onto the Doom.
And there is a Transcendence available here for Lastro to keep them alive. Shu is dead. That's all the healing lost for Outlaws.
Kevster gets a second. Happy is down. They've bought just enough time, and they need only the remaining half of this second checkpoint. Dante getting very heavily focused, drops below, uses the payload as well as an obstacle, and this is a few more seconds. They need one last engagement from Outlaws.
As the power punch as well, going to see if he can find Violet in that backline. Gets chunked really heavily, but is going to be healed back up.
Yep. Utilizing the architecture to deny sightlines, the volley comes in, accretion down below, but the immortality field is there, and Lastro is down. The second falls through. Violet popping off. They have not chosen peace today. They've chosen violence, and that will be Outlaws managing to take the lead here, and you can see the Glads just stunned from the outcome.
Gargoyle comes in, finally gets their first win on that Sigma play. We saw the Diva yesterday. Didn't work as well as they would have liked on the Outlaws side, but there, the Sigma, absolutely immaculate play coming out from Gargoyle. And this is why, again, they signed someone like this to have that off-tank in their back pocket when Fearless can't play these maps. And there are a lot of maps, especially in Escort, where Sigma just seems to be the most viable.
And not only just what Gargoyle was able to contribute to this, it was also how Shu was able to optimize as well off of how Gargoyle was playing. Everything. Just the center cogwheel of Gargoyle allowed every other one to feel so comfortable in their movement. It was just such a clean performance by Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, even I think on third, when we saw on the attack for Houston Outlaws, you saw it was like a two-man wrecking crew of just Shu and Gargoyle walking forward with shields, and Shu is just there. It's like, yeah, I can do a bunch of damage. I can finish off these kills with Gargoyle, and that's exactly what they did, and they asserted their dominance very heavily on that map, so they do take a 2-1 lead. But Gladiators, we know them. They're fighters, and this series probably is nowhere near done.
We've seen the shield splinter, but will it break? We will find out after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
It's the grand finals match just on the horizon here for the Houston Outlaws as they enter into their match point, but we cannot count Glads out. It's almost like one of those moments where we think about Maximus Kenobi, where they reach down to grab the sand, they rub it between their hands to feel the environment that's ahead of them so they can find the advantage. And we're going to be curious to see if that happens here for Los Angeles Gladiators.
I feel like every time we cast the Gladiators, it's just your chance to just like do like the Gladiator references, 300 references, any type of references for the Gladiators that you can bring to the table. But hey, I'm all here for it. But we're also here for some Gargoyle highlights who we saw yesterday on the Diva mostly, but this time on their patented Sigma. And boy, Rich, did it look absolutely fantastic.
It really did. The amount of value, not only just independently as an individual, but the almost effortless play that it granted to everyone else on this squad and enabling Shu on multiple occasions in what that's going to bring. But, you know, with us seeing Gargoyle, we can highlight, we can talk about, but we do have to recognize that there is going to be some adjustments when it comes to the roster because of the next map selection, which is Esperanza.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're seeing Houston playing with Fearless back in the lineup for Esperanza. Not that it's interesting that Fearless is in, but yesterday they didn't do that. They actually had Gargoyle stay in for push, and it felt like it was like, okay, well, where is Fearless? Why isn't Fearless playing? But now I think it feels like this is a moment where Houston really want to close out the game, and they're going to be playing, go back to their, you know, patented Winston. I think Dante has looked good in the Winston matchup, like comparatively to what Fearless is as a Winston player, but I think this is like the best chance for the Outlaws to close it out right here, because going back to Control against the Gladiators is very scary. You don't want to play that team on Control map 5 where anything can happen. They've already won the first Control, so this is where they got to close it out if you're Houston, I think.
Yeah, and they just want to end it so that they can at least put a chapter conclusion to this one and then lean into that final chapter where they can face off against the champions so far that we've seen not be able to lose any map over the course of their time. But we're going to now look to enter in, as we said, to Esperanza to see how they're going to play this. As we want to, before looking into that, we can look at actually some stat cards from Fearless and why they're going to be bringing this Winston play back in to make sure they get that nail in the coffin, like you mentioned.
And I think for Fearless, the thing about him that I love the most when you talk about like his play style is always the fact that he seems like very cheat code-esque, where it's like he doesn't die. There's times where I'm watching Fearless play and I'm like, he should be dead. He should be instantly dead. There's no way that he isn't out. And then he just plays around some geometry, or he plays around his shield perfectly to where he can survive. That is like the ability of Fearless, I think, that makes him kind of elite more so than anything else. And also the primals. We saw that one primal, I think, that he did to, what was it, Kai, where he just primaled Kai all the way through Ilios, and just Kai never touched the ground for like 5 seconds. Like mechanically, he's incredible on Winston, but also his fundamental understanding of how the hero operates against whatever he's playing against. That's why he's so good. That's why he's a world champion, finals MVP. He's got those accolades, and he is the best Winston to ever play Overwatch.
And it's like what we saw as well when it came to Blizzard World. That was where things really started to heat up for Fearless, and being able to play the architecture on the map, really knowing where that their best positional advantage was, and then when necessary, needing to pounce onto Glads and really catch them off guard. And the amount of times that we did see the elimination onto Babel was repeated, and Funny Astro and their counterpart could not really do anything to keep them going.
And as we go into this map, though, it'll be interesting to see, because this is a map at Esperanza where we see a lot of Lucio Ana. So that gives another out for the Gladiators rather to be able to counteract those dives, right? You have Boop now in your back pocket. When we did see them on Blizzard World, for instance, it was Kiriko Ana. That means you really only have a sleep dart to deal with Fearless. Now you have something else. You have another way to stifle him just a little bit more, and we'll see if that continues going into this matchup of Esperanza, because it is Violet, and one of the things about Funny Astro is that his Lucio is so clean, right? That's kind of what he's known for. That's why he's in a lot of these maps. That's why he's in control. We saw it earlier on Ilios where he booped Fearless into the pit while he was in Primal Rage and won them a sub-map.
Yep, and it's those key moments that can really change the outcomes of these engagements. And the other dynamic of it too is because there's so many, nooks and crannies and all these different avenues and pathways and channels that you can take. Also the viability of the high ground positioning and how you want to engage it, especially when we've seen these specific barricades get to that major checkpoint like we talked to and utilize that catwalk. Understanding the ebb and flow to take that space with a Winston is so critical to look for that longer run return and being able to get extra distance so that you can just deny any recovery from your opponent.
And I wonder if we do see the Gladiators opt into the just full Winston mirror. Do they bring out a Diva? That is something Dante has shown in the past. It is a possibility, I think, because it's always scary when you're like, do we want to mirror Fearless on the Winston? Because it's just so hard to do because of the way that Fearless operates and the way that the Houston Outlaws play around him. It's very hard to kind of do that thing where you're just like, hey, I want to dive the backline, but your backline is Shu and Violet, and it's not as easy. You have to pass so many skill checks, and this is actually something that I was going to be interested in. Do they run the rush? This is something that they have run on Esperanza before. Specifically, Dante's Ramatra is very adept at dealing with Winston in this counter matchup. He puts down Vortex directly like where the Winstons are going, so that they have to work a little bit harder to get out and they can't just instantly jump. So I like this decision from the Gladiators if they do stick to this, because I think this is playing more to their strengths than just saying, hey, we're going to handshake the Winston against the best Winston in the world.
And there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that there are alternative options than just going Winston to Winston. And because they know that Fearless is so proficient in this role as this Winston, that I really like the fact that they're going to have it as well coming into this, playing forward, seeing what they can gain. The biggest question is what kind of value can be obtained before having to force out this Nemesis form, which we see Dante use quite often and early in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, he wants to probably use them to see if he can find someone in the back line if someone's out of position. Happy is already dead to Kepster, though. That's a big pick. Nemesis form is going to be used from Dante to keep himself alive a little bit during that anti, but oh my god, they're just rushing down Houston Outlaws.
The Vortex slowing. Violet can't really escape on any walls. Now you're going to completely surround and flank onto Fearless. They gain early and easy distance with this barricade.
And this is one of the scary parts about this composition from the LA Gladiators. Like, if you don't move quickly and you kind of just stand on ceremony and just wait for Gladiators are so adept, because you have Kai and you have Kepster, to kind of just play around as much as they want, right? They can rely on the fact that Kepster might just one-clip someone, or Kai can two-tap someone.
And now we find ourselves at the common ground again. How is it that you're going to have Houston Outlaws jump into this to take the advantage? They opt to go straight on the high ground, slept instantly, and that's the danger of doing this without trying to take an alternative point of engagement. But Outlaws, despite them getting Fearless eliminated, both Dante and Kepster down because of the pulse bomb that Pelican generated.
Pelican has been brought low. Kai is getting very low too. He has both of his healers on him, so he can get pocketed essentially. Funny Astro gets hit with an anti, so they do have to back off here, but I don't think the Gladiators want to give up as much position as they are currently. They want to be able to hold this high ground and make sure that they can come back and recontest with a nano boost from Babel.
Yep, they've got time. Dante's here. They can look to deny any progress forward. There's a nano boosted Fearless up top and instantly shutting it down to follow up onto it. Babel in return also going to fall. And this was quick work from the Outlaws despite them losing a couple. Dante doing at least the best they can.
Dante got both supports, actually, and this is something that I think that against this composition, Gladiators are really good at, and Dante specifically. When they know they're at a disadvantage, Dante does this thing where he just uses Nemesis form and walks at the back line. Because he can block the things like the sleep dart, he can block, he can just get to the back line. There's nothing really to deal with it, so Gladiators kind of get themselves an extra life because Dante just went to the back line, got those supports. Outlaws can't push anymore.
Pushing back to neutral. Still having the advantage for now, just about 10 meters worth of it as Kevster flanks around the backside. Checked a little bit, but hasn't forced the recall yet. Gets the pickup onto Violet, who didn't get any healing and was at critical mass. And this is going to lean into more opportunity. Fearless, with no longer having a bubble, forces out the Primal Rage, which is the reason they can play aggressively. But the Deadeye in the back, Kai wanting to find it, gets a decent shot onto Fearless, who's still alive, but is not at all feeling the comfort.
Yeah, they have to get out as quickly as they can. But Shu is taken down. That's all the healing gone. Happy gone too. And now Gladiators get this bot back, and they're going to be able to move forward extremely happily. They might be even able to checkpoint because of the stragglers that were taken down. And when the Houston Outlaws come back into this fight, they're going to have to deal with Annihilation and potentially Nano Annihilation, which is a fight-winning ultimate combo in and of itself. Luckily, there are some countermeasures on the other side. They have the nano boost and they also have a sound barrier.
Pelican denies the touch, the nano. Oh, the jump doesn't work because the Vortex denies it, just clipping them on the outskirts. And now the Annihilation is brought to the forefront. Babel has the nano boost if needed and finally contributed towards the later end of that. There's so much armament and survivability onto Dante and the damage to follow through with it.
I mean, how smart is Dante? I talked about it before. The vortexes that he uses to just make Winston's life miserable, it was just perfectly placed. Fearless is like 2 centimeters away from making that dive work, but because of that vortex pulling him back down, the nano dive gets absolutely no value, and the Annihilation wipes the team of the Houston Outlaws. And this is a significant lead now for the Gladiators, but Babel is down.
I think they're a little frustrated with how that last engagement went. They are just going to instantly shut down Gladiators, but the biggest factor is that they've gotten the checkpoint. They have that to their advantage now. There's an attempt to retreat. Dante's actually alive, and because these few that are still remaining can get away here, they have the chance to recover in that neutral fight again.
And you can see Dante has actually gone over, or Happy rather, has gone over to the Sombra to make this matchup a little bit easier for the Houston Outlaws, because Dante, if he's hacked, incredibly vulnerable to a lot of cooldowns on the Houston Outlaws side. So be on the lookout for where Happy is going to be going with a lot of these hacks to help out Fearless.
Yeah, the Vortex was used so early, so Fearless has the green button to go, and Pelican weaving through the front line, getting 2 with the assistance of Happy. Pelican just with the pulse bomb is going to look to try and just continue to harass and damage that Dante play. Looking for the back line, Babel has nowhere to go. They're locked in that lovely
Dante's took 3.
Okay, Dante's actually managing to turn this around despite, I'm assuming that Houston was going to take this.
I mean, he does it again. Somehow, during the crazy fight that was, Dante walks to the back line with Nemesis form, kills both the supports, gets another one off the back end of that. This is Dante just taking the game over right now on this Ramatra.
Running the lobby, the Omnic King is here from Dante, as this now Annihilation is once again available with 3 other ults and potentially the 4th to revolve around it.
I mean, for Houston Outlaws, luckily to stop the bleeding, they do have the EMP to be able to deal with that, and they also have a nano. That's going to be the biggest thing. Can they figure out a way to get these ultimates in time before the Gladiators jump?
EMP, well, that's well coordinated to eliminate one, but Dante being covered by Funny Astro gives them a lot more survivability. In addition, with the Nemesis form dropping from the high ground, they've not yet committed the Annihilation because they're waiting to see if they can withstand this. Hack comes through, denies it for the moment. Kevster gets a pulse bomb, but doesn't get the elimination. Dante, though, still holding this corner. They're just running the clock. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, still quite a bit to work with, but the Houston Outlaws are unable to really do anything as there's still a takedown from Dante.
Yeah, and they're going to see if they can pull out some more ultimates from the Houston Outlaws, but they don't get that. They do get the Nano and the EMP out from Outlaws, yeah. So now Gladiators can come back in with a Nano Annihilation and just run at the Houston Outlaws. Houston Outlaws have to be so incredibly careful about this next fight because we are at 3 minutes, and with where the bot is and how much of a lead Gladiators have, they can easily rotate these ultimates and just take us to map 5.
What a great engagement here, deviating away from the bot entirely because they know they have the time to do so to get that pickup onto Babel. The juggle from Fearless, but is shut down. Dante right there with Nemesis form to completely give any way to Fearless.
And there's no way back into this. Oh, there is. If Pelican is able to one-clip Astro like that, and now Gladiators will have to retreat. They don't have any healers whatsoever, and Outlaws will finally start to be able to move this bot forward. Maybe they can find Dante off the back of this. The healing should be there, and should be there in time to be able to keep him alive. They did use the Nano, but Annihilation is still in the back pocket for the Gladiators. So if Outlaws decide to dive into this, they do have to be wary of that.
That's 3 engagements now that we've seen Dante hold on to this. Will they commit it into this 4th? They do. Leaning in, making sure that there is enough within radius to keep the cooldown active. But unfortunately, Houston Outlaws actually deviate away from it beautifully and deny any value to be gained.
Yeah, fantastic disengage, but I mean, at this point, Glads have actually stolen the bot away. Kai is anti. Can they finish off that kill? Glads are getting so low.
Happy can't quite get the elimination again. Kai survives. Both Babel and Funny Astro keeping this backline and DPS going. Kevster with the pulse takes down Fearless, but there's an EMP to retaliate. Funny Astro is far enough away that they do get the shielding out in time, and they hold on.
And it's another perfectly placed Vortex by Dante, who throws it off the disengage of Fearless, and Fearless can't go anywhere. The Pulse Bomb sticks directly onto him, and that's a fight win for the LA Gladiators, who again are in a position where they might be taking us to a map 5, a minute and a half left. Houston do have control of the bot, though, and Kevster and Pelican dueling. Kevster should win this.
Oh, Kevster does. Checkmate. As we do see them go back to the neutral. Again, intensity rises. The time, just over a minute. And now it's Gladiators looking to once again hold the line.
Nano available for She right here. Probably going to throw it onto Fearless for an engagement. Can Los Angeles Gladiators deal with it?
There's the Vortex up top on the bridgeway, so Fearless won't be able to come from that perspective, but there is a great dive with a nano boost onto Fearless. At this point, though, Glads is okay. They've got enough time to recover from this. They're nearing their ultimate. Dante, yep, that is the instant response to this, and it is so beautifully done. They don't know from Outlaws how to handle this.
I mean, they can, and Fearless is going to, I mean, he has to primal. He's not going to die, but that's a pick you are totally fine taking. Trading ultimate like that, maybe he might not even kill Funny Astro in this scenario, finally takes him down, but this is a worthwhile trade entirely for the Glads.
Babel harassed again. The double jump comes in due to the primal being removed, but Annihilation guarantees that Fearless goes down despite them taking a nap and shrinking just ever so slightly. It's still Gladiators in the driver's seat.
Bot is back in their control as well. 8 seconds left. This is last fight territory. Outlaws don't have anything. They need Happy to get towards this EMP.
Yeah. Everyone looking now at Happy. Oh, Happy barely survives. But the problem is that they're nowhere near. They can't get the EMP generated. They had to translocate out. So there's contention now from Fearless up towards the bot play in the corner. Nemesis form active in the back, though. The hack comes in. The EMP is available. Desperate plays call for desperate measures. Bolt supports are down. Dante is low, but Dante's still on the field and looking for more to take down. That's their saving grace. And this distance, they have to keep it contested, but Kai gets double in this back position, and they are able to hold on to it. Los Angeles Gladiators are going to take us to a map 5, and Kenobi, our triple chant like Beetlejuice, is actually working.
It worked somehow, some way. We made it work. Map 5 again from the Gladiators. A perfectly played Esperanza from them. I think Dante, I don't, maybe Dante's the best Ramatra in the league right now. The way he was just playing that map, absolutely impeccable. The Vortex is perfectly placed, made Fearless's life miserable, the rotations of the ultimates as well. And just the fact that, like, every time it felt like Houston Outlaws got the fight that they wanted with their engagements, Dante would just hit Nemesis form, walk at the back line and say, okay, you guys literally can't do anything to me, so yes, we may lose a fight in terms of just numbers, but what are you going to do without your supports? Can you push the bot? We're going to have respawns eventually. Like, Dante really took over this game completely on Ramatra.
Yeah, really never has allowed a 5 stack from Houston Outlaws to come back into it strong, and that's going to be the strat that I think we're looking to see continue anytime in the moving forward. And I guarantee there's a lot of those sitting at home right now that are like, I'm probably going to use that idea in my next comp game and make sure that I continue to throttle, as we do see from Dante. But as we continue, we have reached another map 5. We are absolutely ecstatic to bring you even more Overwatch before the grand finals. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we're going to see who is able to move on. It's another map 5 here to all those viewing at home, and we are absolutely electric going into this. It is all down to this moment, Kenobi. No subs from either side, and we're going to be entering into our final control.
We'll see if the Gladiators can topple another Titan. I mean, we've seen the previews, David versus Goliath. Feels like Glads are feeling a bit like David right now. This is very much a David-esque run from them, coming from that group stages, beating Atlanta yesterday. Now map 5 against Houston. They won on control already. Houston yesterday was able to stifle Shock's attempt at winning control, but we're on Lijiang Tower, no subs. This is a map pick from Houston, which is interesting because if we do get control center, that's a very heavily Ramatra favored map, or any rush style, and it looks like that's exactly where we're starting off.
This goes so well for Gladiators on rolling the dice. They had a chance to find a strength out the gate, and they are here now. Shields up for those in the chat, but they're still looking to see what their opponent's going to ante up with Outlaws to compete on this first round.
We've seen a lot of Winston from Fearless. But don't forget, the guy's got a Reinhardt still in their back pocket, and this is one of the first times we've seen kind of this Rush versus Ram style right now. I believe it's, you know, poor man, rich man, whatever we want to call it. It's a Rush style, and the thing that differentiates both of these teams is that the Reinhardt can just get in your face very aggressively, but Dante has a little bit more in terms of utility to block some of that incoming damage.
Nice counter to deny up front already. The Nemesis form active upon that potential pin from Fearless. Going in, swinging. The Cryo Freeze has already been spent though by Outlaws. Ooh. Pelican has no defenses and Dante takes advantage of it. And now moving up through the stairway, there's a counter pin in the corner, separating them from the team. The Nemesis is still active, and you actually have Gladiators looking to take this initial engagement.
The healing is there from Shu. The point has not flipped over yet, but Violet is down. That means the speed is gone, and now Gladiators can aggress.
They're so vulnerable. Nice wall for the moment to buy some space, but they work their way through that far left pillar to keep continuing this pressure.
Oh, Kevster goes down though. That means there's no wall, and this might be the Shu's on the other foot right now. Shu has got an amplification matrix as well. Gladiators have to retreat.
Yep, they're going to lead into that. They need to make sure they are not in sightline. You can see Kai tumbling out of the way. Dante is a sitting duck between a massive block of ice, and they will swap it back.
What a pick that was onto Kevster. I think Gladiators would have loved to have just continued to hold right there. The sleep comes in onto Fearless to stop Houston from aggressing, but Gladiators now have a lot to chew through in terms of getting through this chokehold, specifically because you've got the Symmetra turrets as well, and Happy can just sit here firing and poking down, but Los Angeles Gladiators might just brute force their way in with Ramatra.
Yep, seeing what they can do with it. There's a lot of... oh my goodness, Fearless just has to abandon ship. They've got to flee so quickly, especially with the Bionade. The wall actually doesn't help Gladiators for the moment, so it buys just enough space. But with Pelican down, a Shatter peeks the corner. It's going to be a beautiful sound barrier along with a nano boost to counteract that and drive forward. The photon barrier does cause some disruption and divide the center position. They can't quite yet get Fearless until Kepster finds the icicle.
Oh, the Annihilation is so good, too. It's going to wreck through the entirety of the health bars of the Houston Outlaws, and Gladiators will take back this point. They do have a Blizzard to work with as well on Kevster's side. Pelicans got one of their own, but Gladiators used a lot to win that fight, and Outlaws, Shu's got another Ant Matrix. Violet's got a tempo beat as well. They can just brute force their way in here.
Still sticking close by. The Blizzard, watchful for both. Typically see the second one always being a lot more advantageous. TP comes to the back position. Vortex going to slow their momentum down from the high ground. Nice separation. Kevster throws the Blizzard. Pelican still holds on, with Violet also giving that sound barrier for withstanding any type of damage. Outlaws play this beautifully. They swap it back over, and they've taken the numbers advantage. There was no way that the Immortality Field could keep them any longer alive.
But there was a huge anti from Babel onto the backline. Violet's the only one alive. Kai and the rest of the DPS are still here. They're trying their best to focus him down.
They've actually still held their ground despite the early opportunity that they got in numbers. Their utility and cooldowns allow them to keep this going.
Oh, and they can maybe find Violet off the back end, but what an ante from Babel. Completely turned that fight on its head, taking down Shu, and Gladiators still have control of this point. Houston Outlaws coming back in. Blizzard at the ready from Pelican.
They've eluded the pin. Kai is still alive, but left in the corner of the wall and the Blizzard itself, so it will be an instant shutdown. Now with the Cryo Freeze just looking to, again, buy time. There is no way that you're sticking around for that one as it's swapped over.
They're just trying to get as much as they can here. Gladiator is going to recontest. Houston Outlaws doing the smart thing, just holding close as best as they can. Nano is available from Babel. They also have the sound barrier from Funny Astro, so they can, if they want, just try and get really aggressive here and get Dante that annihilation to go even more so.
Yep, that's what they're going to look to lean into, but a separation here onto Kai is so vital for them. But with a return, Dante does what we've seen before, go straight for the support line. They're nearing that annihilation with a photon barrier in the center. Nano boost onto Dante, getting critically low, but Shatter knocks them down, but Funny Astro is there once again. A second time for this. Fearless cannot follow up onto it. Now with the photon barrier gone and the wall up, trying to cause disruption to the team. Happy can't withstand the damage, and Gladiators are coming back into it, and they utilize the annihilation.
Oh, the Annihilation gets so much work done, and Houston Outlaws, I think that they don't have the way back into this. You can see Gladiators are playing so far forward. Shu has no way to get back onto this point, 97%.
It's going to be so difficult. Can anybody even get there in time? They can't. This is Gladiators now taking the first round, and again, utilizing this map specifically for Dante on this Ramatra, and now are only 1 round away from bringing another upset and finding themselves in the grand finals.
Glads could potentially create another huge upset. We are on a different map here, which means that this is a map that is so much more favorable towards that Winston dive composition. Gladiators could still theoretically play that Ramatra comp, but the thing is, if they're going to do it, they need to get to point and they need to play in enclosed areas. They don't want to play out in the open with a composition like this. They can potentially just get onto the point and stifle the dive there, but it's going to be very difficult. You see Kevster actually going over towards the Symmetra. I wonder if this is a Symmetra TP to point angle. No, they're just going to get a little bit of...
Yeah, they'll get the initial distance because they know that Fearless is going to dive in quickly with the rest of them. Happy looking for the flank. That's going to be the big thing, though, is you're going to have the Vortex to deny Fearless to dive out, and they find the collapse onto Shu, left on the bridgeway, alone from the team. Nice takedown, though. Pelican comes in to even the score, but it's still going to be Gladiators lighting up in the kill feed to take the advantage.
The way that Dante is just able to split the team with these Vortexes is so impeccable, and then once they know that Fearless has used all their cooldowns, they just run at that backline. Shu can't do anything, and Gladiators take control of this first point.
Dante holding the inner corner, still getting a decent amount of chip damage with that auto fire, and it can accumulate a massive amount of damage. And there's going to be Kai finding Violet in addition because you had the damage from Dante. And now this aggression forward. Nice recovery, though. Happy gets 2. That is so vital for Outlaws.
Oh, Shu might have brought that one back for the team, but Dante is still alive, and he's punching them down with Kevster still there, and Gladiators looks like they've won this fight.
Yep, Dante just going to recover every time they run the bridgeway until finally Pelican gets them low on the outskirts. It is still Gladiators gaining percentage here because they're keeping this in contention, but Outlaws just now with recovery can get back and swap it over.
They're still stalling best they can. Pulse Bomb comes, or doesn't come out from Pelican. Recalls just in time. Gladiators will have to recontest here. Go through White Room. There's no way that you can fight this out in the open. They want to just brute force their way onto this point right now, but they have to be worried about Pelican coming in this enclosed area with the Pulse Bomb.
White Room is the focus for entry. Looking to see if Pelican can get a pulse bomb here. The recall that early is going to be so challenging to work through, and that gives an opportunity for Gladiators to lean shoulder first into this, and they will just bash Outlaws out of this position and take it back.
That was such good communication as well. As soon as they got that shot, Kai hit a direct headshot onto Pelican, and once they knew that Pelican had recalled, they just instantly went in knowing that if Outlaws are going to commit to this, they're going to be at somewhat of a disadvantage, and Gladiators take back control of this point. Outlaws are going to have a huge ultimate bank to work with here, but how much of it are they going to have to commit just to take this point back?
Only time will tell. As Happy weaves their way into the back line. Patience, the communication. Oh, and they deny it. The Vortex again denies the dive to get into the best position. There's still value to be obtained, though. Pelican gets it. They keep Fearless contained a second time. Vortex first, Sleep second. Now with the Primal Rage to knock them off the edge. You aren't able to jump away in the Vortex, but the damage of knocking them off the edge has landed.
Fearless somehow manages to get 2 with that Primal Rage. I don't think that the Gladiators knew that that was a possibility, but they were playing way too close to the edge, and Fearless, with his Monkey Fist, is able to win that fight and bring it back for the Houston Outlaws, only using 2 ultimates, which is huge for them in their ability to continue to, accrue that percentage and potentially take us to a 3rd sub-map.
Well, we have to look here. The Annihilation looking to lead into this. Happy waiting to get a decent hack. But again, it's the communication between the two. Stick doesn't land. It's so low onto Funny Astro, and Pelican finds the weakness, the cracks in the shield. They are able to continue causing disruption and just bringing down Glads, but Kevster isn't done either, doing as much work as possible to counteract the value that Pelican has brought to this engagement. It's about to be swapped, but they can't keep on the point. 71% in climbing, and Outlaws about to bypass them with an anti and the sound barrier to guarantee that they're still in this.
Finally uses sound barrier, so that means Dante is going to have a free annihilation for this next fight, but Shu came in so clutch with a couple of nades there, being able to take down Funny Astro so early, and at the very end, 1v1ing Kai on that Cassidy. Houston Outlaws in last fight territory here. Los Angeles Gladiators only have this annihilation to work with, and they're very close towards a beat from Funny Astro.
Happy had to translocate out. They saw them underneath there. Catching him out is not what you want to see. Nade lands onto 2. So there's recovery. Funny Astro top back up to go into this. Vortex is going to prevent Fearless from diving in if they stay close. The Annihilation active, going for the supports, as we've seen time and time again. You've got Outlaws dodging out of this. They're going to give space for the moment because they'll get one last shot.
One last shot, but they have EMP to work with. This is going to be a lot on Babel right here. Can Babel find a way to use this nano to keep one of the members alive who are hit by this EMP? Because Houston are going to come in with their own, and with that EMP, Houston cannot die in the neutral, though. That would be worst case scenario.
Yep. Patience. The control. The necessary end for Outlaws. The nano boost goes. Oh no! Kai gets the damage. It brings them out of the fight. Babel is gone. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The EMP in the back. It's 2 though. Pelican and Violet work together to try and turn this back. They need to get back to the point, but Dante is here. Everyone from Glads. The upset is going to happen. They just need to eliminate the last few. We heard yesterday. Oh wait, but there's a dive back in. Fearless just looking to buy some more time, but they're constantly being picked up by Kai. There's no way that Houston Outlaws can come back from this. We heard the roars of victory yesterday, and today you can hear Gladiators once again saying, "Are you not entertained?"
The shoe, the slipper still fits. The Cinderella story continues for the Los Angeles Gladiators, taking down Atlanta and now taking down Houston. Everyone's brackets are shattered. The desk's brackets are shattered. There is no way anyone, besides probably just the Gladiators themselves, thought that they would be making it to the finals of the Pro-Am, but here they are, continuing a miracle run for them off the back of what I consider now to be the best Ramatra play we've seen in Overwatch League so far. Dante is absolutely unreal on that hero.
Hands down. There is no competition at this moment, just the lucrative understanding of how to play this. We saw it multiple attempts, and they played to their strengths in this control map, which is what was absolutely necessary. We talked about specifically going onto Lijiang Tower and the obstacles that they were going to face. But again, leaning into control center first was the biggest boon that they could have asked for out the gate. And even when they did deviate away onto Gardens, that was more favorable to Outlaws, they still played it masterfully and stepped up when they absolutely needed to.
I mean, I think you can like look at a blueprint of like if you're in ranked and you want to play Ramatra and you're playing against a Winston, just watch Dante play. Every single Vortex just felt like, even if it's not like hurting the Winston or anything, it's just creating so much space, and then his ability to just like, when the fights devolve, we talked about it with Gladiators all the time. They are the best team when fights are just no longer in neutral. When it's mid-fight, they can just instantly pounce on your backline. Kevster, Kai, Dante this series. And who else can we give player of the match to, I think, besides Dante, especially after those first 2 maps? Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no debate. And everything that we've had from talked about on the desk going into this, Dante was saying they were looking forward to be able to compete against the Outlaws, and they can say, holding their head high as the player of the match, that they really put on a performance.
And I mean, his Winston wasn't bad either. Like, the thing about Dante is that when a lot of people, I think we're like talking about, you know, the Glads, the Scrimbuck stock exchange, you know, Glads aren't looking too good. They're not looking great in scrims. You know, Dante is the solo tank. Can it happen? Yes, it can. Dante, no matter what you talk about in terms of mechanics, right? Dante is one of the smartest players that I think we have in Overwatch League, and it feels like if he can get like a few, you know, days, hours, minutes. You know, it feels like Dante's that good on any hero. He can make it work for the team, and this Gladiators team is a force to be reckoned with, especially if this meta is going to continue, where we do sometimes have these fights where it is just so elongated. The mid fight happens and it devolves into the chaos that the Gladiators want to be in.
It really is. And as we do come to the conclusion of this second semifinal map, that means that there is only going to be the grand finals that are remaining. And we are looking to see if Los Angeles Gladiators are going to be the kryptonite to face off against the Florida Mayhem. But Kenobi, that is going to do it for us today. It has been an absolute pleasure, as I said yesterday, an honor to be here, to have so many maps across 2 days. It was electric. And from us here, I'm Rich Rad.
I'm Kenobi.
And we are so happy to see the conclusion of this, as we're going to throw it onto the desk afterwards before entering that grand finals.
there we have it. Make sure to gear up on all your favorite OWL gear before the opening weekend, which is very soon. We're gonna take a look at one of the revamped 2023 team jerseys. Here is the Gladiator one, fresher than ever, as you can see. All you have to do is head on over to the League shop to get yours today. They are looking slick, not gonna lie. And the slick look was what they showed us on the server today, as well as they took down the Houston Outlaws. And what a match it was. There must be something in the air, and Kenobi and Rich Red are casting. The map 5s are just, they're raining from above.
Yeah.
Apparently that's just a thing. We love it. We absolutely love it. What a great match this was.
Yeah, it was super, super fun to watch, and I feel like even when we were previewing it, we were all like, this is going to be so close. Still is a toss-up, no matter who's going to be able to take it, but it's so neat to be able to see just all of the stops get pulled out for this one. I feel like every single time we look at the Gladiators, they show us a different side to themselves, Danny.
No, I definitely, I feel like Gladiators, just every match they play, it seems like they're like evolving or leveling up.
Yeah.
Like every single match. It's just, even it's crazy how we going into the match, we knew that Houston Outlaws, they're a great Winston dive team. Like Fearless is a great Winston player, but I'm just surprised how well Dante and the rest of the Gladiators sort of managed to fend off the Houston Outlaws, and just going toe-to-toe even on the Winston mirror. Not only that, like moving into the later half of the match, that switch to the Ramatra Brawl was such a smart choice made by the Gladiators. And I think that played a huge part in them winning the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Dante was cycling through those cooldowns, you could hear Richard and Kenobi really calling out just the high level of skill expression that's come through. And I feel like there's still even more to go with that. And so the more that we've seen Dante on the Ramatra, the more I am convinced at the moment that he is the best Ramatra in the entire Overwatch League right now. And it's not even just the Ramatra skills and the Brawl that I feel like are really high points we have to call out on the roster, but also just a team effort overall. I feel like Dante really showed up in a big way when he was the tank for the Houston Outlaws last year, and this year too. You know that he's been putting in so much work, so much effort to be able to improve both in and out of the game. And it's showing not just from his gameplay, but the team as a whole.
And then there's Kev Sakai.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And there's those guys. I mean, across the board, I think they all had really highlight-worthy moments. And as a team, I think a lot of people did not have them on their radar, but that is changing now. I think they really put up such a great performance today in this match and yesterday already. So I am thrilled to see them advancing into the finals and see what they have in store for us there. However, for now, we're going to bring in our player for our winners interview. We're going to have Funny Astro joining us. First of all, of course, thank you so much for joining us, and a huge congratulations.
Hi, thanks for having me.
All right, Funny Astro, that was... Oh, sorry. Were you gonna go for? Wait, was I going first?
No, I was just.
Sorry for cutting you off. I was just. That match was just crazy. It was just so fun to watch. I do really want to ask you about the Ramatra Brawl, the Funny Astro, because I think starting at Esperanza, you guys came in with that Ramatra Brawl. Was this something that was sort of planned before the map with Fearless coming back in, knowing that they're gonna come out with the Winston type? So did you guys sort of at that moment say, hey, we should go with the Ramatra Brawl?
To be honest, Ram is something we've played a lot, something we've been trying a lot in scrims. We've had a lot of success with it, and it's one of our default comps for Koth and push maps. And today it just felt really good to play against this Winston dive because Dante was getting insane value just destroying the enemy backline.
No.
Yeah, that was evident. And I mean, talk about your role in that a little bit, Funny Astro. You come into the roster on these Koth and push maps playing the Lucio for the most part. And so what do you feel like is your role to help enable that? And what do you look for when you're trying to enable that rush?
Well, usually I'm just trying to keep Babel alive against the Winston Sombra Tracer comps. My job is just keep Babel and Kai alive. Occasionally I'll go in the front line and go with Dante and try and kill the enemy backline, but it's pretty much anything. I can do anything on Lucio.
Well, you and your team are just so much fun to watch. I love how dominant the performance was. Pick your brain here on your opponents. I think a lot of people not only didn't expect your team to end up in the finals, but also the opposition, the Florida Mayhem. What is your read on that team?
They're a pretty flexible team. They seem to be able to, but we can play pretty much anything against them, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to be a game of chess. I like it. I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. Of course, going to let you get back to your team as you got some work, some studying up to do before you're heading into your next match. Thank you so much for joining.
No problem.
Thank you.
And best of luck in the finals against the Florida Mayhem. Always great to hear it from Funny Astro, and I am so excited to see both those very flexible teams, as he just said himself, end up meeting in the finals, because it can go any which way in terms of comps, which is going to be really, really entertaining. Now, chat, we do have, as I say like 100 times now, finals are coming up very soon. The last two Goliaths are standing, Florida Mayhem and the LA Gladiators. Who you think is going to win? Vote in the poll on your screen right now, and you know, we need to give both of those teams a little bit of a break before their big game, but don't go anywhere, because the desk will be right back to break down all the action for you. Welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. They're about to go down, but first things first, make sure to scan the QR code on your screens and then quickly fill out some details to claim your token offer. Do that right now.
Right now.
No, like, seriously, do it right now.
Do
I'll
it.
give you 1,
Take out
2,
your phones.
3. There we go. You probably have it scanned now. See you filling out details. I visualize it. I see it happening as I'm talking about it. That's enough time, though. Finals are about to go down, and we're here to get you ready for all of the action. Of course, currently, our two teams are setting up, strategize, etc. All the good things which need to happen in front or ahead of their game. So we're going to give them some time. Luckily, there is plenty of stuff for us to talk about heading into this match. So first, let me pick your wrinkly brains regarding these two teams. If you had to pick one player, just one player to look out for in our finals, who would it be?
For me, one player to look out for, I'm gonna go with Dante from Los Angeles Gladiators. I think, you know, we've been praising him for a very long time, but for a really good reason, because coming into the Pro-Am tournament, we talked about, you know, one of the things that worried a lot of us was Dante, you know, being the sole tank for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Like, is that enough for the Gladiators team? And, you know, from time and time again, I think he has proven that, you know, he is more than enough as a sole tank for the Gladiators. You know, he just went up against one of the best Winston players, Fearless, and, you know, I think his Winston was really good too. He went toe-to-toe with Fearless, and I think that's a huge plus for Dante. Not only that, like, I think Funny Astro mentioned how the team is so versatile, and I think that's, I guess, Dante being the tank of the team, a great tank for the team, plays a huge part in them able to be so versatile.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes down to the way that maybe we would have pegged the meta coming into this particular tournament is that you're going to have teams that are specialists at things. So maybe looking at some of the contenders teams, they may have a couple of looks that they really, really like to go for, but when it comes down to the Overwatch League teams that are really rising to the top, it really is about that flexibility. And so for me, my MVP is also going to have to be someone on Florida Mayhem. That's right, the tank player that's going to be filling the role. Not just a random player that's on Florida Mayhem, but someone that tank. Someone has pulled out Ramatra, Winston, Sigma, Diva, and all to such a high level, which really allows this team to play so many different compositions. We've seen any mixture from Mare and Checkmate of Echo, Tracer, Cassidy, Sombra. We've seen the Ashe. We've also seen just, I don't even, Hanzo, Widowmaker. Like, I feel like this team can kind of play it all at this point, and it's because of that, like Danny said, when you have a tank that's really able to fill so many different baskets, it opens up so many doors of possibility for the team.
And I just love the story both of those two tanks you mentioned have been on, right? Someone coming into the league just primarily, this is a Winston player, right? So for him to be able to showcase different heroes now, and for Dante, obviously, role switching, which already puts you a bit on the back foot in comparison to every other tank who, you know, had years and years and years playing those tank roles. So for him to just be able to be flexible in that tank role, that bodes so well for both of those teams. So agree, both players have been showing up big times during the Pro-Am for their teams. And I just can't wait to see what they bring in the finals and beyond that, of course, in the regular season as well. But we've also had some other star performances that we want to mention. Let's take a look back at some of our top plays from the Pro-Am West.
Oh, is this a hottie?
Starting
bullying.
with a banger.
Yeah,
bullying
oh my
Lion?
God.
Yeah, I remember this. I think I used that as one of my highlights, and now we're seeing Checkmate just going in and getting all the kills.
Going unchecked for sure.
Unchecked.
Yeah.
The Checkmate was another.
Thanks for laughing about that one.
He's such a great player as well, and you know,
I liked it.
so talented. Oh, I remember this one too.
Good.
Oh, this one was huge.
CJ Suzu, right? Cleanse to save everyone on his team. Which, you know, if he didn't, that perfect timing, and if that timing didn't work, you know, things would have turned out really bad for that team. But you know, that was a clutch save from CJ.
That could have been like a three. That would have been a three-man pulse bomb right there. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was super clutch.
Proper.
Always good. Don't even care what he does, but we'd love to see him on our screen.
Just stop talking. Just watch him.
Just watch it. Enjoy it.
Proper doesn't care about ping. Proper doesn't care about anyone. She just goes and kills everybody.
Oh,
I mean, that was
my God, that was the
just refusing to lose. Oh, that one was
Vega,
rough.
Vega, Mikey, Boop, right? On Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, not
hey,
Hollywood. Sorry. Blizzard World. Yeah.
What a great way to remember that too, because I remember like Mikey's debut last season in the Overwatch League. One of the hypest moments for me was when we were on Ilios City Center and Mikey got like a 3K into the cars. I lost it. It was another wrecking ball moment, and I'm happy that we got a chance to highlight another one from him. That was really funny.
and it had to be from Mikey, right? I think that's what you said when you first saw the players. Like, of course it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a little trip down memory lane. Those are some of the flashy plays, but we also want to just call out some top tier players that absolutely delivered consistent performances for their teams, no matter the situation we were in so far in the Pro-Am, guys.
All right. Am I going first?
Sure. Always go first. Who you got?
I always go first. Right. Are you guys ready for this? This has to be the best player and best play. I'm talking about Violet Moira. This was against, I think, Redbird's Esports, where he pulled out of Moira and he just went crazy. This one, and then I don't know if we have the clip after this, but I remember, yes, there you go, Hollywood, and he just goes in and just goes crazy. I think this whole, like, honestly, this whole match just had me just laughing, and you know, I know that the players were having fun, and it was just, you know, I think this is special because I know for sure this is like, we're not going to see this during the regular season. This was only for the Pro-Am. It's like a special Pro-Am match, I guess. So yeah,
it was honorable. Like, they had honorable agreements on the server. There was a really honorable.
Some of those duels did not turn honorable. Some of them involved some help from another member of the team. True, I remember that.
No.
I had to call out a few of them.
This, right? Wait, didn't you? No, I don't think it was a help. I think it was 1v1 Moira, and then Pelican was just in the middle, just watching. He was just there.
He got dragged in there.
I remember too. Pelican's just like, hey, what's up? Like, I'm just here, like, vibing, having a good time, figuring it out, bathing in the glory that is a Moira 1v1. I don't know. Vicky and I had absolutely no idea what was going on. It was great. I would like more of that, please.
Yeah. Another thing we always want to see more of has to be proper, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
So,
Proper. We all love Proper. Like, I also want to give a shout out to Proper because, you know, we all know that they were playing in Korea. They weren't in the States yet. I don't know if they're in now, but anyways. But you know, so they were playing at a disadvantage, but still just Proper, just getting all the kills, just proving to us why he was the MVP last season and just getting all those titles, I guess, and just, you know, proving to us that he's such a great player, even with those disadvantages.
He's so good. I feel like we still have yet to see Proper in true form. Like, there's going to be another level up. I feel like he's going through a hyperbolic time chamber right now, maybe trying to figure out how to come back to us and like in even better form. So I'm okay to see like maybe a misstep here or there at the beginning of the season, because it gives him plot armor. That's what it gives him. This is his training arc right now.
True. And I mean, again, it is also still a question mark. Like, how serious did the team take the Pro-Am tournament? Right? True. Like, they might not have prepared as much for it as some of the other teams have. Maybe they were just out there trying to figure it out a little bit and just, as you say, use that as a training ground. Now, another player which certainly always impresses whenever he shows up on the server has to be Twilight.
Oh my gosh, yes. Like, what else is there to say about this particular player? Because I feel like not only were we able to sing his praises when he was on Toronto Defiant last year, and especially when you had a duo in your backline like Chorong, but now Twilight has a couple different supportive partners that he can really play around with, whether it's Izayaki, Lee Jae-gon. There's a really nice double flex support that we're really coming out to see from the Boston Uprising lineup, and Twilight time and time again is just so consistent with the anti-grenades, those sleep darts. I don't know what else you want, Danny.
Like, I honestly think that Twilight is such a talented Ana player, and also, like, we talked about Boston, we talked about how great Birdring is, but I honestly believe Birdie was able to shine because of players like Twilight helping him, you know?
It's always somewhere out there, Costa is screaming at his screen right now. I'm like, it's always because of us. It's a support line enabled.
Well, he's not here.
Sure.
I don't hear him.
I can hear him faintly.
True.
He's close enough in proximity. Like we live in, has to go out to no other, and I have to bring in my golden frame. That's a throwback. He's been living inside
You
my
still
golden
have
frame.
that?
I still have this. You know where I put this golden frame?
No, where?
I have a wall filled with like pictures of my family, including my baby now, and he's next to my daughter's like birth picture.
I will. Next time I interview Fearless, I will.
He doesn't know.
Make sure.
No, don't make it weird.
No,
don't make it weird, please.
I'm gonna make it weird. I'm gonna tell him, be like, hey, Zoe has a picture of you or of Winston with your name on it on her like family board or something.
If my family board. Yep, that's where Fearless lives, rent free. I mean, you could be in there too if you get 16 Primal Rage kills in a game.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
That is a lot, yeah.
Putting up some numbers, and I mean, you're talking about maybe Fearless living rent-free. How about rent-free in other people's backlines? Because, my God, I feel like Fearless is one of those tank players that, yes, we tout as an incredibly skilled Winston, but I feel like as well, when you look at just why Fearless is a good Winston, you really have to call out the amount of space that Fearless is able to control for the team. A lot of the reasons why Houston Outlaws were able to win their dive fights is not just because the rest of the team is able to, like, you know, put up as well, but it's because Fearless is able to control that space. Hey, you want to take out the support line? I got you. I'm just gonna whack him in front so that you can like get a headshot, take him out. And he's really, really strong at being able to do that, as well as communicating with the team on exactly how they want to try to initiate those dives. So really great Winston, really great player. Can't wait to see more of them later.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, those players certainly have delivered for us and their teams as well. And I just love how you each picked a support player, because the support role is being graced with a new addition, which is super exciting. Yes. So I'm sure all of you are aware. But just in case, here is the most recent announcement video of our new support hero.
Press the attack!
A little care always helps.
Don't give up. This is our fight to win.
Being down just makes the comeback all the more exciting. Let's perk you up. You're blossoming. Lucky I was here, huh? My platform is here. Hand forward. Shall we do this together? Leave this to me. Life unbridled. Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
Daddy? Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know, but that's a top 3 romanceable character if I've ever seen one.
Definitely gives Hanzo a run for his money, that's for sure.
He does. Like I saw the trailer, I was like, Hanzo, move out of the way.
Hanzo who? Hanzo who? I don't remember Hanzo. Lifeweaver all the way, baby.
We do love our Hanzo, but Lifeweaver, man, not only is his hero design absolutely gorgeous, and so are the abilities, they're also very unique in their approach, I think, in terms of what else we've seen in this particular game. So let's go through a lot of them, or all of them, or some of them. Let's just discuss which one of those really stands out to you and why.
It has to be, for me, it has to be the life grip, like where you pull your ally to your location. Can I be honest? I think for pro play, I think it could be a clutch, I guess, ability for support players. But in my ranked games, I don't know. I think it could go very bad. Like if you just have someone trolling, that could go bad. But at the same time, it could also be good because for my sake, like when I play Ryan, I do not look at the back. Like I get tunnel vision and just swing and press W. So if I have a life fever in the back, be like, hey, Danny, come back. Like
Come
take
back.
care of us. What are you doing? You're going too far. You suck.
Yeah.
Come back. Then
Yeah,
I'll be like,
how
oh,
you can
okay.
stop an eager beaver like Danny from charging in. So that's one way of using it for sure. I'm excited for this one. That is such a fun mechanic. That's gonna make a lot of funny moments on the server for sure.
I can't wait. Yeah, maybe someone's like alting and then you just like, can you do that? Like what if it's a Reaper that's going for Death Blossom? Could you life grip them across the map as they're alting? Because
Ooh, that's a good question.
Then you have like I don't know, you could nano that, you could pull it.
Yeah, you can reposition them. If someone doesn't position well, you could just like, come on over here. Like if you position them, it's gonna. Man,
It's fine.
there's a lot of layers.
It's fine. Just give it a couple days. When he releases, Costa is gonna do all the testing, and then nobody can blame him
in Costa
if he doesn't do anything.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna have a lot to talk about once Liveweaver is out and about, and we get to see him in action. I definitely can't wait. There's a lot of fun coming our way. Now, let's take a final break, I would say, to get us all settled, and then afterwards we get started with the Pro Am West finals. We're gonna have rosters for you, predictions, and gameplay, of course, after this break. Don't go anywhere. Let's go.
Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Ran taken down. Benham out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy, hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
1v1. Meanwhile, hits the shot at Violet 2.
But legends stand in their way.
Could Proper possibly kill them all? Rookie of the Year, MVP! Dude, that's not reasonable. That's not human.
We see the now play is Alpha Yi is going for a full team kill.
Oh, but he doesn't have his ground beneath his feet!
He kills as soon as he respawns. Backbone!
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Welcome back, friends! We are now just minutes away from the start of our grand finals to conclude our Pro-Am tournament. So let's once again take a look at the bracket to see what got us here. We had some really spicy quarterfinals ending in some really entertaining semis. And in the end, it was the Florida Mayhem breezing through the upper half of the bracket, and the LA Gladiators, they had to fight a little harder. They sweated a little more, but they got here and it was well deserved. So let's take a look at that Gladiator starting roster.
We got, I think it's nothing out of the ordinary. We got Dante, Kai, Kevster, Babel, and Funny Astro. I think we saw what they could do against the Houston Owlets just a couple minutes ago, I guess. And Dante looking great, whether it's the Winston, the Rumatra, and like Funny Astro said, they are very flexible. And they are also going up against another very flexible and scary team, Florida Mayhem, for the finals.
Yeah, this is going to be feels like a bloodbath. It depends on how you look at it, I suppose. But when it comes down to the way that the Gladiators just performed, they're warm, they're ready, but Mayhem are undefeated coming into this finals and with such an all-star roster to boot. So with so many different looks that they've shown us throughout the Pro-Am, whether it was the qualifiers or the bracket, they have a lot of different looks that they could pull out for this match. And as we've started to look at both of these teams being incredibly flexible with the type of compositions that they can come out with, and also recognizing that there are different compositions that work better for these specific maps, just as the meta stands right now. This match gonna come down to what maps get played, what compositions these teams feel comfortable on, so that they can look to get that dub.
Yeah, so it's really not just on the teams. I think the coaches really had to step it up for this one and do a lot of prep and homework. And this is partially what gave the Gladiators an edge in their last two games, right? They really knew their win condition against the particular teams they went up against. Now, they didn't have as much time to prepare, so obviously it's going to be left to be seen how well they will match up against the Florida Mayhem. Let's take a look at our predictions to see who we got winning this last and final Pro-Am match. Gotta be real with you. Again, not awfully confident in my pick. I went with the Mayhem. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I think it's going to be a close one. I'm predicting Mayhem winning it 4-3. But just because they've looked absolutely flawless thus far.
Huh? Yeah, I actually picked Mayhem as well. Like Zoe said, they look unstoppable. They have finally been tested, and yeah, like we said, like they're looking really good. I do also think that it's going to be a very close match because Gladiators looked really good as well.
My scoreline wouldn't suggest it, but I do think the same, that this match is going to be very close, but I also give it to the Mayhem 4-1. Use this time to be able to watch the different strategies that the Gladiators came out with for their semifinal match, and they're looking to try to iterate and be maybe a little bit more creative when it comes down to how they approach this, but it's a toss-up.
All right.
I just want
Mayhem chat.
I just want chat to go Mayhem 4-0, so it'll be a perfect line of 4-3, 4-2, 4-1, 4-0.
That would be amazing. Chat wins.
Gladiators!
Okay.
Well, that's 1%
50%
are
very
in
close.
favor of the Gladiators.
Wow.
Is that recency bias because it was the last match they saw? I don't know. But you know what? Both of those teams would deserve the W. They've both shown us some tremendous gameplay thus far in the Pro-Ams. Now the predictions are set in stone. The teams are ready. So let's have at it. Handing it over to the illustrious Costa and Mr. X for all the action.
Thank you so much, Deska. So interesting there to see the chat side with the Gladiators. Scott, super excited for this final. No more Davids. We have just Goliaths left. And probably not the two that people expected, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you hyped up David and Goliath so much this entire Pro-Am. Unfortunately, it is just the great players that we know and love making it through to the very end. I don't think many of us expected with how the season was playing out with Gladiators versus the Florida Mayhem, but both deservedly here. The Gladiators going through Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws, while the Florida Mayhem just discarding absolutely everybody in their path. They've lost one map, Matt, and that was their first match against the San Francisco Shock.
And they've been fantastic, right, throughout the entire group stages. And with that record, they're actually the home team for this series. They actually get this first map. So we will be going to Ilios. Curious for you, what's the key matchup in this series? Like, what do you think is really going to determine this?
It's going to be interesting because the Florida Mayhem, they have just been really the tip of the spear on the back of someone's Winston, playing aggressive and just so oppressive that no one's really been able to deal with that. But one thing that the LA Gladiators have been so good at is just being resilient, especially with that late swap from Dante on that Ramatra composition. I'm looking to see if the Gladiators are going to try to pull that one out against the Florida Mayhem because it worked great against the Houston Outlaws.
What I'm looking at is like on the Gladiator side of things, actually, is that we know that obviously Dante kind of getting used to the tank role. I think he's actually looked much better on like Winston than I think people would have expected, and I think the supports have really lived up. But for me, with Kevster, Kai, and Yaki, like it's just three explosive DPS players that a series like this almost I feel like benefits players like this, right? They had just played, they're kind of like hot in that game state. Call of Duty CDL would say it's the flow state, that's
the flow state.
That's the new thing over there. But you get these DPS players, playing to the top caliber that they can. I mean, you have three of the best in the league that we've seen over previous seasons. So if they start to really heat up, how can Merit and Checkmate respond?
Yeah, Kai was a big question mark for me in the group stages of, does he still have it in a way that he's going to be able to lead this Gladiators? He was a little lackluster, same with Dante, and they have responded in a big way so far in this bracket play. Dante's been showing his flexibility, playing everything, and Kai has just been an absolute menace, going toe-to-toe with some of the best hit scans we have in this league. But as you said, Merit has been phenomenal. It's actual criminal how Florida Mayhem managed to get Merit off of the Houston Outlaws. I don't know how that went down. Albert's been leaking some stuff, but man, Merit has been on a different level. As we're going to Ilios Ruins as the first round, we saw Merit have value playing this Widow in the past, and it was difficult to deal with, but Kai's going to come out on the same thing. So a Merit versus Kai off the rip.
Yeah, and it looks like Dante actually takes a little bit of a hit there early on from the sniper of the Florida Mayhem at range. I think you're just going to see both teams play a little bit cautious at here. The Widows on both sides of things. Nobody wants to give up that first blood. Looks like both teams as well, Scott, fighting over that Mega Health Pack. Yeah, the Mega Health Pack is just such an important piece because you get that extra health. You can see Dante just using that to sustain himself. He's going to be the first one to dive, but someone's going to also match that dive. So both backlines really going to be tested, but Dante draws first blood, takes down Chorong, and is still on pressure on RuPaul. Oh, and he looks like he was gonna be able to make it out. He takes a little bit of a hit, and it's a nice biotic grenade there from Battle. Dante still upping the pressure there is a nice dive combo with Kepster. It looks like they're gonna be able to get control of the point first, and really nice Winston play there by Dante. He was actually able to make it out. Someone, he dove in as well, but didn't get as much work done because Babel actually anti-ed him, got him really low. That time you saw on the other side that Dante was able to take out Chorong. That's one thing's in the Gladiators' favor. Yeah, so first fight goes to the Gladiators, and that's an important thing. The Florida Mayhem backline has been indestructible so far. It's so difficult to get through Chorong and RuPaul and get that damage in. As the hack comes out of Dante, he's getting low, but Kai with the backup takes out Merit, who was trying to get Dante down, and this should be another fight as a sleep came out onto someone as well. That was a nanoed someone, so Babel is having an important first fight. Yeah, they do end up losing him here. It's Funny Astro trying to protect Kai as well.
No one
Not going to be able to make it out of this bubble. They lose their Winston. Are they going to be able to go back and make a play for the point here? It looks like they have Funny Astro still here. Kevs are going to get on and contest too. The Gladiators want to keep racking up this percentage.
Babble's coming back with the nano. They are going to let the flip come through, but they might still fight for it. You can see the Florida Mayhem are just sort of cornered in here. Look at RuPaul. He's trying to run away as the nano comes through Dante. He hasn't been able to find anyone just yet, but he's applying so much pressure. Cho's getting so low, but the sleep comes out from RuPaul at the last second, and that is such an important thing as Dante comes back. The sound barrier is able to come out from Chorong, and they're contesting the point and slowly winning this fight. Such an important sleep from RuPaul.
Oh, and I mean, this is totally on the Florida Mayhem support line if they're able to win this. Chorong was so low, and RuPaul hit a grenade from what seemed like a mile away. Able to get him out, gets a sound barrier off, and getting very close to taking the lead here, as this is going to be someone primal just knocking Kai all over the place. Kai's going to be able to live here. Really nice boops there from Funny Astro.
Yeah, really helping out Kai. I think someone might have flubbed that one just a little bit as well. So all of a sudden, someone doesn't have that resource, but Merit is up at that EMP, and there are no ultimates to counter this. So the Gladiators have got to be careful as they approach, because Merit's going to be waiting around that corner to drop it.
And he's going to use it right on early, and he's going to get slept as soon as that comes through, as they're going to take out Merit, but they're going to lose some other players for it, as now you feel like you've just lost supports kind of over and over again here. At least, you know, trying hard to keep Babel alive, just not able to do so. Probably can't fight this here. If you're the Gladiators, you're going to have to wait. And this is a large percentage now flipping over to the Florida Mayhem.
This is just ridiculous Ana gameplay from both sides. They're having such high impact sleep so far, and it's making it impossible for these main tanks to do anything. But 83% for the Florida Mayhem. They have the nano. They're going to go early with it onto someone. He's on the backline. He is able to dodge the sleep, take down Babel, takes down Chorong. Now he's on Kai. That's 3 for someone, and that should be the first round, but there has been a flip from the Gladiators.
Yeah, they give up the point, but, you know, still, it's going to be difficult, right? As someone takes out 3 players. Look how far Dante is split from the rest of the team. Looks like someone's going to move his way back to the point, let 2 or 3 players go back and deal with Dante. Now we're in OT. Gladiators got to make something happen. Dante actually now gets back with the rest of the team, gets the benefits of the sound barrier as well. It's going to be sound barrier in walls here for the Gladiators, and it's going to be a headshot from Kai. They take out someone. The Gladiators still alive.
That flip was so important for the Gladiators. Someone took out the entire team, but because they just had that extra time from flipping the point, they were able to come back. And that was an expensive fight for the Gladiators to win, but they're still in it. Now they have the nano boost of their own. They want to keep going up with the tempo. Put it onto Dante. He's going to have that primal rage, because this should be last fight, and they're actually bunching up on the left side. If Dante catches a whiff of this, he's going to go early and punish them for this sort of defensive style coming down the left side. They're all going to be caught in a narrow corridor.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful. It's almost like I feel like they're trying to bait a little bit. They have the sound barrier here to use as well. Sound barrier comes out as soon as that pulse bomb comes through, and they jump right on top of Babel, as that's been a few times they've been able to execute that. Asleep on a Dante up top, as the support's still playing well here for the Florida Mayhem, as Florida wiping through the rest of the Gladiators here, which should be the final fight of the round. Kevster will get on contest, has to recall to get out. Funny Astro gonna try and move on to the point. Try and contest as Gladiators will keep this one going. That's gonna actually be a nano on the Kevster, as maybe they can try and make something out of it. Another sleep.
Oh, that is just absolutely such an important sleep, because Kevster had the recall. He was just about to go crazy, but with Kevster going down, they will not have the damage to be able to get anything done, and Florida Mayhem will take this first round. And if this is what the rest of the series is going to be like, you guys better buckle up, because this is going to be a long one. I do want to go back to that fight, though, before, where Gladiators, they had the nano, they had the primal, just playing so slowly. They didn't use the primal or the nano before they lost their own backline. So they're going to need to be more proactive if they're going to take down the Florida Mayhem. Such an aggressive team.
I feel like they almost just couldn't react, the Gladiators. We can take a look here at someone's POV is, yeah, I mean, what do you do there, right? The bubble is inside of the doorway. You can't kind of, it's just removing everything that you can do as Ana. It's just that the dive came so much faster from Florida than I think that the Gladiators were prepared for. So take a look compositionally. It's going to be Cassidy from both teams. Doesn't really surprise me that much. I feel like if you were to design a map or area where Cassidy had on the most effective space, it would be on this one, as well, both of the Cassidys are just out of the equation like instantly.
Yeah, both Winstons, you know, getting onto the backline, getting a lot of pressure. Dante gets another one, gets the Ana, they trade back as well. Now Kevster takes down Chorong, but that should be an advantage here for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and first point going to them. So Gladiators maybe upping the tempo a little bit here. So far in the Pro-Am, no one has been able to match the Florida Mayhem and their aggression, but the Gladiators are coming out quite strong early in these rounds.
And it's not like I think you need, if you're the Gladiators, to keep your supports alive throughout the entire fight, just a little bit longer than like losing one of them instantly, right? I feel like if you're able to do that, you know, you're coming out on top in a lot of these fights in different areas. As Kevster working around the outside here with a pulse bomb.
He's so dangerous.
Somebody up.
Kevster is him most of the time. He has been the reason for this Gladiator success, and this is exactly why. Takes down that backline pretty much single-handedly, zones them away with the pulse bomb. He's going to add merit for good measure. Never mind, Babel stole that one, but that is such a good dive from the Gladiators, and Kevster, this is what we know and expect from him. He's an MVP caliber Tracer player, and with Kai and Dante firing at all cylinders with him, this dive is just so dangerous, and they need to find a way to keep RuPaul alive. They can't just rely on these miracle sleeps from him and the Florida Mayhem.
You know, Kevster has entered an area of Overwatch player that I don't think we've seen too many, where he does such ridiculous things all the time that it just seems like, oh, well, that's just
every
Kevster,
day,
right? Like everybody in the league could do that, but
yeah,
it is so far from the truth. Is sleep there, just narrowly misses here. Is nice rotations here now from the Gladiators, right? Just instead of kind of playing stationary with these supports, moving around, maybe a little bit riskier at times, but you're avoiding someone. Now the Nano on to Dante. He pushes on in. Right now, Scott, you're at 80% here for the Gladiators. This fight goes your way. You stall a few of these players out at the end. It may look good. No Primal goes off.
No Primal? Why didn't he Primal? He needed that extra help. They were in the advantage, but Dante doesn't get that one off. And now Florida Mayhem, they drop their own nano boost. Someone's in the back line. Funny Astro responds with the sound barrier that's keeping them alive. They're just waiting on Dante to get back, but Babel's under so much pressure, but Funny Astro keeping him alive, as he always does.
Yeah, he gets it with a biotic grenade there, so they have to rotate out and just kind of wait this out a little bit. His sound barrier comes down here from Florida Mayhem. The effects of it will start to wear off. Oh, that is so unfortunate as he gets knocked right above the well, hit with a sleep dart. So Florida Mayhem will flip the point, but Gladiators do get 99, Scott. I will say, and I'd love you, how difficult is this point to flip back, though, in your opinion?
It is quite difficult because there's so many avenues in which you can be flanked, and you can see Florida Mayhem setting up in that way. They're just everywhere on these high grounds, and it's going to be expensive for the Gladiators to step up. You need Kevster to hit a good pulse bomb off. Dante gets slept and met with the high noon. He knows what time it is now, and that should be a hard reset from the Gladiators. Just accept that ultimate, accept that loss, and then come back. But Kevster gets staggered by Merit as well with a clean headshot.
Yeah, when the opposing team pushes up to like this area of the map, that's really when the flanking and whatnot becomes oppressive, because you see like Dante trying to get up on the high ground. There's staircases to the left, the right, you know, the high ground bridge here. I mean, so many different spots for the Gladiators you have to look and try and put pressure on to really make a play. As this, maybe there's one player on the point. This is kind of what you have to do, right? Drag players back with putting pressure on the point and then kind of collapse. Biotic grenade comes through, doesn't connect on everybody. This is going to be a nano. Looks like on a Merit here, so jumps straight across. It looks like one's on the Kai too, but it is Merit and someone cleaning it up.
That was an expensive fight, though. Someone did have to use the Primal, so they don't have much left in the tank while the Gladiators starting to get up into ultimates. Babel also did use their own nano boost, so they don't have that engage tool for Dante, so he's going to need to play carefully. But Kevster still has this pulse bomb. He hasn't been able to use it. They can't apply just any sort of pressure because of how much damage is coming out. The Kevster pulse bomb does go down, but onto someone and doesn't find a pick, as Florida Mayhem is just exerting their will onto the Gladiators as they just struggling to stay alive.
Yes, I think you were maybe trying to play there for the Gladiator sound barrier, and they're going to end up using it because 95% they gotta go as Dante gets the effects, gets Primal, jumps over the top. He'll get the contest going.
Yeah, he gets the contest going, but you can see him knocking them around, but he does get RuPaul. I don't know how he managed to get that kill, so now it's just in damage control. Someone is going to need to touch. It is Dante, but he's so low right now. But Kevster's alive, and when Kevster's alive, anything is possible.
It's not looking good, as that's going to be Kai with a dead eye. Doesn't connect with anything, as Everybody else just is falling here for the Gladiators. It's going to be Kevster on the point.
Oh,
He does
good
take out
dink.
someone from the death, but see, it's going to be nobody there to contest, as it is the Florida Mayhem keeping the strong play going, taking map number 1.
It just felt some small things going by the wayside for the Gladiators. They were pushing them in every single team fight, but the ultimates in general just sort of weren't really getting as much value, and the sheer understanding of how to have an aggressive setup from the Florida Mayhem, they went from 0 to 100% without the Gladiators having any chance to contest the point.
I think there are lots of positives, though, you can take out of this if you're the LA Gladiators, right? Like, this has been one of the hottest teams in the Florida Mayhem throughout the entire tournament on the other side of things. And in terms of playstyle, right, you kind of played their playstyle and was toe-to-toe with them on both points, right? Both points go 99 to 99. You clean up a few things, and you can make this a really long series. But, man, the support play from me, Scott, from Florida, just unbelievable.
RuPaul, in general, last year he didn't see much play with the Florida Mayhem, but every time he came in, he was absolutely incredible, and he has shown that again for this Florida Mayhem squad. Him and Chorong in the backline is just indestructible in the way that they play, and we haven't even seen Chorong pull out that brig, which was so difficult for the Toronto Defiant to deal with.
Which is crazy because, you know, looking at the Florida Mayhem roster coming into the season, I wouldn't have said out of, you know, the different players they have that the support line would be the strength of this team, but they seem to have leveled up in the offseason. We're going to take a quick break. Map number 2 of our finals right after this. And checkmating the rest of the Florida Mayhem, looking clean there in map number 1. It goes their way, just like a lot of things throughout this tournament here in the Pro-Am have gone their way. But Gladiators put up a great fight, Scott.
Yeah, Gladiators showing that they're not going to go down easily and really giving Florida Mayhem one of the toughest fights they've had so far in this tournament. But there's just so many great players on this Florida Mayhem squad. They've just been this sort of dark horse, underrated team that's really coming into fruition. And if you're the Gladiators, you're struggling to work out how to deal with this team because they're actually incredibly flexible. They're not only Winston one-trick teams.
Now, comparing the Winstons, Dante and Someone as Someone, I think, did a great job of accessing that backline. We kind of talked about it time and time again, how the Florida Mayhem, their support team, indestructible, where on the other side, Florida is able to get to that Gladiators backline. But really a strong performance from both teams. I think you look at those eliminations and final blows, and on one side, you're like, hey, like that obviously, not punished by being in the backline that long. You're going to keep the deaths low in those stats. But Dante able to put out pretty similar forms of damage tells me if they kind of coordinate that dive a little bit better, you might see those stats completely flip towards the other side.
I also think there's a very important difference between their playstyle of Dante is more use my body as a shield and gives Kevster and Kai space, while Someone is more the person who is executing those final blows and he gets a lot of those resources. But we are going to see some changes coming in for the Gladiators as we move into Hollywood, as I believe we saw Lastro coming into the lineup, which means that they're going to go towards this double flex support style. Lastro plays the Ana, while Babel can play the Kiriko. We've seen that in the past. They can play Ana Zenyatta. It's been a good look for the Gladiators. The thing that they're going to run into against this Florida Mayhem squad is Florida doesn't need to make subs to change up their lineup, so they have no idea what they're going into in this map.
How important is that? I mean, as a support player yourself, people may not even remember you were a flex support player at a time. Well, they remember you were a support, right? But they were just like, oh look, Custa, he's flying around playing Mercy, he's like on the walls, Lucio. But they don't remember like you were playing Zen and stuff. Like, what is it like when you have to make these types of adjustments? Like, how hard does it make it on teams when you have to make changes as a support line to keep all these flexibility options?
It can be difficult because you change synergies every time you're changing your support player. When you have this set idea, it's not that difficult, but you'd almost always prefer to be in a situation where you don't have to sub a player out to play a certain composition. And that's one thing that Chorong, as an acquisition for this Florida Mayhem squad, is super valuable. He can play the Ana if they want to play that double flex support. He has that ability to just sort of play everything. He was such a good rookie for Toronto, and now he's doing it even better on the Florida Mayhem, as we're going to see both teams walking out on the Ana Brig, though, on this first point.
Yes, Brig kind of on the table for both teams. The Cassidy here as well as no wide Brig yet, as that patch is not in. As looks like take a bit of a dive here from the Gladiators.
Oh, big
That's
nade.
a big biotic grenade. Oh man, that did not look like it was going to be great for the Gladiators. Then hit from Bevel changed that.
Yeah, there was an interesting fight there by the Florida Mayhem, deciding to take the fight in the small corridor against the Gladiators. Yep. You don't really see many teams fight for it that heavily, but believing they had the advantage, but then Babel just shutting that down, and that's a record-breaking first point, as we're going to see a replay of this nade from Babel.
Let's take a look at like the angle. Oh, just go straight on through. Yes, I mean that is a fight-winning play right there. So that's going to be the Gladiators taking point A basically instantly, and now they kind of work here through the streets phase, which I think is probably the hardest spot to get through.
But that fight win has a cascading effect, especially when you win that convincingly. Babel has the nano boost already, while we only see RuPaul at 60%. So there is a window here where the Gladiators can go before with an advantage over the Mayhem. They're opting to push the cart right now, though.
Like, do you just use it on like Dante so he can get high ground and try and force them off of that back high ground? Like, this is such an odd part of the map, I feel like, to try and get big value out of it.
Especially against the Brig, and that's why they're probably opting against it if you are the Gladiators, because if you try and make that jump, these Overwatch League Brig players will just hit you with that whip shot. Right now, they're just trying to control space. The cart is slowly moving forward, so you are at an advantage, but this is the risk when you do that. When you're just dilly-dallying around, them on the high ground, Merit is going to find a pick eventually. As we see, Dante does get nano, but gets slept. One player down, questionable decision to go for that one.
Yeah, like why go so late with it, right? If that's kind of the strat in the play, and you're going to try and use this nano to gain some type of high ground control, why wait till you have a player or two dead, right? It's probably something you could have used a little bit earlier. I think just looking at ultimates, you're probably thinking, okay, you want to use it closer to when Dante's got Primal, right? And then you can kind of exist on that high ground for an extremely long time. But yeah, that is what I bet the Gladiators wish they had back.
Now it gets increasingly difficult as they're trying to dislodge this, Florida Mayhem squad from the high ground. Dante is going to have to use his Primal, doing a great job of being disruptive. Electric Cowboy, though, off the high ground.
No way! Oh my, what a play there. As American knocked every which way. It doesn't matter, uses the Deadeye and he'll pick up a kill. That was that is a use of Deadeye. Don't see many Deadeyes here, in the Overwatch League that come up huge. Looks like maybe a pause here for Chorong, but American knocked all over the place, and he was up on the rooftop for a little bit, sliding on down, and he gets that kill there. But it looks like Florida at least got doing a great job holding that high ground.
Yeah, that was a big call an ambulance, but not for me kind of moment by Merit. He just ends up getting nanoed and dropping from the high ground. And I kind of want to speak to this situation. Now that you're the Gladiators, you've used your nano boost, you've used your Primal. This is where Florida Mayhem are really in that element. When they have the defensive advantage, they can choose the tempo of when to go. We just saw how it works on Ilios. They just sort of choke you out and give you no opportunity to even take a balanced fight. As we do come out of this unpause, how are the Gladiators going to navigate around it? Because they also use their rally there. The only thing they have is a high noon. And unless Kai can get nanoed and end up on the roofs as well, that's going to be difficult to use.
Well, so you have a sig advantage on high ground, right, with your Cassidy, but you also have it in terms of, like, they can come up here, right? You can use this rally way more effectively. It's going to be difficult for Dante if he was used on the other side in this type of situation for them to get big value out of it. But also the biotic grenades from the high ground are so much easier to get big value from, as this will be a Primal here from someone. I mean, look at how he separates these players from each other. I mean, yeah, that is fantastic. As no, hey, this was 5 minutes plus on the clock, right? We're down at 2:30 here, and the Gladiators have been able to make no progress from this point.
And just so efficient as well. That was only their Primal used, that Winston ultimate, to win that team fight. And Gladiators didn't really even have a fighting chance. They still have that rally in case ultimates do start to come out. Gladiators are trying to opt to push the card, but as soon as they step up, this happens again. Checkmate gets a great stick against Babel, and that's going to prompt a retreat from the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stick, right? But it's Dante taking a ton of damage and getting hit with a biotic grenade. Yeah. There's no opportunity to return there, right? Where, Babel, like, how is he landing a big biotic grenade on the Florida Mayhem? Like, he's not going to, he doesn't have lineups, right? He's not going to stand and spawn and start lining it up, trying to drop it on the sky. Like, it's really difficult to, hit this. So you have a big advantage with this high ground here. It's another biotic grenade there. It hits Dante and Kevster. I believe Kevster recalls, so it kind of falls off right away. But they're running out of time.
They do get the nano off. They got to opt to, they nano the Cassidy so he doesn't die to that pulse bomb. Dante gets slept again. Oh, please stop doing this to Dante. Leave Dante alone. He goes down while slept to a high noon, and that's another team fight win for the Florida Mayhem. And they're just making it look easy and making it seem like the Gladiators have no options of how to approach this fight. They're trying to force their will onto this high ground with the Winston with either a nano boost or a primal rage, but every time they get up there, RuPaul hits him with a sleep.
So what does a path to victory from this type of perspective and this type of point in the map look like for the Gladiators? Like, how are you going about trying to break this?
I think they need to start applying pressure in different directions. Right now, they're just going from the low ground up to the high ground, trying to apply this pressure. And you can see Dante, this happens every single time he goes there. He tries to jump up, he takes a ton of damage, and then he eventually falls. Chorong does pop the rally to give them that sustainability, but that's a net win if you're the Florida Mayhem. Once you have that advantage, you just go aggressive once again. We do see Lastro trying to pop the rally to keep themselves alive, but another wasted ultimate, it feels like, for the Gladiators.
Yeah, but this is what's difficult about using the rally here for the Gladiators, because you're playing from that low ground, right? And you're probably playing around the cart. The only real great uses of that rally is if you probably already lost the player and Florida's getting aggressive and taking the fight to the loaded ground, or you're forcing a fight on the cart. You're not able to force fights on the cart because you can't break this high ground setup, right? So you're never really in a great position of using that rally as someone with a primal rage, and here he comes as It's going to be Kai looking for a Widow shot. Just a grapple off the top. It looks like one person's going to get there to contest this payload here for the Gladiators, but you're going to lose Dante again, but it's going to be Kevster answering back. A kill on the Chorong. Primal still going here for someone as he's going to lose, take out Kai, but I mean, look at that. Merit up on that high ground. This is a really difficult spot. Tracer on one side, Winston on the other.
Oh,
whoa!
What? I don't understand what happened. Kevster had an invisibility cloak. He just disappeared and then comes back in with a pulse bomb. The nano onto Lastro just keeps him alive long enough to sustain. And now in overtime, spawns are so long. Gladiators hit. They still have Kai on this Widowmaker, which is going to be such a threat. But the nano boost onto someone is going to be able to contest the cart.
Yeah, he's going to come right out of the door, get that effects of the nano boost. Actually, it looks like the nano's going to go on to Merit here, so they don't actually use it onto someone. As Merit gets the benefits of this nano and
Kevster's not typing C9 anymore in chat. Yeah, there you go. Someone's got to dish it back, and that's a heartbreak.
The universal language of the Overwatch League. C9.
Gladiators had their backs against the wall. They just had no options that entire time. They finally get a glimmer of hope, and they just don't stay on the cart. And it's so difficult when you're in those types of situations because what happens is everyone's trying to close out the fight. You're trying to be useful, but when overtime has been going on for so long, the wick just drops down so quickly, Matt, and just getting off the cart. It isn't the second point.
Yeah, okay. Positive, thought there, right? I'd also love to just see that, like, from the top-down perspective. Yeah, so, Dante here is someone comes out. I wonder if that nano is actually meant for someone, and Merit is just kind of like in the way, right? As walks away, Kevster here, Kevster darts away.
Lastro just gets too far. Oh, he gets pushed. He gets trying to make that leap. He's trying to get around someone, and he just sort of hits his character model and gets pushed off to the side.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hard one for the Gladiators. And the thing about this now is if you're the Gladiators, you need to bounce back, right? Because that was a hard half of Hollywood, and you can't let that affect you for the rest of this series. So I want to see a solid Gladiators hold here, because if it starts snowballing away from them, you go down 2-0, it can be hard to bring yourself back into a series like this.
And honestly, it's almost worse that it, like, if it's a sick boop or a whip shot or something that knocks you back, like, all right, like, that was a really nice play. But essentially, it's just the timing of someone jumping around the corner, trying to just put pressure on Lastro, right? That just knocks Dante off course. Regardless, so now we'll see a little bit different approach here. It's the Gladiators play a little bit further back on defense, as remember Florida was so aggressive, and this is looking tough though, Scott. Someone and Checkmate just doing a great job forcing them inside the cafe.
Just, the Gladiators aren't really putting up much resistance from the Florida Mayhem walking in, and they just took so much damage, and Dante ends up being that first casualty, and from there, the whole tower just fumbles, and the defense is also just not very strong for the first point for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, if you play defense like that, you have to have so much faith in your support line in Kai that they're going to be able to put down significant amounts of damage and then even kill players there, because if they're playing that defensive, right, Dante and Kevster have to be pressuring, but they're also trying to look for, like, checkmate in someone coming out of the cafe low after not being able to get kills, and then just kind of counter diving onto them and finishing them off. But you're not getting any of those. I mean, that is looking slow. So let's see how they try and break this high ground. Gladiators had a very difficult time. Needed like a heroic play from Kevster to do so.
How does that happen?
And Merit just with a few headshots takes out Kai on the high ground. This may open it up.
Yeah, it's opened up for sure. They're going to nano Dante, hoping he can get into the backline and trade this back, but they've pretty much conceded this high ground, and with a great stick onto Lastro. Dante can't find any value with that nano boost, and the Gladiators are crumbling right now, Matt. They're really struggling. They're in desperation mode. Merit's just hitting great shots. Checkmate's getting great sticks. They don't have the punish onto someone, and Chorong and RuPaul can't die right now. Gladiators have no solutions to these problems.
And now that high ground is completely flipped, right? As you see everybody on high ground here for the Florida Mayhem, just trying to line up a Deadeye here, maybe. Even if it's a zoning Deadeye, it might be good enough to complete the map. It's going to be a rally that comes through here from Lastro. They needed that to keep everybody up.
Yeah, fortunately, they do get hit by a biotic grenade, but the rally is running for Lastro, so it should keep them alive, and this should spell sort of a sustain here from the Gladiators. We're going to see Choron going onto the high ground as their whole backline is actually still up here. They need to dislodge these people as Kai is able to take RuPaul, and now finally the Gladiators should be able to slow the game down and take the defensive advantage that the Florida Mayhem used so well against them.
Yeah, so now Florida Mayhem has to break this setup yet again. So I don't think Deadeye is really impactful from this low ground, right? And I think it's definitely way more powerful here in the hands of Kai up in that high ground. How do they get better value? Remember when we were watching the Gladiators, right? They didn't really get great value out of the Nano and the Primal up in the high ground. Florida Mayhem have that. Great tools to be able to break this. Let's see how they combo it.
They need to play aggressive in the same way that Mayhem did. Of as soon as any aggression comes out, they need to match it. So we see an aggressive nade coming out from Babel, not really respecting someone. They just don't have enough pressure in the same way that the Florida Mayhem did. Someone got up there without a nano boost, had enough time to pop the Primal. Dante is responding with the Primal of his own. Those couple of kills could spell a lot, as much as he will eventually go down, the Gladiators should come back with a numbers advantage, but Florida Mayhem dictating the tempo right now. But with all of their ultimates used to win that fight, only checkmate with a pulse bomb, and you can see him lurking
just whole high ground
in the back right. Yeah, this needs to be a big pulse bomb for checkmate for the Florida Mayhem.
And if you're Florida, you lost players, you get that high ground, and it's a stick on the Lastro. That is huge. You do have a nano here for the Gladiators. It's just how do you use this to keep players alive? They have to use it on Dante. He was so low and then took that magnetic grenade and wasn't going to live, so they use it just for the health. He gets slept again. He gets taken out. It's just Kai with a Deadeye. Not even sure he's going to be able to get great value out of it. In the corner, gets pushed back here. Has to use it to just get a reload, as it looks like someone is slept. So maybe you get your tank back in the mix, you get out, as Kevster trying to stay on a contest. He gets knocked off for a brief period. It's going to be rally for both teams.
Yeah, they have enough sustainability with that rally, but they've used so many of their cooldowns. Someone does get traded for Dante, but with Babel going down, they're going to lose so much of their healing, and they're just slowly bleeding out to all the damage as Lastro, the raid boss at the very end, does fall, and Florida Mayhem take a 2-0 advantage in this Grand Final series.
Just absolutely dominant. We talked a little bit about how good of a run Florida has been on. 6-0 throughout the Pro-Am. Dropped one map to the San Francisco Shock, and they look like they want to run through this finals without dropping anything as well.
And you can see why they're almost undefeated in this entire Pro-Am.
Yeah.
Just the way that they cycle their ultimates. Someone made it look so easy jumping onto this high ground against some of the best players on the world. He just played his health so smart, and that gave Merit the opportunity to get nanoed and do a high noon, just like you saw here. So lots of answers need to come for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Matt, answer me this. At this point, if you're the Gladiators, do you try and change compositions? Fight them in a different way. Don't take that Winston mirror.
I don't know if you can. I mean, what are you going to do? Try like Ramatra Rush, right? We saw them do that a little bit earlier in the tournament. Now you have map selection, right? So maybe you can kind of force that in your way. But, I mean, if you're not going to be able to kill the support line, right, it's going to be difficult playing any comp. I feel like Checkmate also really starting to pop off in the Tracer role. So maybe we do see them try and go towards something a little bit different. The Gladiators have a lot of options because they get to pick our map number 3, and we'll have that right after this break. Welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. You saw there that sign, that awesome trophy going to the winner of this tournament. And right now, Florida Mayhem looks like they want to find a spot for that in their facilities. They're up 2-0 and they have looked unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely in control of this series right now. And I want to shout out this player again. RuPaul has just been so dominant on this Ana, and it's really been the core component that has shut down everything that the Gladiators have tried to throw at them. Every time Dante goes aggressive, he is slept. 50% sleep dart accuracy, but it feels like 100% of the time onto Dante. Only dies 4 times in this match. Oh wait, and this backline is just so impressive to me because it feels like they just have so much firepower, but also never die. And usually you only have one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of support lines that have a lot of firepower, but you know, they're zooming. They're trying to get in there, you know, do it as fast as possible. We got Funny Astro coming back in here for the Gladiators, but I think the more interesting thing, Scott, is the map selection here for the Gladiators. So the Gladiators are going to take us to Shambali Monastery. Ooh. So this is the first time we are seeing this map here in this tournament. Don't know how much teams have been like scrimming it right with map selection and whatnot. And even just kind of how the group stages work. What's your general thoughts on this map? What should people look to expect to see?
Yeah, pros are a little weird, and I can say that because I was one of, whenever a new map comes out, everyone's like, no, I don't like that map, I don't want to try it. And it usually takes a while for teams to start scrimming, work out strategies, and get accustomed to it. So we haven't really seen pro players play at this level. So then we're just going to have to go to my good old ranked experience. So for me, I think you're going to not see as much Winston in this map. It's quite difficult, and there's a lot of defensible high grounds that you can sort of hold onto. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason that the Gladiators are heading to this map is to now allow that sort of brawl style in which they can play, you know, maybe that Ramatra that we were just talking about that worked so well against the Houston Outlaws, thinking that that might be their best shot to beat this aggressive Florida Mayhem style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, we will see what they decide to do in terms of comp because, you know, I mean, I almost think of like point one. No, it's kind of interesting. You think back to like Monte Carlo, right? Where it's got that like large uphill turn, right? It's like the same type of thing here on this map, but I feel like this map's almost even tougher. There's just multiple different points of high ground you have to contest and push as the offensive side, which also is quite interesting. I think if you're the Gladiators, you pick this because you believe you can run a different kind of composition and make it interesting, because the high ground, taking back high ground was not the strongest suit there on Hollywood, right?
Florida Mayhem are gonna, Florida Mayhem are gonna see that, you know, we're going to play that Winston style. This is what we're best at. No one's been able to beat us at it. So they're going to try and play it here, but the Ramatra is coming out for Dante. And they're actually going to, are they going to keep Kai on this Widow? No, he's going to switch over to the Cassidy, give them some more brawl firepower. But this is one of the high grounds that you have to take over if you are the Gladiators. They're sitting with their backline here. They're going to push the cart up a little bit, but then they're going to try and navigate around to get onto the back of this Florida Mayhem backline.
Yeah, you can almost like even contest the car from that high ground, right? It kind of gets close enough when you turn that corner, as it's going to be Nemesis form used there by Dante as they take high ground, and this will allow them to push the cart. I think this is going to be like the dance you see on this type of map, where you're constantly trying to force off a high ground, then go back to the cart and start wrapping it around, as they're getting very close to getting towards the first corner. Oh, they're going to go in deep.
That was really interesting by the Mayhem, because they kind of conceded that high ground, but then set the trap and re-engaged when the Gladiators were in the open. They do manage to take down Kai, but then the trade does come through for Kesta onto Chorong, so the Florida Mayhem are actually going to concede that first half of the first point. But this is where the second part of the defense happens, where you can have your backline playing down this long tunnel or in this high ground window right now, and the Gladiators aren't going to be able to deal with that. It's impossible to close that distance, so it's about navigating around that you can apply pressure onto someone. But with the nano boost up for RuPaul, someone's going to be able to dictate whenever he wants to go, and now is that time.
Yeah, he jumps right on top of the supports. Finds Funny Astro is he's going to be able to just Lucio wall ride, maybe get out. He's going to jump back. It's going to be Dante on the point, using Nemesis form, trying to push it across the line. He's so slow, and that's going to be Annihilation. Annihilation plus a double kill with a pulse bomb, and that's going to be the first point taken for the Gladiators.
And this is, keep an eye on how Dante plays the Ramatra, especially against this Winston style. He did this against the Houston Outlaws, where he just becomes an anchor in the front line, as we see Kevs get this 2K pulse bomb. I think he sticks someone, and someone chooses Churong to die with him, you know, together at the end of the day. But Dante's going to try and run down the backline of the Florida Mayhem. Apply pressure. He might not always find value, but it's going to give the rest of his team a little bit of extra space.
A few days that you can be life gripped into that via Lifeweaver.
Oh, no.
It looks like it'll be checkmate. Gets that first pick here early on, but I would say the Gladiators do look better running this composition. I definitely think they're giving the Florida Mayhem a little bit more trouble, as although the kills come down from the Florida Mayhem to kick things off, it's ultimately the Gladiators with some help from Kai that come out on top. So they'll continue to move this payload, getting very close to this second checkpoint. It's like going to be right where this next fight kicks off. Like making it around this second corner here is huge.
And pulling back from my ranked experience, if you capture this second point, you're at a massive advantage in this map, because this second point is very difficult to capture, but Gladiators are making it look easy right now. They have the sound barrier to be able to deal with whatever aggression comes out here from the Mayhem, as we see Merit actually switch over to the Sombra to allow that aggression, and that's going to help Funny Astro go down, but Kai's going to return with the Deadeye.
Yeah, rare pulse bomb miss there from Kepster, as now checkmate though. That's a large source of damage. Can you actually kind of contest this accurately? That's going to be actually sound barrier used here for Churong, and it's going to be Merit who picks up a double kill. Hack here on the Dante, going to get that extra damage to lay down, as he's getting very close to Annihilation but not able to keep him up. And I like the idea of the Gladiators here not trying to force the issue, right? You could have maybe sound barrier, tried to sound barrier into the Annihilation. I think hold on to it. You made great progress thus far. You're not in like immediate danger in terms of being held here for time. I like the idea. Now you come back with those two big key ultimates and you try and push it over.
That was a mistake they kept making in Hollywood. It felt like every fight they were trying to make winnable by just committing more ultimates. But this is actually an interesting spot. You can go all the way around the right side here. They're going to be aggression from Florida Mayhem, responded by Funny Astro with the sound barrier, and now they've got Dante into the backline. A good sleep from Babel, but is instantly woken back up, and someone's just going to keep the pain coming. Kevsa does run him down, and with the Annihilation coming out from Dante, should get them sustainability, but checkmate does hit him with the pulse bomb, but not enough damage, and Funny Astro are going to, and Kevster are going to walk in the payload to capture this second point, man.
This has been huge from the LA Gladiators. 3:30 on the clock for them to push the payload to just one final checkpoint. They have no ultimates to use at this point, but on the other side for Florida Mayhem, they really got nothing either. So a little bit of a dry fight here, maybe with a Kevster pulse bomb coming off. You win this one, you're getting close to rounding that final corner. So Gladiators putting themselves in a much better position on this map than I feel like any in terms of even usage of their ultimates to get a win.
Yeah, and you can see, if this starts working, you're going to see a lot more of this Ramatra comp in this series, because Florida Mayhem right now do not have an answer. They don't have any ultimates right now, but the Gladiators are just slowly pushing this cart. There goes the hack and the aggression as Merit picks up a 3K as a Sombra, finishing off all the targets, and Dante will go down last. And that's really how you have to deal with it if you're the Florida Mayhem. If you try and bring down the Ramatra, that's just so much space the rest of the team is going. You need to really deal with the backline, deal with everyone else before you take down that Ramatra. Whoa, okay. All right, Dante, maybe we stop cooking now. Maybe we stop experimenting, as he's going to come out on the Junker Queen of all things.
Yeah, this is an odd choice here from the Gladiators. I'm interested to see how it works, though, as the Jungle Queen got some buffs. It's not really recently now, but definitely got some adjustments to make her a little bit more self-survivable. So see if they're able to get over the line. It's a really good kind of point and like really straight and narrow path for Junker Queen to be able to make plays here, but we have not really seen it throughout this entire tournament. I'm trying to think if we saw anybody else run Junker Queen. I feel like it's if it has been used, it's maybe one or two other times.
The problem with Junker Queen is she doesn't really help the rest of your team survive, and the big issue that they're having right now is keeping Babel alive right now with that Ana. Did you say that's okay? No, hey, that was the most tank thing I've ever heard in my life, because you see Dante walking up, but they don't really want to deal with him until he overextends, and then they can just choose the tempo of the game. I'm not in love with this Junker Queen pick, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're looking for like the commanding shout, right? Like, I know obviously still it adds a little bit more survivability. Maybe you're looking at that with Biotic Grenade and like boops, and you can kind of live through, and you get the Junker Queen like rolling in terms of like putting up leads and getting that health regen. Maybe that's what you're trying to aim for here. So see Merit though, knows he has an enemy here, letting everybody else know he's got an enemy here as well. It's going to be a half. Oh, you don't even have to use the EMP, Scott, as Florida just churning through the Gladiators now.
Yeah, you can see the Gladiators just every time they get even close to walking up, the Florida Mayhem are just waiting for them. Merit's invisible, pinging everyone, letting his team know when the time to go is, and they're just winning with one ultimate after one ultimate. We're actually going to see Babel switch over to the Kiriko, recognizing that they just can't live playing the Ana. It's just so difficult with how coordinated the dive is. Babel has died 7 times in this map so far, Matt.
Yeah, and RuPaul's hit so many fantastic bio grenades, right? You get a cleanse there in the mix, and maybe you can survive it a little bit better, as Dante will have his ultimate as well. Looks like Dante hit with a Biotic Grenade, and the EMP comes through. It's going to be Sound Barrier here as well for the Gladiators. Yeah, Deadeye here looking for something too. It's just going to be used to just keep players back. Is someone with Primal. It's Kai who gets hacked. They're not able to keep him alive.
He only hits someone with that Rampage from the Junker Queen, so the value not really there. As the overtime wick ticks down, you can see in the sound barrier from Chorong, the Gladiators are just running out of health as Barbel's just trying to live, but does fall. So it's only Dante and Funny Astro left on the card, and now it's just Dante fighting for his life as a Junker Queen. We've all been here before. There is a Widowmaker switch from Kai, hoping for some headshot after headshot magic, but not able to find it, Matt.
Still, considering we haven't seen this map that much, and I know obviously, you've played it in ranked, I played it a ton as well. Like, it can be really difficult to push on this map. So it's not a map completion, but we also really kind of don't know what really is a great or bad push on this map just yet. The Gladiators getting closer to a map completion, so that's great. We'll see how Florida Mayhem attack it.
And it's important to keep in mind, as you said, this is a hard map to attack, but also Florida is at their full power when they're on defense, when they can choose that tempo of when to engage, because as you just saw, it's incredibly oppressive to deal with. So the Gladiators hopefully should be able to find some form of idea of how they want to play this on defense, because on first and second point, they did a great job, as we're going to see Dante go back to the Ramatra, which I think all Gladiator fans can sort of breathe a sigh of relief.
I'd love to know kind of the thought process behind the Junker Queen. Is Merit cleaning it up in the kill feed, just peppering all those players down, and finishing them off as Sombra. Then as soon as they realize he's there, he leaves. So that's what frustrates players about Sombra. She can get in there, do cool stuff, kill everybody, and then when you want to kill her, she just walks away.
True. Yeah, that's what makes Sombra great. As much as she can be not that valuable in casual play, when you have a highly coordinated team, it can be just so difficult to deal with. As we're gonna see Florida go back to that Winston composition, stick to their bread and butter. Merit goes back over to the Sombra, so they're going to try and do the same thing they just did on defense on their attack. How are they going to route around and navigate? Because we've never seen this map at this level before. It can be quite difficult to close this distance and get a good dive onto how defensible this high ground position is.
But Merit just gains them so much information on the Sombra, right?
Yeah.
Being able to just mark everybody, tag everybody, and then formulate a great strategy of how you're going to break these setups. So it's that information gathering from Merit, and then the dive is going to be clean once it begins. It looks like they've kind of pushed some players off that high ground already, and Funny Astro actually got hit with a Biotic Grenade there, so you're not able to keep him alive. But it is the Ana trade on the other side, so you do get rid of RuPaul, so pretty good start here for the Glads.
Yeah, they do get a couple of kills here for the Florida Mayhem, but they do eventually get cleaned up. A battle going down is going to force the Gladiators to slowly go backwards, as they do control the card, but without the numbers to back it up, they will have to cede this first half of this first point. And you can see Dante getting a lot more value with this Ramatra, but the consistent factor throughout this entire series for me is Babel needs to stay alive. They have really struggled to keep him alive. Funny Astro said in his interview after their match earlier today, my job is just to keep Babel alive. He needs to do a better job, and so does the rest of the Gladiators, because right now, the aggressive style of the Mayhem is just too much to deal with. And I like this look from them. Go first. Don't let Florida Mayhem choose the tempo, because that gives you the advantage.
Yeah, and it's really, as the Gladiators kind of clean up this fight, it's really not been just a Gladiator exclusive thing about keeping supports alive against the Florida Mayhem, because quite frankly, nobody has really been able to do it throughout the entire tournament, as Florida Mayhem's dives have been so clean. But already, 2 minutes left on the clock. The Gladiators putting up a pretty good defense. This is a great spot to hold. You have high ground here. Now we look at the next fight about to kick off. You have Annihilation, you have Nano. It's going to be an EMP, and they do get the Nano off. And it looks like it was the Nano on Akai here, as he's actually going to use the Deadeye. It's going to buy some space. As you see, Kevster from his POV is actually going to push up, get onto the payload. So wants to stop the payload from moving on forward. It's going to be a translocate to get away. Checkmate with a pulse bomb. Oh, nice job by Funny Astro.
I don't know how he managed to time that one. I don't know if that was just luck or he's just seeing the future. But Funny Astro's sound barrier keeps Babel alive just long enough to help them win that team fight. And that is such a big team fight win here for the Gladiators, because that was a lot of the big ultimates for the Mayhem. They do have the sound barrier, they do have the nano boost, but because Dante went down so early, he still has that Annihilation. This is getting scary if you're the Mayhem right now.
Oh, that sound barrier from Funny Astro was like to the frame when the pulse bomb was going to go off. And look at this, Kevster now starting to win some of these Tracer duels, right? This is what kind of scares you when you go up against a team like the LA Gladiators. Is we went quickly from 2 minutes to now under a minute on the clock, and the Mayhem have made no more progress.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to Kevster, because he hit a stick on Rupal in the fight before this as well. Like, he has been carrying in the backlines. As much as we haven't seen him that much, he is popping off as he always does. We see the nano boost come into someone, but gets slept instantly by Babel as the backline for the Gladiators is coming alive, Matt.
Yeah, it's a nice lead there, and it's going to be Nano on the other side of things as the Annihilation gets popped here too, as they're trying to burn down someone. So when someone gets in, they always use that field to slow him down, keep him there, and then they just turn their attention and burn him down. That has been so effective. 13 seconds on the clock. They know Merit's around here. They want to stop the contest.
Yeah, they're trying to find Merit. He's hiding behind the chairs. Unfortunately, they could not find him, but he doesn't have that EMP anyway, so even if he does get to, he's going to be able to contest, but it's not going to be with much, as they don't have any ultimates left in the tank.
Triggered.
Yeah, overtime's triggered. We're going to see an even fight here as Kai is going to get to this high noon. He decides to drop down to find some value as Kevster finds an opening pick again.
Kai's got this Deadeye, could just kind of force everybody off of the payload. This is going to be a mag grenade going to the sky there to take out someone. Another headshot there, as the Gladiators have found something that works. They will take Shambali in their first map in the series. And man, you play that Ramatra comp, you can actually really make some moves here for the Gladiators in this series potentially.
A path forward to success has been found for the Gladiators. You can tell Florida Mayhem, they're going to be scratching their heads, working out how to deal with that Ramatra composition. This is the first to 4 in this series. It's going to be a long series, and the loser gets to pick the map. Where are the Florida Mayhem going to send us next?
Well, I think that's the thing that's going to be tough for the Gladiators as we take a look at some of the highlights here. Do you believe, and I'm curious here, is this a comp that is, it's kind of like a Ramatra Rush? Is this map dependent? Can you repeat this regardless of the map choice? Because then it makes it really hard for Florida Mayhem if you believe, that it can work on every map.
If you asked me this morning, I would say, no, you can't play Ramatra on Esperanza or Push. It's just not very good. But we literally just saw them do that against the Houston Outlaws. Oh my God, that beat. Against
so good.
Fearless, against one of the best dive teams that we have in this league. The Gladiators could potentially do it. And if you're the Florida Mayhem, then you don't want to send them to that map. Where do you send them? Colosseo, New Queen Street, we haven't seen much of. Honestly, no good options for the Florida Mayhem with this map pick.
Yeah, I mean, still, Florida Mayhem, it's only their second map loss of the tournament, but not even just that it's in the finals, seeing them kind of use their bread and butter dives up against this Ramatra Rush and end up losing, it could be kind of what ignites the Gladiators to move on in this series. I'm so curious about what the Florida Mayhem pick on the next map coming up right after this.
Fighting Astro.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt
In a 4v5, oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain. What is dirty? A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. That is it.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts it down.
Everybody, welcome back to the Pro-Am Finals. Mr. X, Costa here. And some would say maybe that that mag grenade still has not landed, just traveling up.
Something rent-free in Matt's head.
Towards this guy. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, it's not a mag grenade; it's a homing missile. But you know, I know you were super impressed with what you saw from Kevster.
Yeah, Kevster has been, you know, maybe just Kevster Overwatch. That's just that easy. We can see him doing almost 2,000 more damage than Checkmate. As much as Checkmate got more eliminations, final blows, that's to be expected when you see the Florida Mayhem playing so aggressive and having such a dominant defensive half. But Kevster is finding those first picks. He's doing so much damage. He's getting so much work. There were such important sticks. This was one of them, right, to close out this first point. But on their defense as well, time and time again, finding value just in their backline. And that's what the Ramatra from Dante enables, is he just makes himself a threat that leaves Kevster open to be in the backline and make his presence felt.
And what I love about Kevster, it's like the same demeanor at every time of the game state, right? Like it's the final, like it always seems like he is always so calm and just poised and never gets too high, never gets too low, which in big matches, emotional matches like this is extremely important. I just wonder now, how do the Florida Mayhem react and bounce back? Because although they've been on a tear, right, there is something to be like they haven't really dealt with much adversity, right? And, you know, losing a map really early in the group stage and then just running through everybody, right? And then losing one here in the finals. I'm curious how they bounce back.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting look, because do they put respect onto the Ramatra composition? Do they see Dante playing and then be like, oh, well, we're not going to be able to deal with this? Or do they go, it was just a map, we made some mistakes, we know how to adjust around it? Goomba, the mistakes we made, and I can also see them sticking to their guns. But the Florida Mayhem also, they don't need to. They're one of the few teams that exist in the Overwatch League with 5 players on their team can play pretty much any composition. Earlier today, we saw them play the Winston comp. Then we saw them play a Sigma comp. Then we saw them play, you know, a Brawl comp. And they played D.Va as well. They've literally played everything under the sun, so you need to be careful if you're the Gladiators going into this next map.
And their roster is almost like what the future of, like, Overwatch, you know, might be in terms of competitive. Is that like they don't have to make substitutions and crazy changes to play all of that stuff, right? Everybody across the board can kind of just be so flexible and versatile and just move into that, right? Where I know you think like a few years ago of rosters past, right? You know, you might not see a player for like a whole stage or two, right? It's just somebody who's like a specialist, and now you have players who can play everything and still stay at you know, the top of their game. Where Florida, you have a lot of just these young, hyper flexible players across the board, and it has really paid off thus far.
Yeah, you know, we used to have 12-man rosters. I think WhoIU's collected 2 rings at this point, just sort of hanging out on the bench as a Genji specialist. The days of having those types of players are done. People want just hyper-flexible players that keep the synergy going so that you don't need to make these substitutions to sort of indicate what composition you're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every roster spot now has to be a meaningful piece of the roster, right? Can't just have kind of specialists like laying around. I'm curious, so if you were Florida, what map would you be selecting next year as we go in a push?
Here's the thing, you know, I talked about it and I thought about it during the break, and I think you have to feel confident in your own game plan. And I think Florida has looked very good on Esperanza in the past. It still should be a Winston composition. As much as you just saw the Gladiators have success playing Ramatra on this map, stick to your guns, stick to what you're good at, and go to Esperanza, because Colosseo and New Queen Streets, the way that those maps play can be very coin flippy. That can be determined by 1 or 2 bad fights. And if you're the Florida Mayhem, you have confidence that you can beat the Gladiators in a neutral fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good call. I would have said, I would have kind of agreed with you with maybe like New Queen Street, right? If you were trying to like break off of that. Like, Coliseo, like, I mean, I am not an Overwatch League coach.
Say
but
it.
I would avoid that map at all costs. The amount of stall and clock and wasting that goes on there, it's so dangerous, especially when, you know, 1 or 2 team fights decides a lot of these maps. Like, it's so feast or famine, it seems. Where I feel like, yeah, Esperanza, New Queen Street, I feel like that's where you try and take this.
And we have heard that we are going to be going over to Esperanza. So the Florida Mayhem sort of agreeing with my prediction of just go with what you're confident. You can't get shaken off of one map, especially a map as chaotic as Shambali Monastery, right? Like, we don't know what's going to happen on that map. I'm sure it's very rarely scripted. We even saw a Junker Queen. That's how little we practiced it.
We just watched it. We may not know that that's we're going to see all the time. I mean, that's how little we've seen it. Yeah, where like Esperanza, you really have a good idea of kind of what's going to come out. Where, how important do you think like first fight early moments are for Florida Mayhem here after just rolling through people and then losing that last map?
It's kind of hard to talk about. Yeah, it's kind of hard to talk about a team and their momentum and how they bounce back from adversity when we've never seen this roster have to deal with adversity so far in this season of the Overwatch League. So this will really be a telling sign for how this team is going to do, not just in this series, but for the rest of the season, because it's easy to have confidence and communicate when you're winning. As soon as things start breaking down, that's where you see failures in teams, and we haven't really seen that from Florida Mayhem. But as we expected, Matt, we're going out, 5 seconds to roll out. Dante on that Ramatra, someone's sticking with that Winston.
Yeah, and it'll be the Cassidy for both teams, so no changes in that in terms of DPS. It's really just the tanks.
Yeah, and I want to see Checkmate really step up in this map. You know, we looked at the stat card; he was doing well, but he needs to find a way to match Kevster, because that really seems to be the difference maker. Kevster Overwatch is just a player who can take over the map in the same caliber of Proper as some of these other legends of past.
I'll say as well too, Ramatra's damage outside of Nemesis form, right? It's not going to be super lethal. You're not going to just like mow people down at range, but it's just chip damage over time, right? Where, you know, Dante's able to finish players off at long range. You can just pepper them down before they come in. And that obviously makes a little bit of a difference as well, as the Gladiators got the bot for just a really brief moment in time, and the Mayhem wiped the floor with them, and now they get it going.
And that's the problem with this Ramatra composition, is that you don't get to choose when you go. Florida Mayhem wrap their way around the backline, and Babel goes down first again. And, you know, Babel needs to be careful about that. He probably has the most deaths on the server so far in this series, and that's fine. He's expected to die, but they need to put up more of a fight and just live that little bit longer to allow Dante, Kevster, and Kai to get some value.
The bot will get contested here. Dante just moves underneath. Florida, it doesn't look like they're really too fussed on pushing the pace right away. Oh, and that's actually a biotic grenade. Yeah, that's from RuPaul. Cross map that actually connects on both supports. And once that happens, it is go time for someone in the crew. Dante, doing a little bit of a cheeky bot push here.
Hey, 6 meters and 6.5 meters. Hey, that's nothing to scoff at, and that gives a little bit of time for his team to come back. But as you can see right now, Funny Astro, the player to go down this time, of the backline is just under siege right now, under so much pressure, and it can be difficult, especially in this setup, to deal with the high ground, especially now that RuPaul has this nano boost. Whichever door this Gladiators team tries to go through, they are going to get met by the someone Winston with a nano boost and a primal.
Yeah, and you were right, Scott. You know, Babel with 33 deaths in the series.
Wow.
Even more than Dante. Does lead the server, which, I mean, it has been pretty tough keeping him alive. And I think that, you know, Babel's actually been incredible throughout the entire event.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it says more about how clean the Florida Mayhem dives.
Yeah, this isn't a new revelation that the Florida Mayhem are good at diving. That's the thing that they've been so good at so far. As we are going to see a bit of a brawl. Checkmate hits that stick onto Kai and then takes down Babel as well. Another sleep goes onto Dante's Ramatra, so he's not able to find value with that nano boost, but they are trying to keep this fight going. Sound barrier from Chorong to keep the sustainability for RuPaul, but the annihilation from Dante. He wants to win this fight, but he does go down.
Yeah, and I think you need to invest into that fight because you know how important these first checkpoints are, as it's going to be first checkpoint here taken for Florida Mayhem. So that's going to move that spawn up, and that's going to be Dante making that switch back onto the Winston. So we know, via stats, like how strong it is to get first checkpoint first. And look at this. I think this is quite interesting. Florida, they back up, obviously waiting for the supports to get back in it, but this allows them to get some high ground and really it'll be tactical about this next dive opportunity.
Yeah, you can see Merit. He's just standing up here for free, just shooting down on anyone who, peeks their head out. The Gladiators are going to need to get an engage. They're going to use the sound barrier to try and close that distance. Great high noon from Merit. He has the damage reduction, but with that biotic grenade and the damage coming out from Kevster, he will fall. So an important team fight win for the Gladiators as they've decided to match this Winston, and they need to start to get this bot moving forward and get some meters on the board.
Yeah, almost about halfway through this game here on Esperanza, as the bot will actually make its way across half. So this will actually kind of take that checkpoint away here. Look at this. It's going to be, it's only going to get 3 meters here before Florida just gets right back on it. So you almost actually get like nothing out of that, where
it's the forward spawn, right?
Yeah, you're starting to like do kind of like the fight math in your head. It's like almost like 2-3 fights the Gladiators are going to need to go in their way for them to take the lead. Is Dante, he gets slept. I feel how many times have we said that throughout the series? RuPaul's
too much,
unbelievable. Yeah.
The reality is the answer is too much. It doesn't matter what the number is. Dante is just struggling to go anywhere without getting slept. Every time he goes aggressive, he's getting punished for it. And on the other hand, every time he's going in, he's finding value. Or as I say that, Babel says, hey, I can also sleep the Winston, and he gets a good sleep. But someone's going to keep going forward. But the nano onto Kai is just going to be so much damage. Great reactionary play from the Gladiators and great play from Babel as well. And that could be the first capture point here for the Gladiators now, man.
Yeah, absolutely. As the bot was moving a little bit here, so back towards the middle. The Glads will get control of it, and I think the nano actually onto Kai threw someone off there a little bit because he thought he could jump in, had the remnants of the nano, and was going to be able to live through some of that damage inside of his bubble and get a primal of his own and keep it going. But with that extra big burst of damage coming out from the Cassidy with the nano boost, not able to live, as looks like Florida want to try and maybe take a fight here before the checkpoint. They don't play for the checkpoint though, they go for the high ground.
Yeah, they go for the high ground. Another important sleep onto someone on that Winston while he is primal raging, but the damage is done. The space is created. Unless Kevster decides to make some magic, this should be a team fight going for the Florida Mayhem. Dante's going to commit into this fight with the primal rage. Wants to keep going. Yeah, RuPaul goes down as well. They've lost that healing. Great recognition from Kevster and Dante to realize they can keep this fight going. And because that checkpoint was taken as well, Matt, at the start of that fight, that's forward spawns for the Gladiators. So they've already reinforced their team.
I like that decision because not only do you kind of get this next fight rather quickly, even if they were to lose that, right, and the bot keeps going further and further into Mayhem territory, that is just further that the Florida Mayhem need to push the bot going in completely opposite direction. So sound barrier comes down here for Funny Astro. That'll keep everybody all topped up, as the bot will now start to push the barrier further into Florida Mayhem territory. As one of the interesting parts for me as well is this is with the Gladiators playing dive. Like they're playing them straight up.
Yeah, we saw this in the first 2 maps, and when I first saw Dante go over the Winston, it felt like I literally groaned. I was like, ugh, this feels bad. But Dante having confidence in himself and the team recognizing it's just not going to work on this map, and they're making it work. And honestly, Babel is the player that you need to look at. He's been hitting the sleeps, staying alive. Someone has had no answers so far. They have the sound barrier themselves. They're going to commit that one, which is going to get Dante taken down. High noon, nano hasn't been able to find any value. That's a lot of damage onto the Winston as they've traded back into a 4v4 fight. Oh, good sleep.
That was a really nice sleep here on the Merit. And the mag grenade, it's going to be mag grenade for mag grenade. Man, I feel like the distance looks triple here in this series. The kills exchange. I actually thought that Nano was going to go on to Dante. Dante's playing a little bit more forward. He was actually really low there, and it looked like that they were trying to get the Nano on a Dante, and it looked like Kai had maybe just rolled right in front as that time went on. So you don't actually have that Nano for the Winston. It ends up going on the Cassidy. But regardless, the damage is done. Now with only 2 minutes on the clock, look at the lead here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, we're back at the starting territory with the bot being right in the middle as both teams are going to trade a dive. Dante going in, but doesn't have the nano for himself or a primal rage. The nano goes over to Merit, but he hasn't been able to find too much value as we see traded Annas, so healing is low now. So with every damage that is done is going to be even more important as the Gladiators are getting the better of this fight, but someone still thinks it's winnable, Matt.
I mean, yeah, I feel like do you have to start kind of throwing into this here if you're Florida? I mean, you need about almost 40 meters, in terms of progress. You need to win every single fight. And let's take a look at this replay here real quick from Kai's POV. Kind of wraps around this outside here.
Oh, wow. And that's the Kai that we know and love. And this is the Kai that the Gladiator... Oh, wow, that was great shooting. That is the Kai that the Gladiators need.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said earlier in the series, right? Like, if you allow these DPS players like Kevster, Kai, Yaki to heat up, I mean, they can dominate any lineup in the league, right? I mean, they have just that much natural talent among those players.
And you can see the Gladiators, they're kind of happy to just sort of wait this one out. They know that they have the advantage with only 1 minute left, forcing the Mayhem into them. They have the sound barrier, but Kevster hits the pulse bomb onto the high nooning Merit.
The bot's walking away.
Yeah, they're going to walk away. They're at a massive advantage. the bot's moving.
Yeah, the bot's walking away.
This is falling apart for the Florida Mayhem on Esperanza.
Yes, I mean, and it's I think you have to commend the Gladiators from they come out on the Ramatra comp. Florida kind of rolls over them right away, and they say, you know what, we are not going to be able to win this kind of just doing the same comp and run the same way we played in the last map. We gotta try and mirror this. Dante playing at the spawn to a primal rage, knocking Chorong off to the side as Chorong doesn't want to invest in sound barrier. There's nobody else around to get it, so he's going to fall as you get really close to completing the map here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Gladiators are giving Florida a taste of their own medicine with just hyper aggression, just not allowing them to have any space, any breathing room to get the engagement. The nano boost does come onto someone, but there's a high noon going. He cannot engage into this with the amount of damage that would come out from that, as Kai is just staying alive, putting out the damage. Dante does eventually go down, but we're in overtime now, Matt, and they have to make up to 135 meters. They got to go across the map and win about 4 or 5 team fights to get this map win.
I mean, if you're Florida and you run this back, I feel like it's one of those basketball highlight videos where everybody runs on the court and screams it's over. Just end the series there. It's Florida. I mean, we just have insane momentum.
I will say, Gladiators committed a lot to get it that far.
But you're gonna have,
has ultimates.
But you're gonna have like 4 or 5 fights here, Scott. I imagine you have like at least 3 or 4 fights. So that's gonna be Dante going in, sound barrier exchanged. You're still fine, right? Back up. Yeah. You traded 1 life for sound barrier. Still in a fantastic spot. No panic yet here.
They can't get staggered here. If they lose another team fight here for what feels like free, I think someone thought about that primal.
He did.
He was so close to pressing that Q button of trying to follow up that biotic grenade. They nano Kai to apply some pressure. It should force the primal rage out of someone, but if you're the Gladiators right now, you're just trying to do damage control. Take down someone as much as you can. They don't have the nano boost. He's so low, and Dante finds him.
I was going to say, you absolutely needed to finish him off there. You could not have let someone get back to the rest of the team. It's the kills coming in here for the Gladiators that they need. Sound barrier as well. It's another sleep from Rupal on to Dante, but you're just losing everybody else here for the Florida Mayhem as Chorong picks up 1. Kevster, though, cleaning it up. It looks like it's just checkmate there as the Gladiators will tie us up as they win Esperanza.
Yeah, and that was not playing a Ramatra style that the Florida Mayhem don't know how to deal with. They tried, it didn't work, and said, you know what, let's go back to the tried and true. Let's play this Winston mirror, and that's just confidence more than anything. Knowing that you can go toe-to-toe with the Florida Mayhem playing that style.
Florida's got to be shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
You're rolling, everything's good. It's getting a little late here on the East Coast, but still. They have been so good throughout this tournament, and you lose that one where they're running the Ramatra and you're not, and you're like, all right, you chalk it up to comp, but this one's got to be tough to bounce back from, because not only you won the first fight against that Ramatra comp, you probably thought it was going to be easy, and they come out, match that dive, and the Gladiators just turn up.
Yeah, and Kai's been doing such a great job on that Cassidy, just pumping out the damage alongside just the hidden MVP of Kevstra on that Tracer, who just seems to be finding these picks. The Florida Mayhem needing to come up with answers because we're at 2-2. First of 4 wins this go-around finals.
Yeah, I mean, we got another control coming next. It'll be a Florida Mayhem map pick. Can they stop the bleeding? It looks like the Gladiators making the comeback. We'll see in just a little bit. Oh man, it looked like the Florida Mayhem had the Gladiators on the ropes going up early in the series, but the Gladiators, Scott, have bounced back in a big way, taking the last two. So I feel like we have a long series here on our hands.
This bracket, this final two-day bracket has been wild. There has just been some of the best Overwatch back and forth. Not the best gameplay, but it's just been wild overall. Just teams really battling head-to-head and no one really going down without a fight in some way, as we're moving on to Nepal, which is a very different map to a lot of other controls. We're going over to Shrine, which is more of a dive-orientated map, but you could absolutely see the Gladiators trying that Ramatra unless they're just got a head full of steam on this Winston.
And I also think just the threat of the compositional changes, right, for the Gladiators is enough to keep the Florida Mayhem guessing, right? You're not able to talk that they're just going to come out and run the same type of thing, right? They may throw different looks at you here as we move into Nepal, but at least early on, it looks like we'll see the Gladiators use that Winston-based composition. Honestly, you just won Esperanza in a pretty commanding fashion doing it, so no reason to swap it up.
Yeah, and you know, Push and King of the Hill Control, they're very similar maps that because you're at an even settings, the strength of the Florida Mayhem with the defensive setups doesn't get as much value. But as we go over to Nepal, as you said, Matt, mirror compositions as we're going into the first fight. The Florida Mayhem opting to take the control of the point, taking that statue, while the Gladiators having their backline in a more defensible setup, I would say, with the stairs, but Florida are going to go first.
I mean, someone in checkmate, dive on in, but another biotic grenade there. You see the Ana assist in the feed there. Man, you know, what do you do? Like when they set up that type of dive and they get that Ana grenade in there and you have checkmate coming on through with someone, it feels like there's players that just drop instantly there for the Gladiators.
Players just, it's kind of hard to say, but Kai just needs to be careful. He can't be in a place that he can be so isolatable. We saw Babel having that issue. He's improved as the series has gone on and made a lot more value from the backline. It's going to be difficult, but these Bionades from RuPaul and from Babel, you just need to avoid them because they're so teamfight defining, as the Gladiators sort of feign some pressure but take too much damage as Dante tries to jump back but does go down. As pretty easy teamfight win from the Florida Mayhem again.
Yeah, look at this position from RuPaul just playing so aggressive with the rest of the team as another fight goes in favor of the Florida Mayhem rather quickly. Just kind of taking a stake of where we at in terms of ultimates. It's got Florida Mayhem's about to just rack them up 4, maybe 5, as the Gladiators are not even close. This could get ugly pretty quick.
And you got to be careful about this snowballing out of you, and you need to recognize this if you're the Gladiators. You know they're going to have that nano boost. You know they're going to have that pulse on the high noon. So you got to be careful. Another enormous biotic grenade onto the backline of the Gladiators. No punish there for the Mayhem, but they do have the ultimates online now, as expected to pull the trigger on this one, on the nano boost especially.
Yeah, the nano goes into someone. He actually gets slept there, but they wake him up, as I think just some AoE damage there does that. As, man, that is another fight for Florida Mayhem. It is a clean one. As feels like every time we saw from RuPaul's perspective there, they didn't capitalize upon a double biotic grenade onto the supports. Gladiators are lucky that fight didn't start and end even earlier, as Florida looking to put this one away. Probably one more fight is all they need to take this first round.
Yeah, and they have the ultimates up for themselves now, so Dante's going to be able to have that offensive power, as they're just going to opt to run past Dante. They drop the sound barrier, run past the Nano and the Winston, apply some pressure and just take down the backline. Such smart heads-up play by the Florida Mayhem, recognizing that they don't have an advantage to be able to have the sustainability, so just ignore everything the Gladiators are going to throw at you. The sound barrier does come out from Funny Astro to get a final touch, but Dante's dwindling down, and it's just desperation at this point.
So the clock dwindles down, and that is a statement there from the Florida Mayhem.
A singular final blow coming out from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
It could have been worse. Could have been worse.
By one, yeah. I'll give you that one.
Still, could be worse.
That is true. But as I said, coming into this map, Nepal plays very differently on all 3 of the rounds. This is a lot more of a brawl-sided one as we go over to villages. We get to see checkmate lurking around on this tracer. This was the initial dive that won them that first team fight, and just got a lot more in position than we see the Gladiators are.
I will say it has been, last season and this season to see checkmate get to play DPS and not Reinhardt.
I like this Reinhardt. It was one of the Reinhardts that we've had in the Overwatch League, and it was funny to watch. But fortunately, they have someone to play the Reinhardt as we go over to this village map, and Dante on the Ramatra.
Yeah, but to answer that Ramatra, look at this. They have a May in the mix here for the Florida Mayhem, the May walls, and then the Bastion. So Bastion able to pump out tons of damage in his Wheels mode. That's officially called Sentry mode, but with us, it's called Wheels mode.
It's called Wheels mode, yeah.
And it makes it really difficult. I mean, look at Kepster taking the big body shots here, trying to put so much pressure on the Dante, and they're doing a great job keeping Dante alive. They're not actually able to put down as much pressure as you would think.
That was the fastest window I've ever seen. RuPaul gets the window down, just permanently healing Merit. Kev's just trying his best to take him down. They do trade 1-for-1, but with Dante going down, they just don't have that frontline presence. As we're going to see someone try to go aggressive, but it should be a first point cap. But the power of the DPS line of the Gladiators trying to get pressure on, but it will not be enough with Kai and Kevster going down to checkmate on the May. Yeah, a couple of nice icicles.
It'll end up being a point take here for the Florida Mayhem early. Some changes, right, as Merit now goes over to the Cassidy. But yeah, I mean, the immortality feels there from RuPaul, the healing, able to get that Ant Matrix so fast. Now Gladiators, how do you approach this? Sound barrier available. You actually have Kai playing the Hanzo. I wonder if the Hanzo was like an answer to the Bastion. I mean, Hanzo's also pretty good at like circumventing the May walls as opposed to like Cassidy.
We've seen a lot of Hanzo in the Brawl matchup so far throughout this tournament, but we're going to see a nano onto Dante. There's going to be the Annihilation, I would expect. He makes it outside of the Blizzard. No, he gets pinned back into the Blizzard, but he lives long enough to pop that Annihilation. Sound barrier from Funny Astros. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. The Shatter goes a little wide, and someone's getting low, but the flip does come through for the Gladiators. After all their ultimates, they do get an advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be an Ant Matrix here from RuPaul, though, and it's going to be everybody able to stay alive here for the Florida Mayhem. I mean, they lose Chorong, but RuPaul able to keep everybody up in that side room, and just 11% goes over to the Gladiators as the Florida Mayhem bounce back as that Shatter actually ended up connecting with both supports. They ended up taking out, and I think the Gladiators did a really nice job of like layering those support ults getting in as Dante now goes over to the Doomfist. So looks like the Gladiators, at least for me, Scott, are just searching for answers right now.
Yeah, they haven't been able to deal with anything. And I think Kevster on this Tracer, as much as his Tracer is great, it just doesn't synergize with the rest of the Brawl that they're playing with. They just don't have enough damage to bring down players. The Doomfist is going to allow them to spread out the team fight. As you can see, Dante trying to isolate Checkmate. The Dragon from Kai does take down Merit in the middle of this fight, and Checkmate does go down, so no DPS for the Florida Mayhem is going to lead to a flip, so the Doomfist paying dividends pretty quickly.
And what would you have loved to see like Kevster like go to here, right?
Like
You're already running like a
May at the start.
Yeah.
I like the Tracer with the Doomfist, but at the start, if you're gonna play this Brawl on Brawl, the May wall is so good at isolating not just the player, but stopping the healing coming through. RuPaul is just pumping out healing into someone, and they just can't bring him down. But with the Doomfist, look at Dante to be able to try and get this empowered punch up and then hit everyone and try and take down a 200 HP target.
Yeah, I think though that this switch the switch to the Ana is definitely going to make them a little bit more cautious, right? Because Dante can't go in, get hit with those big bios or sleeves. Yeah, that's a nice one from Babel. Is there'll be someone who gets one here for the Florida Mayhem, but all these kills going in favor of LAGs. LAG should be able to get a hold. Someone's just begging for anybody to take him out there. He will make his way back to the spawn via death as the Gladiators now control high ground.
Doomfist is actually a pick we saw, I think, Junbin from the San Francisco Shock. We saw Fearless play a little bit of it as well.
A little bit of it.
Yeah, against this Brawl, because of the AoE punch and the amount of like damage that you can do and just how hard you are to isolate as a Doomfist, we've seen a lot of players trying it. Dante making it look good right now. I wasn't sold on it, but he just is a nuisance that the Florida Mayhem don't have a way to deal with. The counter punch comes through into the high noon, but wasn't able to get it. The sound barrier to keep everybody alive, but Dante is also alive. Look, they just can't kill him.
Damage. I mean, yeah, they hit it with a bio, a sleep. I mean, everything there. It's gonna come with a seismic slam around the outside. And Dante, when we saw Doomfist obviously make his debut as a tank, Dante was one of the best as he is put into great use here. I mean, look at this, up on the high ground like a raid boss throughout this point. Florida, they went down to go get a touch, but does not work out as the Gladiators, they find another different composition they can make work.
Yeah, and Dante, like, if Doomfist didn't go to a tank, we might not even see Dante on tank in the role. He mainly switched to play that Doomfist, as you said, Matt, but he's just such a talented player. You see the way that he cycled all those abilities is just perfect, but now we go to the third round. Sanctum on Nepal. Once again, very different map. Someone's going to go over to that Sigma, a very common pick, and Florida Mayhem looked very adept at it, while the Gladiators, the last time they played that Sigma composition was against the Houston Outlaws, and it was not pretty.
But
it was not pretty on the Havana.
I think, like, okay, so Florida Mayhem obviously switching comps is like looking for answers, but I also think that it's great to see if you're the Gladiators, because they're so good at the dive that having them play anything other than dive, even if they're pretty good at it, you probably still feel like it's a little bit of an easier path to victory.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that they're playing like a Tracer behind this. Usually when you play this Sigma, you just play this high damage composition that can stand and anchor behind this Sigma, while they're playing a little bit of dive with Checkmate, and also expect RuPaul to be in the backlines as well, throwing those kunais as the dive comes out from the Gladiators onto the back left side, applying a lot of pressure. He does take a rock from across the map, but once again, Dante just taking all the CC, but unable to go down.
And he gets in there like he was shot out of a cannon. I mean, finally, it takes like 25 seconds to get him out of there. But you know, RuPaul with a fantastic movement here on the Carico, gets back to the rest of the team. As the Gladiators actually do take the first take point first here, though, Scott, which is quite interesting. I mean, Dante just so disruptive, goes in, makes a play, and I do not know how they just lost Funny Astra.
And this is that dive that I was talking about with Checkmate and RuPaul. Checkmate can play hyper-aggressive because of the healing coming out from the Kiriko, and RuPaul also has a lot of damage threat, and they just bust open the right side with that Funny Astra kill, and that enables them to take down the rest of the Gladiators, and they flip it 22% to 4%.
Do you think the Gladiators need to change their comp up at all here?
It looks like the Gladiators are looking at themselves and trying to work out if they want to switch it up as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Babel switching off of this Ana at some point, but deciding to opt into it right now. But it's going to be difficult as Merit is on that Cassidy as well, just sort of pumping out damage, a lot more consistent than the Hanzo we started off.
Yeah, and I wonder where you would even kind of consider going to, as that's going to be the Checkmate Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get anything there, so good for the Gladiators as you're getting very close. And now RuPaul gets low, TP through the wall, but here's Dante with a follow-up. He gets hit with a Biotic Grenade, though. Maybe it was just bait. They take out the tank for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Dante just doesn't have that follow-up and support, or just the healing that he was getting from battling on the last round, so he's just slowly burning down to the
fun way to counter the magnetic grenade.
Yeah, that works. Take this.
Yeah, magnetic grenade from downtown. You know, it gets shot right back at you there. As the Mayhem, they stay in control of the point. And it was super interesting, right? Because RuPaul gets low, he TPs out, Dante's like, I chase up. Chorong has that Biotic Grenade just waiting for him there as soon as he gets in. So nothing you could really do about that. Is looking at maybe like two really good fights here, I think, for the Gladiators to turn this point back in their favor.
Yeah, and you can see that Florida Mayhem are more than happy to wait for the Gladiators to come in, because they've been able to punish Dante very easily so far. He does have that ultimate now, or not yet though. Gets caught at 97%, and with 80% of ticking, this is last fight territory for the Florida Mayhem if they win this one, and they have a wealth of ultimates.
I was going to say, the worst part for the Gladiators is like not really that you're in this last fight territory at this point of the game. You know, in terms of time, it's quite natural, obviously, but it's just the fact that you're losing fights and not forcing Florida to use any ultimates in the process of that, right? They're going to actually have everything to use here, as we're going to get to 99. So it'll get contested here. Gravitic Flux from someone. It's going to be the Meteor Strike here, and the Carico ultimate comes down at the same time as trying for... Oh, they actually get a sleep on it. Dante, and he just gets pulled up down to the ground as they're going to come out to the other side, finish him off. That's going to be 2 more kills going in favor of the Florida Mayhem. Kai there with Babel, and he's not able to touch, and that'll be the Florida Mayhem bouncing back with another map win.
Yeah, the Doomfist just not finding anywhere near as much value against that Sigma-style composition. Maybe a little bit of hubris from Dante playing that Doomfist going into the 3rd round. Could have been better to play that Winston, something that has a little bit, I guess, more dive potential if they're going to play that Sigma. But map 5 goes to the Florida Mayhem, and now goes back to the Gladiators. Match point for the Florida Mayhem, but they do have the map choice.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is game point for Florida Mayhem, but that map choice may end up being huge here as we take a look at some of the highlights. As you know, this first point, it was just dominance there from the Mayhem. It was really the second point where the Gladiators started to make waves and bounce back.
Well, they were lucky to make it back even in that second round. The Doomfist finding a lot of value. They honestly were looking quite poor on that Ramatra composition and the head-to-head against the Reinhardt because, as I said, with Kevstra on that Tracer, just no fall. Oh my, that was a great prediction shot there from Checkmate on the Mei. Another just incredible player who has shown a wealth of flexibility that we don't really see from a ton of DPS players in the Overwatch League. Checkmate making his presence known, and that's another great map here from the Florida Mayhem. You have to be confident going into the next one because you've just shown you can play any composition.
Yeah, it's quite odd. I know it's almost at this point, if you're the Florida Mayhem, you feel like the Gladiators' best look may actually be that Winston-based composition, but and you feel pretty good about going up against it, right? I mean, now that we've seen, they've kind of lost with the Ramatra, the Doomfist look. Was effective for a bit, but also didn't end up resulting to a win. So it'll be the LA Gladiators map choice with their lives on the line here coming up right after this quick break.
That is the delay tactics widely deal in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevstra dishes dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain. That is dirty. A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. That is it.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep them alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Everybody, welcome back to the Western Pro-Am Final, and this might be our final map if the Florida Mayhem are able to take it. So we go into it. It looks like we do have some subs. Look like Lastro back in for the Gladiators, but Scott, we have Havana as the Gladiators map choice.
It's a bold strategy because the series that they played just earlier today against the Houston Outlaws, that was probably the map that was the least close. Obviously, Gladiators have the players to play this type of map. I would expect to see double flex support, get some Widows coming from Kai and Merit, but also the Sigma matchup, Dante versus someone. Dante's Sigma is something that has a lot of question marks. You would assume he's quite good at it as he's a mechanically capable player, but someone has just been so strong on this hero. We actually just saw it on that Nepal right there. So this matchup could be quite interesting as Kevster hovering that Echo right now, a pick that some people have been trying to make work, especially speedily on the Toronto Defiant, but it hasn't had that much success.
Yeah, it'll be Florida Mayhem on defense here first. So Merit will come out on the Widowmaker. So Widow with the Tracer. It feels like Checkmate's played really no outside of some May, really just only Tracer throughout the series. And then they're going to go with the Brig with the Baptiste backline. I think that's why you see some changes here for the Gladiators in terms of support. Not really a Lucio map as we get into it. It'll be a Widow on Widow matchup.
Yeah, this is the definition of a Widow map with how long these sightlines are. And it's really the defining factor of usually how far you get in this map is how much value you can get out of your Widows. The interesting pick for Chorong is the Brig, and the Brig is a character that we don't see that much, especially on this map, but he actually called it kind of like the Florida Mayhem secret sauce in an interview, this sort of unique style that no one else is really playing. So let's see how that pays off for them in this map.
So it'll be Lastro actually going to go to the Zen. So Lastro going to play Zen. It's going to be Battle on the Baptiste. So a big damage output here from the support line, but also you got to be so careful with that Zen going up against Tracer and Checkmate.
Yeah, and this is sort of an interesting look because they are playing that Brig, you can play that Baptiste Zenyatta. The only real threat you have is the Tracer getting into your backline, which they should be able to deal with, or getting sniped. So it's a very greedy pick, and we know how strong of a Zenyatta Lastro is. As you can see, Checkmate trying to apply some pressure here to stop Kai from sort of taking these angles, but unable to do so thus far.
Yeah, just making Kai's like very difficult, right? I know he's got to use these grapples to go over the top. And, ooh. Oh yeah, I was thinking the same. I was like, this is where he's just gonna line that headshot off and nail it. As it'll be Rupo who actually gets that first blood on the Kai. Another one out too.
Might be the backline sort of stepping up here, as Babel is also going to sort of take out a Widowmaker, as apparently Widowmakers aren't the snipers anymore, and the Baptiste are the real DPS, but that is going to be a reset for the Gladiators, and that was a long time to take a first fight. That's already almost 2 minutes off the clock. As we can see, there's kills coming out here from RuPaul. There's a window.
And Ant Matrix here, it's like almost an Ant Matrix for themselves. I mean, dude, you see the flicks here, and that is so... just to be able to like go from one side of the M Matrix to the other, right? He's looking through, does damage on one, then goes through it and shoots back the healing the opposite way. I mean, that is some sick stuff there, but it's going to be Dante and Kevster getting active in the feed as they kind of now, though, they push someone into a really difficult spot here, just trying to like bully him up in the high ground. They keep the payload moving as you take that tank completely out of the fight.
Yeah, but they have to contest this point right now, and that's the problem they're going to run into. Checkmate is back and hits the stick onto Babel, is going to force out the Immortality field. Someone's going to try and make it winnable, but misses the flux. I think that was a whip shot onto Dante that knocked him out of it, and Dante returns the kind, but it is just that much better, as that will be the first point coming in for the Gladiators. And Florida Mayhem used a lot of ultimates to try and hold on to that one, as we see Merit switch off of that Widow duel onto the Sombra.
Yes, his Sombra was really effective on Shambali, so maybe we actually see them go to the same type of thing. Like maybe we see someone make a change here, potentially over to like the Winston. Oh no, Merit's gonna go back. He's actually going to play the Widowmaker.
Yeah, and you know, Checkmate is going over to the Genji as well. So Merit goes back to the Widowmaker, Checkmate on the Genji. Some weird swaps coming in from Mayhem. I'm a resident Genji disliker, especially in this meta so far. It doesn't feel like you find a lot of value, but Merit always finds value on that Widowmaker. And because Kai has switched over to that Hanzo, they don't have anyone to contest this Widowmaker, as Blaster is going to use this Transcendence to try and hold on as Kevster gets another big stick. Choron goes down, but Merit is still finding these picks. Dante. Okay, Dante is low health. He has very little to hold on to, but Kevster on that Tracer is still applying that pressure, going to force Merit back as someone on that Sigma is just anchoring down. There is no swaps coming in from the Gladiators. They want to stick to this greedy Baptiste Zenyatta style, which is going to be hard against this aggressive Genji look from Checkmate as he's charging this blade up quite quickly. But Gladiators, nothing to really do, trying to take this positioning as we see Merit holding the angle, unable to find anything. And this window is such an impossible place for the Gladiators to dislodge Merit from. As you can see, Kevster trying to apply some pressure, but just constantly pushed away as the window goes down from RuPaul, takes out the Immortality Field, and trades off of the Baptiste. And that is going to be another hold here for the Florida Mayhem as the Gladiators, only 2 minutes remaining, but a kill from Kevster onto Checkmate that could potentially open a door up for the Gladiators, as that was not a cheap fight for the Florida Mayhem, having to use that walls, which is so important in keeping Kevster in check. RuPaul using that window, and now they have a window of their own for the Gladiators, as Babel has been so impressive on this hero so far.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see now a Gravitic Flux here. Looks like from Dante is it's going to be the Immortality Field that actually saves some of the players in the Florida Mayhem. Now it's going to be a Gravitic Flux on the other end here. No, Dragon Blade comes on through. It's going to be Checkmate who gets one. The cart's still moving here for the Glads, but just a little bit more progress. But man, costly for both teams there. Amp Matrix, Gravitic Flux. You know, you had the Blade come through at the end there for the Florida Mayhem. But still, only a minute to go. Scott, we're going to see Dante make the switch here. Now going over to the Winston.
I think this is a good switch, especially like when you saw the Genji come out. That's such a punishable pick, but it felt like they were just letting them play into it. And Lastro and the backline of Babel haven't really been able to find too much value with the threat from the back from Merit and the aggression from Checkmate in the front, as you know, they're going to slowly start to build ultimates up. But with only 40 seconds remaining, they might not get to a Primal Rage or a Nano Boost, so they're going to have to deal with it with just this Pulse Bomb from Kevster and this Transcendence from Lastro.
Checkmate just pestering here, just making sure Kevster just doesn't flank from the side, kill all his supports. Lastro getting close to a Transcendence here as well, but oh wait, how you lose Kai? Oh, that is difficult when he goes down to the Sigma. Maybe just some poke damage there. You're gonna lose Lastro here as well, as he's not gonna burn that Transcendence. This might be it. I mean, you may not actually get like a really good, you know, final fight here.
Yeah. Florida Mayhem always know when to put on that gas pedal. They see that the Gladiators are weak and they're not leaving, and that will be a hold on the second point, and not even all the way the distance of the second point as well. So Florida Mayhem in the driving seat right now to take this series and take the finals of the Pro-Am.
They don't even have to get that second checkpoint, but we have seen many of times in the Overwatch League, even that first checkpoint can be very difficult to get. As see what the Florida Mayhem decide to come run out on offense is, I mean, do you just play Winston here? Winston Tracer with the Widow possibly, you know, coming into play. I think you're just going to see Dante and the Gladiators probably just play that Sigma.
I think the Sigma is fine, and I don't think you need to overthink it. It's just when the Florida Mayhem throw a curveball at you, when they're gonna play that Genji, when they're gonna play that Brig, it's gonna be, you have to make some adjustments on your own. Lastro playing greedy on that Zenyatta, as we're gonna see, this is how Kai went down on that Widowmaker. Oh wow, what a great prediction.
I mean, that is so good
from someone.
I mean, that is he makes it look way easier than it is. I mean, you know, the prediction onto the Widowmaker strafing on the outside. You know, you can't even, like, there's nothing that Kai can really do about that. I mean, that's just a fantastic play there by someone. Yeah. Look like Zens for both teams here as well. So the Zen with the Baptiste.
It's important to note, crazier things have happened. Just earlier this weekend, we saw the Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising go toe-to-toe, and we thought Toronto had that match in the bag, but Boston were able to full hold. This is a very difficult point to attack, especially if Merit isn't able to find value on this Widowmaker. Offensive Widowmaker is obviously a lot more difficult because you're walking into sightlines of Kai, but we're actually going to see a similar switch over for Checkmate onto the Genji, maybe thinking this is a good punish to that Zenyatta Baptiste greedy style of playing the game.
When you said crazier things have happened, I thought you were going to say, we had a team go over 40 one year, but yeah, that was crazy as well. It makes Florida Mayhem, they round the corner. See what they decide to do. It doesn't look like looks like maybe are they trying to play from high ground there on that left-hand side? Maybe kind of force that Widow, from this point where we see Kai playing from, into a really difficult option where, he has kind of like a Widow up on the other side and then the Genji kind of attacking from the other. A little bit of like a misdirection play as Dante gets low.
Yeah, they want to remove the stairs. Merit's under pressure from Kevster, and that's an important pick, but someone taking out Babel again, someone opening these picks up onto the back line, that's going to be such a little amount of healing remaining for the Gladiators. With Lashro down, they have no healing at this point as RuPaul just keeps finding these picks. Dante takes the rock, and even if he is able to live, the cart is pushing forward. Actually, the cart isn't pushing forward. That might have been a misstep from the Florida Mayhem. They might have to take on another fight just here, as Kev still looks poised to contest once again.
Yeah, and they're going to use the Infosight, so they're going to know exactly what they're going up against when they turn this corner, as they know that Checkmate's above. Going to be a hit on the Venom Mine there, as Charong's so low, but he's going to be able to live on through it, as Kai needs to land one of these shots. It's going to be an Ant Matrix coming down here for the Florida Mayhem. Rubel just trying to keep everybody alive here. Immortality Field 2, as they're going to lose Dante right on the point. The Pulse Bomb comes down from Kepster. They've been great all day, and he's going to get one, but it is not going to be enough. This is going to be the first checkpoint. It should be the first checkpoint going to the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, and now they have to hold even more. I'm curious to see if Lastro is going to make a switch. He's close to that Transcendence, so is going to stick with it, but they just haven't been able to find the value with this Baptiste Zen. That offensive capability just is not there, as Kevs is going to say, you know what, you're playing Genji, I'll play Genji as well.
At this point, do you need the Transcendence for this Blade, right? I mean, what do you switch to, right? Like, you could play Brig, but that's not something we've seen them do, like Brig Baptiste. If you were going to play like a Lucio, Lastro wouldn't be in the game, right? So you almost you're kind of like committed here on this Zen play.
Yeah, and I want to shout, Kai, he needs to be the player to step up. He only has one final blow in this map so far. It's such a Widow-sided and orientated map, and Merit's just been getting the better of this. Kai needs to step up if the Gladiators are going to hold.
And look at that, Chorong pops the rally. It's going to be an Ant Matrix here from Babel, but they try to just push through with the rally to Dante in the high ground. And it looks like they're willing to take that trade of, giving away their rally for the Ant Matrix on the other side. They're still trying to make a play for this high ground. It's going to be Kevster coming in here on the back line. It's going to be Gravitic Flux. This could be huge. As they're going to get rid of Dante. Someone's going to push forward, take out Babel as well. As this could be, Lasher needs to transcend. And he knows the Blade's on the outside. He didn't get it off. That's going to be everybody down as the Florida Mayhem escorting the payload towards the finish.
I don't think with any swaps coming out from Dante or the Widowmaker from Kai, they're not going to be able to make it. The Flux does come out onto someone, but Babel gets taken out by Merit as he tries to touch, and the Florida Mayhem will continue a lossless series of the entire Pro-Am tournament and close out against the Los Angeles Gladiators 4-2 to win the Pro-Am West.
And the Florida Mayhem, your champions here of the Pro-Am, and they were just lights out from start to finish. So many people, as someone does some kind of dance. I am not up to date on that one. I mean, he's chucking all the moves in there at once. But I mean, they were unbelievable throughout this tournament, Scott. Everybody came in. We were talking about the Shock. We were talking about the return of Birdring, the Atlanta Reign, and how good they were looking with their roster. Florida Mayhem, we all looked like, oh yeah, that's a good team. But I don't think anybody expected this. But I think it's clear they did. I mean, they have a fantastic roster.
Yeah, and no one expected Florida to be the best. I don't think there are many you know, reasonable people out there who came into this Pro-Am being like, Florida Mayhem have the roster to be able to beat out all these other super teams that have really been formed in the West. And I just need to give a shout out to the coordination and the level of flexibility that this roster showed. There are some teams that are very heavily favored Winston-style composition, primarily what this meta was, and Florida Mayhem were better than them at that and other things. So this Florida Mayhem squad, you need to keep an eye on them in the regular season of the Overwatch League.
Yeah, and just like their support line, just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I think when you looked at the roster and you're like, you know, Checkmate and Merit, that's going to be lights out. We loved what we saw from someone last year. And then you're like, Charung and RuPaul, like, that's an interesting combination. How is that going to work out? I mean, they were just on another level, which gets me excited because, like, this is a team that we now know is really good. You lump them in with the teams that, you know, we also saw really good teams this weekend. Like, the depth of teams in the NA here in the West seems to be pretty large going into the regular season.
Yeah, and there's just a wealth of opportunities that they can do. But for the Gladiators, I want to give them a shout out as well because they really defied a lot of expectations with the way that they were playing the game. A lot of people wrote them off. The Scrimbucks exchange is just blown up. No one really knows what to believe. Another year of Scrimbucks not paying off for absolutely anyone. But they showed that they can prove others wrong and that Dante Tank should have what it takes to be able to play as that solo player. We saw great looks from Kai. Kevster's still that guy in the backline, really showing a bit of their flexibility with those three guys. So Gladiators have a lot to show as well, and the top end of the West is going to be stacked.
Yeah, I mean, what a tremendous event overall, Scott. It was awesome to get to cast together. You know,
that was a weird one.
As a fellow Australian, I think that
You're not Australian. Mitch is yelling at his monitor wherever he is right now as he's holding his little ones. He's yelling at his monitor.
Yeah,
Matt, you are not an honorary Australian.
I mean, you know, I'm married to an Australian. I'm about to get, she can hear me, so I'm about to get yelled at right once I get off after this. But fantastic event, always super fun. Congrats to the Florida Mayhem, but I'm excited for what the desk has to say about this series.
Thank you, Matt and Costa. Yeah, Matt, you are definitely not Australian.
Honorary Australian.
Not honorary either. But yeah, everyone watching, welcome back to Watchpoint. One last time, I am Zoe and I'm joined by Danny and Nekra. And we are here to put a bow on this amazing final day of our Overwatch League Pro-Am action. And what a great finals we had there. Quite frankly, Mayhem came out of the gates looking dominant, but then suddenly, Gladiators woke up, they made some changes, and they started putting up a fight.
Yeah,
That was amazing.
Yeah, Rose, go ahead.
That's all I want to say.
That's all I want to say.
There's really not much else to say about it, except that it was amazing.
No, I agree too. I think it was some fantastic Overwatch play by both sides. Such great coordination, so much great teamwork, and just every single one of them were, you know, just all mechanically talented. Gladiators, I was so surprised, you know, throughout the whole Pro-Am tournament, they made so much improvements, and even in this match, every time they lost, they found a way to come back out with a win to just, you know, keep the Florida Mayhem on their toes. But at the end of the day, it was Florida Mayhem, you know, taking the win for a really good reason. They were just so much better, so much more coordinated, and they had so much great looks. I think Matt and Costa highlighted this very well. You know, they could not only play that Winston dive wall, but every other composition on every other map that, you know, whether it was a Gladiators pick or whether it was their pick, you know, they had something up their sleeves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was the flexibility that we were promised going into this grand finals, right? Was, you know, what kind of compositions are we going to see? How many different comps are going to come out here? And like one thing I'm really excited about seeing is actually that Checkmate Genji. That is a hero that Checkmate played to so high proficiency last season. And to be able to see that that's something that's still a sharp blade really makes me excited to see where this Florida Mayhem roster can go, because the Pro-Am, they showed up in a big way, and there's going to be a lot of other surprises thrown our way throughout the Overwatch League regular season as well. So I feel like they're really prepped for success there, as are the Gladiators for just that flexibility overall.
Yeah, and I love that the flexibility.
It's the only Genji that Custa will allow, because everyone else, every time he saw Genji in the Pro-Am, he would lose his mind. But then whenever it's checkmate, he's like, it's fine. All right, it's checkmate Genji. All right, it's fine. It's all right.
Well, they're always fine if they get value out of the Genji.
Yeah.
If not, then just don't, I guess. But you know what? I think it was very interesting to see that both teams claim to be so very flexible, and that's exactly what they delivered. Some might say they delivered too hard, seeing Dante and that Junker Queen. Like, that's not necessarily as far as we wanted to go with, you know, compositional flexibility. But hey, you know, just why not? Why not?
Yeah.
It was fun to watch. It was such a great game, and at the end of every single day thus far, I just love to sit down with my friends here on the desk and reminisce about what we saw, and maybe even what we learned, something along the way, maybe. So, Danny Nekra, what was your finals day takeaways?
My final day takeaway is it has to be, I gotta give it to the Florida Mayhem, just winning it all for the Pro-Am tournament. My lesson learned for the Pro-Am tournament is that Florida Mayhem is very, very strong and very, very good at Overwatch. Just they were firing on all cylinders. They could play any composition that they needed to play at such a high level. And it was just amazing to see, and it was they really did deserve to win the Pro-Am tournament. You know, like Custa also said it right before he tossed it to us. You know, no one really expected Florida Mayhem to win it all, or even to come close to, you know, to the finals. But, you know, they made it happen, and they looked fantastic while doing it.
I think that's what made their successes seem even a bit more surprising, right? Is because originally they weren't a team that were at the top of people's power rankings or on their radar as one of those stronger teams going into the Pro-Am. And so when, you know, we joke a little bit about, well, maybe they were tested, maybe they weren't. Well, I think the moral of the story there is that they're just that good. So let's take a look back at some of the teams that they knocked out, because that leads me to my point, is that the future's pretty bright. Florida Mayhem may have blown a few teams out of the water, but I think that because of just how skilled they are, that makes me even more excited to see where the rest of our teams that appeared in the Pro-Am will go for this season. Because all of these matches, when you get a chance to kind of look back and take it all in, had something really, really cool to be able to offer, whether it was a different composition that we weren't expecting to see, or maybe some players that are really going to start to break out and have an incredible season. We got treated to so many amazing moments to really give us a taste of what's ahead for the regular season. And guys, I don't know about you, but I can't wait. Like, I know that we're gonna have to soak it all in, but when's the start? Where do we get into the season?
The circuit play is happening very soon. I honestly, I 100% agree with what Nekra said. You know, after all this play, we've seen some great Overwatch play by Pro-Am tournament, but you know, this is just the beginning. Like, this is a preseason tournament, and we have the regular season coming up. And like Nekra said, there's so many great teams. Like, well, another good example is the San Francisco Shock, right? You know, they were playing at a disadvantage. They still, you know, looked really good. How good are they gonna be when the actual season starts? And we saw Washington Justice, a clip from them for like a couple of seconds. You know, they're another mixed roster. They said that they were a little bit, you know, they're working on the communication issues, but they still look good. So if they have that communication going, how far can they go, right? And then we got like Houston Outlaws stacked roster, we got Atlanta Reign stacked roster, and we just Boston Uprising another stacked roster. Just this whole, I think, season is gonna be just so hype.
Yeah. No, I think I couldn't agree more with the two of you, even if I tried. I feel like the teams I was high on did indeed perform during the Pro-Am, and all the others exceeded expectations and went above and beyond. And they ended up looking a lot more competitive than most people, I think, would have expected after the rosters got, you know, released and announced and whatnot. So yeah, this definitely bodes well for the rest of the regular season indeed. Now, another thing I took away from the Pro-Am, especially from this last match, is RuPaul is an absolute GOAT. So it is a great pleasure that I get to be the one to announce our Pro-Am Finals MVP. It is RuPaul himself. Let's go! An interview. RuPaul, you're our MVP. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Of course, of course. RuPaul, Right, so that was an intense game. You guys started off looking so very dominant, but then suddenly the Gladiators came alive. How do you think the Gladiators managed to kind of, crawl back into the game and make it so competitive?
I think they were really good at the Ramatra comp, and we struggled a lot with dealing with it. It was pretty hard for us to work around it, because usually we're used to just setting up dives on the backline, and we just like one-shot them. But every time I would try and nade, Dante would just run on me, and it made the game so hard.
RuPaul, before I ask my question, I just want to say you absolutely popped off today. Your plays today was just such a joy to watch. What I want to ask is about the team Florida Mayhem. Like, I did talk to Chorong after your first match today. He said that Florida Mayhem is unique because it's a mixed roster and you guys sort of really trust each other, and that's what makes you guys really strong, right? I want to hear your thoughts, RuPaul. Like, what sets Florida Mayhem apart from any other Overwatch League teams?
I think the team is really just stacked with talent. I think pretty much every player is at least, outside of me, is at least top 3 in the role. Like, Chorong is one of the best Lucios, someone is one of the best Monkeys, and Merritt's one of the best Trees, Cassidy's.
Yeah.
We're all just really talented.
You guys showcase that. That is so easy to see now, and I think that after the Pro-Am, you're on everybody's radars. Like, Florida Mayhem is the team to beat. Now, looking ahead to like the start of the regular season, RuPaul, what can we expect from you? Is it going to be more of the Ana, maybe more of the Baptiste? Are we going to see Lifeweaver, perhaps?
Yeah, I might bust out the Lifeweaver. It was pretty fun.
Nice!
Let's go! Well, we have a lot to look forward to then. Then also, RuPaul, of course, I don't know if you saw it somewhere on your screen, but there's a very fancy little MVP trophy waiting to be reunited with its owner, which is you. This is the one you're going to take home. So once again, congratulations. What an insane crack performance. Those sleep darts, man. You're the one to beat. Clean. You're the one people want on their team. You guys are on everyone's radar, and we're so excited to see more from the Florida Mayhem in this regular season. Congrats again, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Right on. Now, of course, not only will he be awarded with the MVP title and the trophy, he and his team will also be walking away with $50,000 US for their prize pool. That's right, we had a chunk. Now, of course, the Gladiators got themselves $20,000 into the pockets, and the Outlaws and Toronto Defiant walked away with $10K each. Fantastic
Money good.
Games. Money is good. Overwatch is good. The teams are good. This was phenomenal. I think all those teams really exceeded expectations. And once again, I just want to give a huge thank you to all the teams, the contenders teams, the OWL teams who participated. It made it so entertaining. To our fantastic in the mix here as well, because they were able to really highlight all those phenomenal contenders players, which we OWL people sometimes just didn't have all the information on. So it was so great to hear it from them, give all that background information and bring all the action and the product for making this tournament one to remember. Alas, this does conclude our Pro-Am, but we have a lot more competitive Overwatch action for you. So just 1 week from now, from today, Overwatch 2 pros and content creators will actually join forces and play in a special tournament featuring Lifeweaver. So you get to finally have a look at our new support hero. All you have to do is head on over to playoverwatch.com for more information on that tournament. And that's it from us here. Necra, Danny, thank you both so much for joining me the last 2 days. And Danny, throughout all days, every day, you're a homie. It's always so great to have you guys on.
We love you, Zoe, and we love all of you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Exactly. We'll see you guys back April 27th for the beginning of the regular season. Thank you so much for watching and take care.
Annyeong!
Bye!
Annyeong!